Chapter 571, The Last Gathering, 1. My eyes opened to a customization room lined with dozens of unique outfits and even more masks. I donned my usual blue suit and slipped my lion mask over my face, my every movement quick and efficient. This was routine to me at this point. Not to brag, but after coming here almost every month for years, I could probably find my outfit and put on every piece with my eyes closed. This is the last one. I was disappointed, of course, but the realization also left me strangely sad. Recently, the information I'd been getting from the round table wasn't nearly as game-changing to me as it used to be. But my feet refused to move, so once I was done changing into my suit, I let my mind wander as I took in the other masks and clothes on display. And then, a thought struck me, a memory of a conversation I'd almost forgotten, the most similar to your destiny. Back in my early days as a watcher of the round table, I was told that new members instinctively chose the mask that most closely resembled who they were destined to be. So why had I chosen the lion's mask? Although it was better than a goblin or an orc, I still didn't understand my choice. To be honest, I like tigers more than lions. So, years after choosing my mask, I took a moment to reflect on what it might mean, hoping to come up with an answer. However, when nothing came to mind, I moved on to my next question. Why was fox a fox? Why was goblin a goblin? And what was with deer? Rather than an actual deer, his mask was more just a plain mask with antlers attached to it. I don't know. I couldn't stay here puzzling over this forever, so I slowly meandered out into the hallway. And then, as I walked down the red carpet I had walked down so many times before, another thought occurred to me. If my comrades ever came to the round table, which masks would they have chosen? Aner would be a golden retriever. I came up with masks for all the members of the Anabata clan, like Amelia and Erwin, and then threw in my past allies like Raven, Rottmiller, and even the dwarf too. And though it wasn't intentional, I left Miss Shaw for last. Miss Shaw she was much easier than the others, although at first glance it wouldn't seem like a good fit for someone of the red cat tribe. She's closer to a puppy than a cat, not any ordinary puppy, of course. The mask that I felt would suit her best was one that was hidden in a shadowy corner of the customization room, the dog mask covered in deep scars and grooves. The problem was that I'd probably left at least a few of those scars myself. Enough. I shook off the thought and came to a stop. You're finally here. I was a little worried that I wasn't going to get to say goodbye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I was going to be a little upset if someone skipped. But thankfully, the masks I had grown so accustomed to after all these years were all there looking back at me. Deer, crescent, fox, clown. These were the original members who'd been here when I first joined the round table. After that came Goblin, who I'd gotten to know in the months that followed, and Queen, who entered under the orders of the GM a while later. Even the mysterious, relatively recent trio of Black, Wolf, and Butterfly were present. Everyone was in their seats and staring up at me in silence. What? Were they waiting for me to give some sort of speech since this was the last meeting of the round table? I couldn't say, but I stuck to my persona until the bitter end and ignored them to take my seat. Boom. Usually, once the door closed and I was in my seat, the meeting started right away, but today proved to be a little different. Rather than immediately beginning the meeting, they all talked. So, this is the last one. It feels like I've been struck by lightning. Yet, I guess starting next month, we won't have a place to meet anymore. Well, I suppose I'll at least be able to get a good night's sleep for once. I was always tired the day after the forums opened. A deep melancholy underpinned each of these comments, even Queen's, who is an admin herself. It is a shame. There are still things we have yet to figure out. In response to this brief insight into Queen's feelings, Goblin glanced her way before carefully asking, then, can't you just keep the doors open? That's not possible. We have our reasons. Could we possibly hear what those reasons might be? Sorry, Mr. Crescent. I can't get into the details. However, if I were to say one thing, this decision was not one we wanted to make. Did the royal family really pressure you into shutting things down? No comment, Ms. Fox. As expected, the star of this conversation was Queen. As one of the admins, she would have the most insight into what was going on here. But it seemed there were those who had been hoping for someone else to step in and run the show. So he's not here today. Who? Master, Wolf mumbled. I thought maybe Master would show up today. Queen nodded in agreement. She had shown a keen interest in the Master during prior meetings. As I scanned the room, taking in the conversation, my eyes eventually landed on Goblin as he quietly raised his hand. Do you have something to say? Queen prompted. It's nothing much, but since this is our last meeting, how about we exchange names? This suggestion made everyone do a double take, and the members who heard it right the first time stopped to stare at him in a way that conveyed just how absurd they found the idea. However, Goblin persevered. It's just, all of us meeting here was a happy accident in the first place. If we go our separate ways, there's no telling when or if we'll be able to see each other again. we could be helpful to each other out there in the real world, or if we made a new meeting place just like this one outside. Mr. Goblin, please stop. The person to put an end to Goblin's nonsensical ramblings was Fox. The reason this group was created in the first place was to provide a space with guaranteed anonymity, she argued. With that in mind, who would ever reveal their real names? That's true, but I can't help but feel like I'd regret it if I didn't at least ask. Shell, it's cute that you think that way. Well, my identity was already revealed, so I don't really care either way. But I guess you're in the same boat, Goblin. That's pretty clever of you, actually. Proposing a trade where you alone wouldn't have anything to lose. And no, that wasn't what I was trying to do, Goblin sputtered, clearly flustered by Clown's jeering. Unexpectedly, it was Queen who came to Goblin's rescue. Mr. Goblin, you don't need to explain yourself. Everyone knows that that wasn't your intention, are really? Yes, you're just upset about this being our last meeting, isn't that right? Yes, that really was all. We could all hear in his voice that he didn't want this to end. You know, this isn't high school graduation or anything, man. This guy got way more emotionally attached to things than he let on. Or was that just his personality the whole time and I hadn't realized? It seemed he truly was the weakest link in the round table. By the way, isn't it about time we get started? Even if we were all disappointed that this was the last time, it wasn't like we were here to exchange fond farewells and see each other off. As if reading my mind, Fox took the initiative to end the small talk and officially begin the meeting. Now that that's settled. Wait, one of the original members, Crescent, cut her off before she could really get going. Could I make a suggestion? A suggestion. We don't know what might happen in the future, but this truly could be the last time we are ever together like this. So, Crescent glanced around at everyone and said, how about we change the rules a little for our final meeting? Change them? What do you mean? Let's go around asking questions of each other one by one. We must all have some questions we've always wanted to ask someone here. A certain glint appeared in the eyes of each member of the round table. I could tell they weren't too eager to try out Crescent's idea. Picking up on the shift in mood, Crescent quickly threw in one more rule. Of course, you don't have to answer any questions you deem too invasive. If you want to skip, you can just do a normal turn. What do you say? Silence fell over the room as the suggestion lingered in the air. While most of us kept quiet to gauge the others' reactions, one person felt no need to conform and slashed through the quiet with glee. Shell, are you dense? Clown cackled. Who would answer any questions if you had a clause like that? We'd all just share the information we prepared like usual. Everyone had been thinking the same thing, even if none of us had said it out loud. If there wasn't a penalty attached to skipping, there was no need to play along and answer the question, and if we did play along, it would likely only benefit the asker. Other people might not be interested in the question being asked or its answer. Please forget my suggestion. In the end, even Crescent agreed that he'd been short-sighted and rescinded his proposal. After eyeing the others to make sure no one else would interrupt, Fox took charge, and the meeting began. Then first is, Dear, would you be so kind? Sure, the first to go this time around was Dear, a knight of the palace. As you'd expect, the information he gave was concise. There is a very high chance that the royal family has nothing to do with the community shutting down. Offering up a theory as fact, you know that you need to produce enough evidence to make us believe it, right? The royal family intended to use the community as a means to gather and share information with the expedition group they sent to basement floor 1. If they knew they were going to shut down Ghostbusters the month after, they would never have pursued that plan in the first place. Or maybe it's just that they kept their real plan a secret and you weren't in the know. In other words, perhaps he was the only one in the palace who wasn't aware of what was going on behind the scenes. To that, though Dear was visibly infuriated, he didn't say a word. The possibility was definitely there. All of you can decide for yourselves. Dear handed off responsibility to us, and the other members ended up giving him the okay. The reason for that was simple. An expedition group, Wolf grumbled to himself. I knew that they intended to take control of the new area, but I didn't expect the palace to send their own people down to the basement. There were still a few people at the table who hadn't even known of the expedition group's existence before Dear brought it up. Although Wolf was the only one to admit it out loud, Clown probably hadn't known about it either, given that he was from Nork. Well, I was still a little surprised that information like that got the okay. Maybe it's because this is the last meeting? They all seem inclined to be a little more generous today. In any case, we moved on to the next person, Fox. According to a trustworthy source, the expedition group has already joined up with Baron Yondell and is now traveling with him. The information Fox offered up was about her quest. I knew it was unavoidable. She had been stuck on basement floor 1 for months now. There was no way she'd have any other new information to share. But that isn't actually that useful, is it? However, Queen levied a complaint about Fox's attempt, and the other members nodded in agreement. Fox needed to give a second piece of information. Bjorn Yondell has acquired the essence of Belarius. So it came to this. Although I didn't like when any of my personal information was leaked on principle, this wasn't actually that big a deal. There had already been so many witnesses around when I got the essence that I'd known from the start that news would spread the moment we got back to the city. By Belarius, you mean that rank 3 monster? That man? How many rank 3s does he have now? Could we also know what color essence it was? Shell, that barbarian only cares about getting buffer, so isn't it obvious? From what I've heard, even aura doesn't work against him, and now he won't be weak to magic anymore either. It once again hit me just how famous Bjorn Yandel had become as I listened to each of the members comment on this new information. Then, let's move on to the next person, perhaps not wanting me to be the main topic of conversation any longer than necessary. Fox quickly hurried the meeting along. Haha, then I'll go. It was Wolf's turn next. He was a seasoned veteran who supported and defended Oral Gavis, the old man who served as the master of the Round Table, to a nearly suspicious degree. Oral Gavis is currently residing outside the city walls, and the information he gave was also related to the old man this time around. Outside the walls. Looks like Bicoli's guess was right. It was a short snippet of information, but because of the subject matter, it was given the green light without argument. Then next, the meeting continued after Wolf's turn without hiccups. Recently, I received a blessing, a revelation. It was a prophetic dream. Shall you and those blessings of yours. In that prophetic dream, Bjorn Yandel died. Goblin shared with them information about a prophecy that had already been dealt with like it was breaking news. A few people practically had question marks floating over their heads at this shocking reveal, but Goblin didn't elaborate and ended his turn there. Yet, that was how you pulled off a proper scam. In any case, the people after him followed his lead and kept things short and sweet as well. Ghostbusters will never reopen. Queen used her turn to put a nail in the coffin. Crescent talked a bit about the dwarves' plan to create a new Genesis treasure, and Butterfly, Black, and Clown seemed to want to conserve their strength during this first round, as they passed their turns with information that was average at best. Now it's the last person. Finally, my turn came. As always, everyone turned to look at me expectantly. However, I completely ignored all of them. My gaze trained on one person in particular. Crescent was looking at me with more desperation than anyone else. I found that I couldn't quite meet his eye. Let's go around asking questions of each other one by one. The reason Crescent had suggested we change the rules was because of me. If this really was our last meeting, he no doubt had something he wanted to ask me about. I already know what I'm going to say, but I can't seem to get myself to actually say it. In truth, the information I was going to share had been decided before this meeting even started. There were things I needed to say before this group disbanded for good. And so, I forced my lips to part. The stone of revival. Crescent's eyes sparkled, but only for that one brief moment, can only be used on the body of a person. The spark began to flicker, who hasn't been dead for very long, and with those few words, I snuffed the hope in a man's eyes out entirely. At the same time, something Bicoli said earlier rang through my mind. But hey, aren't you a hypocrite? You're constantly lying and manipulating people too, be it Miss Shaw, Bicoli, or whoever else. Maybe I didn't have any right to judge them. Chapter 572, The Last Gathering, 2, Survival. That was the ultimate excuse I had at my disposal. I needed to survive in this damn world, so any action I took in pursuit of that goal could thus be justified as necessary. I see. Crescent was merely a victim of said necessary action. There needs to be a body. When I first came to the Round Table, I'd been a nobody with nothing to show for it. Death lurked around every corner of this dangerous world, and I spent long nights in bars trying to get the information necessary to stay alive. That was why I'd put on the lion mask. To obtain the information I needed, I'd dangled someone's greatest wish right in front of them and used it to play them like a fiddle. Sincerity was a sin in this world. After all, the moment you let your guard slip, you'd be ripped apart accordingly. And the more power I could get my hands on, the safer my comrades and I would be. That was what I truly believed back then. That part is definitely different from the legends. But what about now? Although I still worried about my survival constantly, I was much stronger now. I'd become the chieftain of a tribe and a nobleman. In fact, House Yandel was even part of a non-human alliance of aristocrats. Melbath, thanks to all that, I didn't need to rely so heavily on the information from the Round Table anymore. And yet, I was still donning this lion mask and deceiving them. Why was that? The answer soon came to me. Queen, Clown, Wolf, who seemed to have some sort of connection to Oral Gavis, the mysterious Black, and Butterfly. I wanted to benefit from the information they brought here. Yet, that part was genuine. But, thanks to you, I can now let go of this foolish dream of mine. It hit me right then. I could no longer use survival as an excuse. Just as how a white piece of paper couldn't sit next to a puddle of black ink forever and remain unstained. However, I cannot seem to feel any gratitude toward you. This was who I was now. Someone who lied, who made threats, so long as it was to my advantage. After years of toil, my only priority living to see the next day, I'd ended up becoming the type of person I used to hate. A heavy silence ensued. Even Clown, who would usually mock Crescent and say it was his fault for getting tricked in the first place, didn't say a word, instead just watching. Crescent finally broke the long silence and got up from his seat. I'm going to go now. There's nothing more for me here. And with that, Crescent really did leave, not giving any of us a chance to respond. He has really gone. This was an anonymous group where no one knew anyone else's name. Once we left here today, there was no guarantee we'd ever meet again in the future. But despite knowing that, in the end, I wasn't able to say it. I wasn't able to say sorry. If I did, it might come back to bite me. That was the thought that lingered in my mind. Even after Crescent left the round table, our final meeting continued. Although that might seem harsh, it was honestly to be expected given the nature of this place. The relationships we had with the people here were purely professional. He's really gone. No fun. Everyone gritted their teeth and ignored Clown's nonsense as the second round began. Deer was once again the first to go. Tell me, however, rather than share information, Deer looked me directly in the eye and asked, "Do you think this is a game? Do you?" The sense I got from him was that he wasn't all that friendly with anyone in general, but seeing Crescent leave like that must have been a shock to his system, as he glared at me with open hostility. "Mr. Deer, please calm down." Goblin tried to stop Deer, and the other members also looked on with worry. However, Deer didn't back down. "Is this all just some form of perverted entertainment to you? Finding someone desperate and giving them hope, only to take it away? Is that why you only mentioned it now? Because today is going to be the last day. If I were to defend myself, that wasn't the reason I did it. The real reason I'd finally spoken up today was out of a sense of duty. No, I suppose it was closer to a sense of guilt. And the reason I put so much emphasis on needing to be entertained at the round table? It was simply a way to flesh out the character of Lion. Or rather, to manipulate the other members and control the flow of the conversation as I pleased. Lion, there is no doubt you are someone far more powerful than I am. However, I still must say what needs to be said. You are just a broken man. I had already heard those same words multiple times in the past. When Biko Lee said it, I just let it roll right off of me. But at that moment, it was becoming apparent that there had to be some sort of fault in me that these people were picking up on. I was broken. Even by the standards of this savage world, I had already crossed a line. And as if to confirm it, should I use killing intent? The first thought that came to mind after Deer said all of that was, what would Lion do? In my head, I could see myself saying, interesting, and employing a bit of killing intent, because that was the easiest path forward, and the one that would be most beneficial for me to take. How about you stop there? It's hard to listen to your whining. Know your place, Deer. In the same vein, when Clown started barking at Deer like a guard dog, I stayed silent to wait and see how this would play out. That's funny. Clown, do you think he'll give a damn about you if you kiss up to him enough? I already know the answer to that, so mind your own business. How about you quit moaning and get on with your turn already? Everyone is waiting on you. Deer responded to Clown's haughty instructions by quietly standing up from his seat. What? Oh, Clown huffed. Are you going to leave too? I'm not going to stay here and let that man use me for his own amusement in the hopes that he might throw me his table scraps in the end. Then just leave already, Clown said coldly. Don't waste any more of our time. Deer stared at Clown for a long moment. Then, he took a breath and spoke. This wasn't how it used to be. And with that cryptic statement, he was gone. Everyone held their breaths as another silence fell over the room. Things have gotten weird again, Wolf said in an attempt to break the ice, letting out an awkward laugh. Everyone got along pretty well when Master was here. But what can you do? He's not here anymore. There he went, bringing up the Master as usual. We've somehow ended up 2 members short, but let's keep going. Wouldn't it be disappointing to end things on that note? We won't be able to meet like this again in the future. Instead of that, how about we try out the idea Crescent mentioned earlier? The suggestion came from Butterfly, who had been watching my confrontation with Crescent and Deer like the world's best drama. But in this version, there's no skips. We need to be honest no matter what, she continued. Oh, with the exception of anything that might reveal our identities. How about it? I think that'll be a good way to lighten the mood again. I'm fine with that, but isn't might reveal our identities too subjective of a criterion? I mean, we have the gem here, so what's the problem? If you refuse to answer, all you have to do is put your hand on it and say something. Then we'll know whether you're trying to weasel out of taking your turn or if you really can't. Shouldn't you make sure everyone is on board first? Queen was quick to cut her off and try to get things back on track. The eyes shining through Butterfly's mask narrowed. Hell, you're doing it again, old lady. Old lady. If nothing else, I can tell that you're older than me at least. Unfortunately, Queen wasn't able to argue with that. Still staring right at Queen, Butterfly took the lead and directed everyone to vote. 6 for and 2 against. Surprisingly enough, most people were in favor of her plan. The only ones who voted against it were Queen and Black. Lion, you were for it? Why? Queen, do you still not know him? It's because this will be more fun. Fun had nothing to do with it. It was just that I also had something I wanted to confirm before leaving the round table for the final time. Queen sighed. In any case, since it has come to this, I will accept the group's decision. But before we start, let's make the rules clear. At Queen's request, we had a short discussion to iron out a procedure. In summary, on each person's turn, they will receive one question from every other person at the table. They then get to decide which question they want to answer. That should about cover it. How much longer are we going to sit around? Let's get moving, sister. Butterfly needled. Ms. Fox, could you start us off? Yes, of course. As Fox took the role of answerer with a nod, everyone took turns asking her questions. I remember that you used to have a lot of faith in Master a while ago. Do you still feel the same? Wolf, as he was wont to do, brought up Master whenever he got a chance. I will pass. Goblin passed. As someone proficient in all sorts of trickery, I found this a very disappointing play on his part. If he really wanted to help Fox, it would have been much better for him to play up an unimportant question as important so she could answer it instead of the others. In any case, most of us, including me, passed, and in the end, Fox got only 2 questions. You seem to know in great detail what's happening on basement floor 1. Are you perhaps there right now? Wouldn't that reveal my identity? But how would I be able to narrow down who you are when there's so many people? I'll answer a question now. Once we were all done, Fox then chose one of the 2 questions she received. You asked if I still thought of Master as a good person. Oh, so you chose my question? Wolf rumbled, pleased. My answer to you is no. I didn't know that Master was world.Back back then. The only reason he has a bad reputation is because of the palace's wicked trickery. But I understand. That's disappointing. With that, Fox's turn was over. Wolf then received a total of 4 questions. I will answer Queen's question. Your theory is correct. Sir world.Back does have the power to stop Ghostbusters from closing. My ears pricked up the moment I heard that. Doesn't that imply world.Back had something to do with his server shutting down? If that was the case, just what was that old man scheming now? The thought bothered me, but there was nothing I could do about it in my present state. Then next is Goblin. Goblin got more questions than Fox, but less than Wolf, and of the 3 questions, I'll answer Ms. Fox's question. The Grand Archbishop of the Church of Reatlas doesn't have much longer to live. The next Grand Archbishop will be selected from the group of young saints. Although this could be considered insider information, none of us were really interested. It was obvious to everyone that he had used Fox's question as the out it was to get through his turn. Then it's now Queen's turn. Queen went after Goblin and received the most questions at 5. She went on to answer the question on all of our minds. This knowledge will likely reach your ears in the near future, so I may as well say it here. A certain item is required to run this spiritual dimension, and that item has started to slowly lose power. Is that why the community is closing? Yes, we've looked for a way to fix it, but we weren't able to come up with a viable solution. world.Back. Then what you're saying is that if he helps, it'd be possible to revive this place. Yes, however, that doesn't seem likely. With that, Queen's turn ended. We skipped Crescent's empty seat and over to Butterfly. But does anyone have any questions for me? This was the real reason I voted for this game of truth. I had the information I needed from Butterfly. However, instead of asking her myself, I sat back and waited. Yes, I have one. Sure enough, Fox immediately raised her hand to ask the question in my stead. You told us that Mr. Karlstein is a traitor. I want to hear about that in more detail. Chapter 573, The Last Gathering, 3. Mr. Karlstein is a traitor. Ever since Butterfly first made that statement, Fox had been doing everything she could to look more into it. To be honest, she would have done so even without me having to ask, as whether she liked it or not, she was going to be working with Ms. Shaw for the foreseeable future. I was sure that the idea of one of her allies being a traitor didn't sit well with her. However, her question was risky. I think this is the 2nd time now that you've asked about Mr. Karlstein, Butterfly noted, an inquisitive tone in her voice and a matching look in her eye. It was like she was looking through Fox's mask to the person beyond. You are very interested in that beast woman, so, how? Just pointing it out. There was a chance that by the time today's roundtable was over, the other members might all walk away with the suspicion that Fox equals Bjorn Yandel's ally. She also shared a lot of information about basement floor 1 with the people here. Honestly, it was practically a given that she was currently down there. Another reason I need to make sure as many members of the Armin Adventurer group and the Hex clan get home alive as possible. Just as you could hide a tree in a forest, you could hide a person in a crowd. By maximizing the number of survivors, I could up the chances that Versal's identity remained hidden. That, however, was a problem that would have to wait until later. Then can I go now? The other members began to ask questions of their own. Who gave you the entry code for the round table? Queen inquired, curious as to how Butterfly had been suddenly able to join our exclusive group. Even Black piped up for the first time since our game of truth began. But if I was surprised to hear her talk, I was flat out dumbfounded by her question. Do you think Mr. Karlstein poses a danger to Bjorn Yandel's life? What the hell was this? It was difficult for me to discern why she would even ask that question. Even so, it ultimately worked out in my favor. It seems everyone is curious about Mr. Karlstein. Thanks to Black, everyone's suspicions about Versa lessened a little. Well, it would be more accurate to say that their suspicion was now split between two people. It looks like those are the only 3 questions. Butterfly let out a giggle and made a show of thinking things over. What should I do? It was now up to her. If she answered either Black's or Fox's question, then I'd get the confirmation I'd been seeking. Meanwhile, if she chose Queen's, then I would need to wait until the next round. And since there was no guarantee we'd even continue into the 3rd round, there was a very real possibility I would never get my question answered. Since 2 people asked me about the same thing, I guess it's only right to answer one of them, right? The mysterious butterfly, who I had no hope of ever tracking down in the real world, hummed. I felt a flash of relief the moment the words left her mouth. That feeling was of course short-lived. Some things were just like that. Things you desperately wanted to know and yet at the same time also wished to never learn. Right, then which one of you 2 should I answer? Butterfly dragged things out for a bit, clearly toying with her captive audience. I'm in a good mood. Since the 2 of you asked similar questions, I'll just answer both. At first glance, it might seem like she was being generous. However, this offer only served to make my suspicions worse. Let's be real here, businesses never lost money when they had a BOGO event. She had a reason for doing this, and that reason had to involve some sort of net gain on her end. Still, the fact that was my first thought, is that because I'm just that broken? That wasn't a question I could answer myself, so I shook off the thought for now and focused on the conversation happening in front of me. Mr. Karlstein, Butterfly drawled. She seemed to be enjoying the attention because she built up the suspense a little more before finally getting into it. She received orders from a certain someone to return to Bjorn Yandel's side. However, those orders did not in any way involve killing Bjorn Yandel. She was talking about Biko and the Stone of Revival. I was wondering if she'd called Misha a traitor for a different reason, but I guess this was it. But how does she know all this? Is Butterfly on Biko's team? Biko was the one who gave me my invitation code for the round table, to begin with, so that wouldn't be too far-fetched. Could I ask what those orders were? Oh, that? From what I heard, they weren't anything special. She was just tasked with staying by his side and reporting back with any information, and the payment she got in return. Who knows? Maybe she's the only one who… right, I can't lie here. Well, I'll leave that up to your imagination. If my suspicions were correct, there was a high chance that the Stone of Revival itself was the reward. The fact of the matter was that Biko was an incredibly cunning bastard. After terrifying Miss Shaw by saying that I was destined to die or something, he would have offered her the Stone of Revival in return for being a spy. And all the while, his real goal was simply to pass the Stone of Revival off to me. Well, thanks to this conversation, I'd managed to learn one thing. And she wasn't given any other orders. Nope, none at all. Not that I know of. Biko's machinations began and ended with the Stone of Revival. Oh, he was probably scheming something else behind the scenes, of course, but the probability of Miss Shaw being caught up in that plan as well was low. The problem is, why is she telling us all of this so willingly? If Butterfly was on Biko's side, there was one plausible explanation. Biko knew that I was lying. He's trying to feed me information. His goal hadn't changed. He wanted me to stop caring about this world. That was why he deliberately leaked the fact that Miss Shaw was a traitor to me. Because maybe, just maybe, that might be enough to break my trust in others and make me close myself off. He wouldn't lose anything by trying, anyway. Then should we move on to the next person? I think I've said everything I need to. Butterfly's turn ended with that, and Black was next. What should I ask? I don't really know much about you, so I can't really ask you anything. It sounded rude, but most people here agreed with Butterfly's sentiment. Black didn't talk much and was thus veiled in mystery. However, that didn't mean that we didn't have any questions at all. Then I'll ask this, Butterfly concluded. Why did you ask if Miss Shaw posed a danger to Bjorn Yandel's life? She seemed curious about Black's identity. Fox was much the same. Are you perhaps on basement floor 1 right now? She seemed to suspect Black was someone close to us. Queen was the only one who asked a question that had nothing to do with Black's identity. You once said that Oral Gavis was able to travel to Earth thanks to dimensional magic. Where did you get that information? Surprisingly, all 3 questions were interesting. If we were to rank them, Queen's question was arguably the most important, but Black was the one who would get to choose which to answer. After a short pause, all Black said was, I have never been to basement floor 1. Fox's question. To be fair, if she wasn't one of the people down there with us, that question was the most harmless one she could choose. Does that answer your question? Black asked. Yes, It's finally my turn. Clown crowed, clearly having been looking forward to it. Do you really like attention that much? Alright, ask away. All of you must have tons of questions. At the elation in his voice, even I sort of wanted to ignore him and skip his turn. How pitiful. You're so confident that other people have questions for you. Your pity is all I've ever wanted." Ignoring Clown's annoying attitude, we reluctantly gave in and asked what was on our minds. Fox, Wolf, Goblin, Queen, Black. Excluding me and Butterfly, all the other members asked a question, and Clown seemed quite pleased. 5 questions. Isn't this a new record? She. Whatever. Just pick one and answer it. But, isn't there someone who still hasn't said pass yet? Clown brushed off Queen's complaints and glanced at me, apparently waiting for me to ask him something too. What are you, a preschooler? I don't really have anything I want to ask you. Is that so? It doesn't matter. Just make it interesting, I added, taking note of his disappointment. I'd said it unconsciously, but I wouldn't call it a mistake, considering the type of guy he was. A line like that would up the odds of him spitting out more useful information. And that was exactly what happened. Something interesting. Well, I can't say no to that. Then I'll tell you all an interesting tale. Noticing that Clown was now solely focused on me, Queen let out a sigh. Just answer what was asked of you. Despite her words, however, her eyes didn't leave Clown. It seemed that she was curious about Clown's interesting tale too. On the 2nd day of the 8th month of the year New World 154, the forces of Nork, who lived their lives in a gutter that never saw the light of day, left their walls for the outside world. And so, Clown's interesting tale began. The world outside the walls was completely different from what the stories said. There was no witch's curse, and green forests and fields stretched out for miles in all directions. So, the people of Nork went around exploring this mysterious world as if on a quest, and in the end, they found a place to settle. We don't care about the backstory. Just get to the point. Keep listening. This is the important part. Go on. Then, the people of Nork had a question. Why did the royal family keep its people inside the walls? Why did they not allow them to venture out into the outside world? No one said a word, and he continued to weave his tale in the hush. The people of Nork thought about this for a long time, and they were luckily able to find an answer. And recently, they came to an important decision. Clown tapped his fingers on the table as if to gather everyone's attention and increase the tension. And then, he finally revealed the climax of his story. I didn't really understand how the first part was related to this, but, to invade Raftonia, a great war was soon to come. After Nork left its walls, the battles between them and the royal family of Raftonia was limited to the inside of the labyrinth. Nork had taken control of the 7th floor and begun fighting against the palace's forces, slowly increasing their strength. But if that battle were to shift into the real world, an invasion, are you certain? Do you think I'd lie? When is this invasion going to happen? Shocking wasn't a strong enough word to describe the information Clown just dropped on us. Everyone was struggling to process it and wish for even a bit more detail. However, if you're that curious, go find out more yourself. That's my turn. Well, maybe I'll change my mind if anyone can come up with something more interesting than that before today's meeting is over. Clown quite reasonably put his foot down and kept the rest of his information close to his chest. That was sort of a letdown. I thought he'd get caught up in the high of shocking everyone and talk for at least a little longer. While I was busy sitting there, quietly collecting my thoughts, Clown turned to me. Then, with an almost shy hesitance, he asked, "How was that? Was that interesting enough for you?" To be honest, I didn't get him at all. I can tell that he only told us about the invasion to try and impress me. But why does he want my validation so badly? It's not like we'll ever see each other again after today. Still unable to figure him out, I instead answered, "Is that your question?" It was now my turn to play Q&A. Chapter 574, The Last Gathering, 4. The round table today proceeded with a different method than usual. A truth game format where one person was asked questions by the others and answered only one truthfully. Not at all. Clown giggled in response to my question. I can't waste an important opportunity like this. To be honest, I was curious as well. What did the members of the round table want to ask Lion the most? Well, I would know soon enough. Then, should I start? In the sudden quiet, the first in order, Fox spoke. Do you really know who we are? My first thought was that her question came out of the blue, but considering what she knew of Lion, I could definitely see why that might be something she was curious about. I was the one who had revealed Clown's identity to the round table, and I had also bluffed that I knew Queen's identity, though the only thing I actually knew was her nickname. When Clown heard Fox's question, however, he let out a long sigh. You don't even realize what a golden opportunity this is. How could you waste your question on something so obvious? He seemed to treat the fact that I knew everyone's identity as common sense, or at least the very least, he believed it to be true. And how do you know if it's obvious or not? She fired back, irritation clear in her tone. I have the freedom to ask whatever question I want to. Please don't try to interrupt me like that. It's annoying. A cold response with a cutting edge. Come to think of it, she always had been like that, even back in the beginning. She was the person to reveal her killing intent when I first came to the round table, though she did have reasons for that back then. A younger time. In any case, that was history. Fox entered the Anabata clan and became my ally in the end. Not that she herself knew that yet. Why are you so angry? It was just a joke. Clown backtracked, apparently surprised by Fox's anger. However, Fox didn't honor him with a response and simply ignored him. Then it's now my turn. Wolf laughed aloud, not seeming to care between those two as he said, I wish to know where and how you met the Earth Witch. The Earth Witch? Another question from left field. I assumed the guy would ask me about oral Gavis. I tapped my armrest with my index finger out of habit and turned my attention away from Wolf to the next person, indicating that I would listen to all the questions in order. When my eyes met Goblin's, he glanced away and back before quietly admitting, I don't know how to ask this. Shell, do you not know Lion's personality? Don't make this frustrating and hurry. How many women are you married to or in a relationship with right now? The moment his question dropped, an uncomfortable air settled over the round table. Huh? Clown was in disbelief at what he just heard, as were the others, who all were struck senseless for a second before realizing what had just happened. And then, their reactions flipped. What an odd question. Mr. Goblin, are you right in the head? Baha. Ha. They were disgusted with him, cursed him, or couldn't hold back their laughter and guffawed at him. Despite the mix of reactions, however, I could tell why he asked me that particular question. Are you perhaps asking, because of the fate that follows the mask? Fox mumbled. Clown snorted as if that was absurd. You mean that useless speculation? So you're saying that Lion chose the lion mask because he's lucky with women? This was my first time hearing of this, yet somehow, I got the impression that they had talked about this privately when I wasn't here. Lucky with women? What do you mean? It seemed Queen didn't know either, so I could take a guess that it was something from the old days between the original members of the round table. If you're curious, how about you ask him directly next time? Shell, it's fine. I understand what you're trying to say. Then it's my turn now, correct? Ignoring Clown's taunting, she pressed forward to say, what I want to ask is simple. Have you ever personally met with a king of the New World? Queen's question immediately raised my suspicions. I couldn't quite tell what her intentions were here. She must have had a lot of questions for me, so surely there was a reason she had chosen this question out of all of them. Why? Why is she asking this? Whether or not I've met the king, that topic had come up twice during my time at the round table. Queen and Wolf had both stated that they themselves had. Is it that important to have met the king? Even so, there had to be something more to it. Or maybe the number of people who had met the king was small enough that she was trying to guess my identity through that. I guess it's my turn. While I was collecting my thoughts, Butterfly's turn arrived. Then what should I ask? Butterfly jokingly dragged out her words, but what she ended up saying was something no one expected. I'll just pass. What? Butterfly, do you not realize just how great of an opportunity this is? Lion is a mystical being who knows everything and can answer any question you have. Clown was shouting at this point, but Butterfly didn't change her answer. But, even if I asked, I don't think Lion will answer my question. What? How do you know if you haven't? Just your feeling, and my experience. Clown was stunned speechless at that, which prompted Butterfly to add, men usually don't like women who make their lives difficult. Although she was answering Clown, I could tell she said that to me. So her question was something that would put me in a difficult position. In any case, because Butterfly had skipped her question, it was now Black's turn. What is she going to ask? I didn't have many points of connection with her, and as such, I didn't know much about her. She might just even skip her turn like Butterfly. Bjorn Yandel. Why did she say that name? It caught me off guard for a moment, but I crossed my arms like it was nothing and focused on her words. Bjorn Yandel, and Miss Karlstein. What the? Did she know about the Stone of Revival incident too? Were those two really dating, as the rumors say? My mind went blank. What the hell is this? And why was she asking me that in the first place? Did she actually know that I was Bjorn Yandel? No, even if she did, why would she ask that question? For what reason? Why are all these questions so bad? I didn't know either, but Clown let out another sigh, clearly feeling like Black had also wasted her opportunity. Well, what great question were you going to ask? Whatever, since everyone is done, it's now my turn. No matter what he asked, I wasn't going to answer him. As that thought crystallized in my heart, Clown looked at me before speaking carefully. Then, I will ask Lion this. Maybe, just maybe. His voice shook with a nervousness that was quite out of character for him. He even gulped once before slowly asking me, if I gave up everything to come under you, would you accept me? What was the deal with this guy? Yet again, another awkward wind blew through the round table at Clown's declaration that he wanted to become my subordinate. I was wondering what question you were going to have. You overreacted to our questions when that was what you were going to ask? It is quite disappointing. If you were going to ask that, you should have talked to him privately after the meeting. His actions made the other members look upon him unkindly, yet Clown didn't seem to notice or care. So then, could you answer the question? His words were serious, not even accompanied by dry laughter. He was acting like this was the final episode of a dating show. Baffled didn't even begin to cover it. Surely, we were beyond that point now? This guy didn't even know who I was, and he didn't even know what I wanted to do. To him, I was just a powerhouse shrouded in mystery. Yet that was enough to make him trust me, to give up everything to become my subordinate. What's going on inside his head? He was acting like a naive high school student hoping for a lucky break. Though I couldn't wrap my mind around the turn of events, the questioning came to an end with Clown's turn. I had received a total of 6 questions. Even with Butterfly passing, that still meant I had received the most questions so far. Though, for some reason, most of the questions were odd. As the baton passed to me, everyone went quiet, observing my reaction. Which question would I answer? They were all hoping I would answer their question. I could see it in their eyes, and the one who hoped for it the most was definitely Clown. Arg, don't do that. Even as I naturally avoided his eyes, my head was furiously calculating which question would be the best for me to answer. I wish to know where and how you met the Earth Witch. Have you ever personally met with a king of the New World? These 2 were passes. In Wolf's case, even I didn't know how the answer would pan out, and for Queen, I still couldn't determine the reason for her asking that question. How many women are you married to or in a relationship with right now? Were those 2 really dating, as the rumors say? Still, the situation would get too awkward if I answered either of those questions. Do you really know who we are? If I gave up everything to come under you, would you accept me? In the end, those 2 were left for the picking, and deciding between those 2 was a very easy thing to do. How unfortunate. I don't know everyone. A vague answer like, I know a few of you, would only break the mysticism around my character. It meant that there was only one question I could answer. Tap, tap. Like ripping a band-aid off. After looking at each member, I locked eyes directly with Clown and spoke his name. Abed Necropito, the true name of the corpse collector behind the mask of the clown. I spoke sternly and straightforwardly to him. I will not accept you. As if his world had crumbled, he asked, why is that? What do you mean, why? It was very simple. I don't make a hobby of raising bugs. No matter how friendly he was to me at the round table, I would never treat him like a person. My sister, she isn't moving anymore. She can't speak. She's cold and hard. And I haven't been able to do anything for her yet. He was my enemy. Shine. Even as the green light shined to signal I spoke the truth, Clown didn't say anything. He just stared into space, dazed. Queen noticed what state he was in and went to ask, are you all right? Shall she? Clown began to suddenly laugh like a madman. She, a bug. Was my choice of words too harsh? Even so, it couldn't be helped. People like him needed to be told truths in no uncertain terms so that they understood what you meant. Impressive. Impressive as always, Lion. After laughing like a leaking balloon for a while, Clown looked at me and said, I am somewhat confident in who I am as well. It was a common pattern of behavior in those who wanted to look cool. Bug. Still a bug. So it seems that everyone looks like that to your eyes, Lion? They thought that they could laugh the damage off. How? You broke him. What do we do? Why did you have to ask a question like that? Seeing Clown laugh like he'd lost his mind, the members each gave a word of sympathy. Well, not that I cared. I wish we would just start the next round already. Did I need to make a move? Then what would I? Rumble. The round table room began to shake heavily as if struck by an earthquake. Creak. Then, the door opened in the middle of the meeting from the outside. It was an abnormal situation, an anomaly that had only happened once before. Master, the one who created the Watchers of the Round Table, and the old man who was already confirmed to be Oral Gavis. This had only ever happened when that old man entered the round table. It was just like this back then. Then what was it this time? I slowly turned to look back at the open door. It seems there are masks I haven't seen before. An old man wearing a white mask looked at us and chuckled. Chapter 575, Return, 1. A featureless white mask. Below it was a dull-colored robe that covered his entire body, and the only part that revealed skin, his hands, was covered with wrinkles. Who's this old man? Butterfly and Black looked curiously at this unknown individual. However, Queen, who was probably seeing this person for the first time as well, had a different reaction. Although she had also never seen him, she seemed to have noticed who this old man was. Wait, Master. Wolf also realized the identity of this uninvited guest and immediately ran up to greet him. It's been a while, Wolf. Have you been well? I'm always good thanks to you. But, Master, what are you doing here? If you notified me beforehand. The words were informing us that the two of them had a connection. This is the final one. I came here to see everyone before leaving, the guest explained. And there is something that needs to be done here as well. Something that needs to be done. Wolf seemed curious about what he meant, but the master didn't give a detailed explanation, keeping us on our toes. Were we? More importantly, Master stared Wolf directly in the eyes. Could you move for a moment? I wish to greet the others as well. Sorry. Wolf immediately apologized and returned to his seat. He looked more like a dog than a wolf at the moment. While I eyed the man as he sat down, Master's gaze turned to me. Cause and effect is such an interesting thing. How does it feel to see its end? Unlike when we first met at the round table, this guy no longer had any intention of hiding the fact that he was Oral Gavis. It wasn't a particularly odd thing. The master of the round table is Oral Gavis. Wolf had already declared that information here, and this old man must have permitted him to spread that information in the first place. Tap, tap. Then what was the reason he showed himself here again? Given how familiar they seemed to be, if Gavis wanted to relay some message to me, he could have done that through Wolf. I calculated my moves in my mind, then responded smoothly. Well, doesn't feel all that special. Is that so? I thought you would be disappointed. After all, in truth, this place was practically made by you. No. Well, that was true. Not the round table specifically, but I was the one who made the truth game system. Share. The round table was made by him. The problem was the unfettered reactions of the other people who could hear this information. 1 word, 2 words, 3 words. Of course, that is a tale of 20 years ago, and back then, it was just the evil spirits of the other world. As the master continued to talk at me, the reactions became more and more extreme. So the round table existed 20 years ago. No, but more importantly, by evil spirits of the other world. This was getting annoying. If you were going to do this, couldn't we just have had a quiet chat later? Despite my frustration, I decided to ignore that factor first and foremost. Just facing this old man was making me use my brain to its limit. So, what are you doing here? I pressed. I told you, there is something that needs to be done, and I came to see everyone's faces in the meanwhile. The old man turned his gaze from me to a different member. Greetings, Ms. Fox, have you been well? Sorry? Yes, it's been a while. To be honest, I was a little sad. You worked under me so well when you had nothing, but now you don't even consider me a benefactor. How did you? Fox's eyes shot wide as her words were repeated back to her, and the eyes of the others flashed open as well. There was only one way he could possibly know that, and he didn't even need to say it. This old man must have a method of hearing everything spoken here, which means he was always listening in. A shiver of fear ran up my spine. I knew that he was a nasty individual, but I didn't expect him to be this foul on top of that. The most disgusting thing was that even while he knew everything, he'd walked through that door and spoken casually about masks he'd never seen before. Lying was as easy to him as breathing. Fox was left blustering at the reveal. It's not like that. You don't have to make excuses. I am truly fine, so do not worry about it. And it truly did seem that he was fine as he was. To this old man, Fox wasn't an existence worth caring about. Even if she were bleeding out in front of him, if he didn't have a reason to save her, he would just watch her die. Excuse me. Having watched all this play out, Queen joined the conversation to ask, are you really the master of the round table, you say? So, are you Oral Gavis? And if I am? She hesitated. I have something to ask you. From what Mr. Wolf said, you have the power to stop the closing of the community. Is that true? It's true. I'm the one who weakened your authority in the first place. At that very casual declaration, Queen went deafeningly silent for a moment before croaking, what did you say? Oral Gavis let out an annoying chuckle at her reaction. You said that your mechanism had a problem with it, but the one I gave to that friend is fine. It just seems like there is something wrong with it because I have slowly begun to reduce the authority given to it, taking authority away from it. How is that possible? Why, there is no way I would have given everything over to that friend, now would I? His answer was short and to the point, leaving absolutely no room for misinterpretation. Don't be too disappointed, he consoled, noticing that Queen was left lost for words. I am only taking back what was already mine, and wasn't it used well until now? Alright, then we'll end the talk there. With that, Oral Gavis walked up to the round table and put his hand on the gem. Shine. Just as when a monster's corpse disintegrated into light in the labyrinth, the gem also disappeared into sparks of light and was absorbed into the tips of Oral Gavis's fingers. With this, it is done. Unlike the other members, who were watching this while practically in a haze of disbelief, I understood what his actions meant. 20 years ago, Oral Gavis created the gem of the round table and said that he lost most of his authority over this space. You're here to take back your authority, I guessed. Oral Gavis had now regained the authority of his past. That's right. Now, I can do anything within this space. Even something like this. His wrinkled hand circled the air, and then as if pulled by an invisible hand, everyone's masks fell onto the table with a series of taps. The only mask left in place was mine. Kayak, MMPH, Put, Shell. As the faces behind the masks were exposed, the round table fell into chaos. Some covered their faces with both hands while others crouched down so people couldn't see their features. Some just spaced out from the utter shock of it all. Of course, not everyone responded so powerlessly. With the itchy trigger finger of a true gamer, some made the quick decision to log out immediately after realizing their mask had fallen. 2 people, at that. Unlike your typical behavior here, everyone seems quite shy now. Honestly, what you look like shouldn't matter, even if shown to the others. One of the people who disappeared without a farewell was Clown. I conjured up an image of him in my mind, trying to recall what he looked like in that brief moment of exposure. I remembered him being Caucasian, but because he disappeared so quickly, I couldn't get a good look at him. He also looked a little chubbier than I expected. And the other one who disappeared is Black. Black's seat was empty. She had actually disappeared faster than Clown did, so I didn't even get a glimpse of her. I quickly scanned the room to look at the others before they could disappear too. "Why, what are you doing?" Queen was shouting with shock, her blue eyes and blonde hair on full display. A stereotypical Western person. Well, she also looked pretty normal. She didn't look like a supermodel and was somewhere around her early 30s. The other members also noticed this with open surprise, until the same sense of familiarity I felt tugged on the back of their minds. For some reason, she looks familiar. There was a good possibility that it wasn't just a feeling. Queen was apparently one of the guides who oversaw whether a newbie who entered was really a player or not. And so, the next one, Goblin. He was unexpectedly pretty good looking. In fact, he looked so handsome, he could be an actor. His skin was on the darker side, so I'd assumed he was Southeast Asian, but Hispanic actually seemed like the closest bet. Handsome Hispanic man? The handsome Hispanic. That was an alliteration, and that's not important right now. My eyes moved over to the next person to take in the true faces of all the members here. I knew that the appearance one showed in the community didn't mean anything, but I was honestly pretty curious about who these people really were. Butterfly is Asian. Fox looks younger than I expected, and Wolf is just an old man like I thought. The round table was an exclusive club, and the conversions shared here were reserved for the veterans. However, behind their mystical masks, the people looked all too ordinary. They didn't look particularly powerful, and none of them looked cruel either. But that's no different for me either. Who would think after seeing Hanson Lee's face that he went around smashing people's heads in with hammers? That he could laugh even as his limbs were being cut off and his body bathed in blood? These people would be the same. No one here was free from bloodshed. They would be dead already if they were. So, why did you take our masks off? It's a little. No, it's really uncomfortable. Not that I'm angry or anything. Goblin tried to choose the right words as he spoke cautiously, and Oral Gavis immediately answered. Aren't you curious as well? About the identities of the people who you always converse with? Since it's the last time, I thought it might be nice to talk with your masks off. I guess. Goblin nodded, looking dumbfounded as his eyes flickered to me. It was obvious what he wanted to say, but why is Lion? Why didn't I take his mask off as well? Yes, that's it. Oral Gavis had taken the masks off of everyone without asking them, except me. What was the reason? Haha, I need to be a little careful when dealing with this one. If I act out of turn, I don't know how things will pan out. I guess. Goblin gave another awkward nod at the answer. It was funny, to be honest. If you were going to just accept any answer that was given to you, why did you ask the question in the first place? Well, it was in character for Goblin. An awkward tension settled in the room. Oral Gavis seemed to be enjoying the scene in silence, and the other members continued to glance my way. They all seemed like they wanted me to do something about it, so I spoke to break the silence. So, is your business done here? In other words, if you have anything else to do, you should get to it. It was an uncharacteristically roundabout way of asking for me, but it seemed the message was relayed properly. No, I have one thing left to attend to, and that is, I have a question I wish to ask you. Really? Then go on. I readily accepted. I could decide if I wanted to answer the question after listening to it first. There are too many ears here to ask it, Oral Gavis said as he took a look around. However, it's too impolite to send them away like this. I forced them to reveal their faces, so I should at least compensate them for that. I tensed at that word. There was no way this old man truly felt sorry for them and was going to do something like compensate them. He must be scheming something. And as expected, he continued, saying, but I don't think just giving it out for free will be fun, so let's play a game. A game. Why, yes, don't you all like games? I should say, the compensation will be given to only one person, the one who wins the game. Could you tell us what the reward will be? Goblin asked politely, checking the reward before he even knew what the game would entail. Oral Gavis threw out his answer as if it didn't matter much to him. I will send you home. The look in everyone's eyes changed. Chapter 576, Return, 2. Fox, Wolf, Goblin, Queen, Butterfly, then me and Oral Gavis. A total of 7 people were present as an unsettling static electrified the air in the round table room. Honestly, though, how else could they have taken a bomb like that? The people here were old hens who had been sucked into an unknown world and remained stuck there for at least a few years each. Home. It was because they had stayed in this place for so long that they knew even better than most. Opening the gate of the abyss to return home was close to impossible. That was why they had accepted their lives here and tried to live as well as they could. And yet, now, why? Do you not like that reward? The situation had changed. The cause of all this, Oral Gavis, was the one who created Dungeon and Stone. Now, that man was declaring he would make the impossible possible. If we played his game and won, he would give us a way to return home as a reward. I thought that would be enough by way of compensation. It was an offer that any player would have helplessly run to accept like a moth driven to a flame, yet the members of the round table were calmer than expected. To be fair, who were these guys but the very same individuals who had survived in this brutal and deadly world? If something tantalizing was said in front of them, they knew better than anyone that the safest response was suspicion. I want to hear what the game is first. If it's something we'll learn only after joining, then I will not. Rather than wag their tails and come running, they decided to collect information first to make the right decision. At their questioning, Gavis magnanimously answered, "Learn only after joining? That won't do. The game I have prepared is very simple." That was quite odd. From the way he spoke, he just sounded like any old friendly, neighborhood grandpa, but he didn't feel like that choice at all. When Gavis paused, the faces of the members were hardened, masks still off their faces. What game would it be? He wasn't so senile that he would tell us to get up and kill each other right here and now, right? The old man interrupted my thoughts to say, "It's a quiz." It was a game that no one here could have expected. A quiz? It's no different from the type of quiz you're thinking of right now, so don't look at me with such suspicion, he chided. I wasn't. I'm just curious how it will proceed. I haven't told you that yet. You simply need to get the right answer to the questions I will be giving you, true or false. It's a simple quiz where you need to select between those two. A yes or no quiz, Goblin echoed under his breath as if something was bothering him. Gavis added more to his explanation. Well, I didn't know if it was additional information or not. The quiz will proceed until only one person is left. Also, you can give up in the middle of it. Butterfly seemed to take that as a challenge, a sentiment that was shared among all the other members. Not even getting eliminated, but giving up, and in a yes or no quiz. Just what did he mean by that? Are you saying a situation might arise where we would need to give up? To Queen's pointed question, the old man gave a vague answer. Who knows? Maybe you will come to that decision. I respect your free will. Respect? Bullshit. We had been dragged here while playing a game in the comfort of our own homes. My desire to curse him out was overwhelming, but I held back. Nothing would change even if I did. In any case, I think I can end the explanation there, so if you want to join, do say it now. The old man went on to ask who would be joining the game, and the others were quick to decide. Are you being truthful by saying that there is no penalty for giving up or getting eliminated? Don't worry, didn't I tell you before? This game is compensation for me taking off your masks. If what you say is true, I will try. Queen, the last one still contemplating her options, finally joined the game, and with that, all the members were now a part of the game. Oh, except for me, of course. Sorry, but you can't join this game, he said, turning to me. But don't be too sad, you can't return using this method in the first place, right? It was more like he had no intention of letting me do so. He needed me to continue growing so that I would open the gate of the abyss sometime in the future. So Lion is different from us? That's spicy. The look in Butterfly's eyes intensified as she looked at me, but Gavis clapped his hands to gather their attention. Let's not waste time and get to it. For the first time, I realized that 2 paddles, one with O and one with X, had been placed in front of everyone. This really made it look like we were playing a minigame or something. This old man is definitely planning something. I had to wait and see just what he was scheming. Alright, then the first question. As the game began, I immediately understood why this old man told us it would be possible for us to give up in the middle of it. Fox is a wizard. Someone let out a strangled gasp. If correct, put up the O, and if not, the X, Gavis instructed. This wasn't a quiz about getting the right answer. As soon as the first question was announced, unease filled the room once more. Although she tried her best to school her expression, Fox couldn't fully hold back her shock. Because he knew of her situation, Goblin seemed even more nervous as he glanced at Fox's reaction. It seemed that Queen also realized the hidden nature of this game. Well, it didn't seem like the other two had caught on yet. Can't we just put up the same paddle Fox puts up? It's her question. Not a bad method. And so, everyone's attention was on Fox. She took a moment to think over her options before raising a paddle. It's the O. So you were a wizard. You did fit the image. Hey, master, isn't it time to confirm it? At Butterfly's question, Gavis nodded. Congratulations, you were all correct. Then, we'll move to the next question. Goblin is a paladin. It was then that Wolf and Butterfly also realized what was happening. The room went so quiet that it was difficult to believe that a game was being played. In the silence, people raised the paddle with the O on it, and this process repeated for a while. Queen has never stepped foot into the labyrinth. O is the answer to the third question. Wolf is the captain of a clan. O again for the fourth. Butterfly is a member of Nork. And as expected, O was the answer for the fifth question as well. At this point, I nearly questioned why X was even an option to begin with. Alright, then it's time for the sixth question. With the first round over, the old man's gaze moved back to Fox, and everyone knew what the look meant. We had all already noticed that this wasn't a simple game of yes or no. It was a game to expose its members that was disguised as a yes or no game. With the true nature of the game revealed in one round now cleared, it was obvious the difficulty of these questions would increase. I will say this one last time, I respect your free will, so if you wish to give up, you can tell me whenever. Respect our free will. Although I dismissed it as a cruel joke before, the weight of those words was different this time. He had even given the members a sort of taste-testing stage, so to speak. Any doubt as to whether he knew our true identities was erased from our minds. The quality of information we would have to reveal would begin to increase with every passing turn. What happens if we give up here? Gavis immediately answered Queen's question. Nothing. Oh, but since we'll have to continue with the game, you'll need to leave us. One observer is enough. What guarantee is there that we can return home? What do I need to say here for you to believe me? Faith is the only method of erasing doubt. If you can produce any sort of decent proof. If you can't believe me, then there is only one thing for you to do. Leave. So, how about it? Everyone could tell that those were the words of a scammer, but Queen couldn't afford to get up and leave. Gavis chuckled. I knew you would do that. In truth, this is the only way for you to return home, correct? Queen didn't respond. Lighten up. It'll all be worth it if you remain until the end and become the victor. Or shall I give you some time to think while I go have a chat with our friend, about if I should proceed with this or not? You see, just like the old days whenever something happened, it's fine. Continue. Queen showed her displeasure by cutting off his words, but Gavis merely continued with the game with palpable glee. Thanks to everyone only quietly moving their paddles, it only took about 3 minutes to go through another round. Fox has killed an innocent adventurer to steal their money. Goblin has received an oracle from Atlas before. Wolf is currently residing in District 7. Queen is a noble. Butterfly is a member of Orcules. I didn't know why Fox was the only one who was asked that question about the past, but the second round finished in a flash. Hey, master, I'll stop here. Butterfly gave up. I get the feeling that my name will be said in the next round for some reason. Well, it's nothing that needs to be hidden, but it's a little, well, I'm not even sure that you can really send us back home either. I understand your decision. Then could you leave for now? Butterfly nodded at the request to leave and then gave a bright farewell after turning to the rest of us. Let's meet up together outside sometime. Her early 20s appearance made her seem quite lively as she spoke. Yet, and maybe this was because I learned through this game that she was a member of Nork and of the criminal organization Orcules. Why do those words sound like a threat? I couldn't ignore this feeling of danger. Even though I didn't know who she was, there was no way she was a normal person. We'll also stop here. Whatever the case, it seemed that seeing Butterfly quickly putting up the white flag and leaving made her regain her senses, as Fox also declared she would leave. I didn't expect you to make that choice, Ms. Fox. Weren't you more desperate than anyone else before? I was, but after dying once and coming back, even that felt meaningless to me. Right now, my current life is important enough. After giving that honest answer, Fox sent a cut nod to Gavis. Still, I was thankful back then. No matter what your intentions were, if you didn't take me in, I wouldn't be alive today. Don't mention it. Even if not for me, you would have done well by yourself, Ms. Fox. Then could I give a short goodbye before I leave? Do as you wish. At that, Fox turned and looked everyone in their eyes. Wolf, Goblin, Queen, and then me. I guess we ended up with fewer people somehow. It's a shame. I didn't think we'd separate without saying farewell like this. Neither did I. Queen was slow to admit. Still, it's good that we can see each other's faces. It feels like we're actually, finally speaking person to person. Is that so? Yes, at least for me, though I admit I was startled at the start. Whether you end up going home or not, I hope you live a good life. I mean it. Queen remained silent for a while at Fox's words of blessing. It was obvious what she was thinking. She must have been wondering what would lead Fox to say that. But in the end, she would realize that there was no hidden agenda. The answer came soon after in a whisper. Thank you. Fox gave Queen a bright smile before turning her gaze to another person. She glossed right over Wolf, with whom she had only a distant connection, and landed on Goblin for only a moment. However, maybe she figured she could talk to him on the outside, as she didn't leave any parting words to Goblin and then looked over to me. I had something to say to you. May I? When I gave a small nod to let her proceed, Fox quietly said, if your life really is as boring as you say, why don't you take off your mask and make a friend? Oh, then your life here might become more interesting too. Why did she assume that I had no friends? I had no way of knowing why, but I smirked when I heard what she said next. It did for me. Well, that was a bit touching. Chapter 577, Return, 3. With Fox's departure, our members decreased once more. Wolf, Goblin, Queen. Now, only these three were participating in the game. With a glance at the empty round table, Gavis muttered, I've prepared a lot for this, so it's a tad disappointing. Really, there's already only 3 left. Yet instead of displeasure, the sense that I got was that he was more surprised than anything. Well, I understood how he felt at least. I also didn't expect things to pan out this way. I didn't think they would give up such a precious ticket to freedom like that, losing their anonymity and their real identities being revealed. In this world where evil spirits were executed on the spot, that was far too dangerous of a thing. However, none of that mattered if you could go home. I had assumed it would lead to a game of chicken among the members. However, Clown and Black had disappeared before the game could begin, and Butterfly dropped out quite quickly. Fox had decided that she didn't mind living in this world and gave up. These members had left before the main game could even begin. Then I will continue. It was when Oral Gavis went to resume the game. Goblin carefully raised his hand. I'll also stop there. It was already the third declaration of concession after Butterfly and Fox. Oral Gavis clicked his tongue. Is that so? Then leave now. Are you not going to ask me for my reason? Well, I'm not faulting you. I'm just curious. So, what's your reason? Did you perhaps have a change of heart after hearing what Ms. Fox said? That doesn't have nothing to do with it, but it's, I don't know how to say this. I don't care, so go on and say it, Oral Gavis snapped. Goblin avoided his gaze and quietly mumbled, I just feel like something is off. Goblin's gut feeling was dependable. That was the first thought I had when I heard him say that, but Oral Gavis didn't seem to hold the same sentiment. I see. Then since I know your reason as well, leave now. Do you also need time to say farewell? Yes, then I'll just take a little bit. With that, Goblin turned to the rest of us. In the past, a friend I met at language school told me that even brushing past another person was a relationship created. Just as that saying goes, being dragged into an unknown world like this to meet you all with masks on was definitely not an ordinary relationship for me. As some of you even know who I am. He used many words to say it, but what he meant was very simple. So even if some of you might be able to kill me, when that time comes, please don't. Aren't we all players here? Why would you say that? Is that all? Pardon? Yes, that's all I wanted to say. Then leave. Oh, right. Well then, everybody. After Goblin left, Queen and Wolf glanced at each other with awkward looks on their faces. It somehow became the finals with just 2 people left. So are they going to go to the end from here? Yet still, the situation continued to turn in a way I didn't expect at all. I'll stop here as well. What is your reason? For the first time, Oral Gavis let his real feelings show. It went beyond displeasure. His voice was bordering on fury. Not that I could blame him, exactly. He had apparently prepared a lot for this, but it wasn't going his way. It's quite simple. I can't trust you. A lack of trust. I do have the ability to send you home. Yes, you may very well be capable of that. In truth, I believe that the probability of you having such an ability is very high. However, I still can't trust you. Queen glanced at Wolf and continued, asking, you're quite close with him? No. It seemed that Queen had suspected that Oral Gavis was using the hope of being sent back home as bait for us to be thrown deep into despair later. I have no way of knowing whether you might have constructed this so he wins in the end. Also, for me to win the game at this point, Mr. Wolf would need to give up, but I don't think he'll make that decision either. It was an explanation rooted soundly in logic. However, it was clear that she was affected by how quickly the others gave up before her, not just because of her distrust in whether or not Oral could send her back. I don't need to give my farewells. I'll be leaving. With that, Queen left without saying another word, and the winner of the quiz game was decided in quite an anticlimactic way. Wolf had obtained this sweet prize. In apparent disbelief, he just sat there dazedly before quickly coming to his senses. Lord Gavis, then, does that mean I can go home now? Was this guy incapable of reading the situation? I didn't know myself, but as a mere observer, it was an entertaining sight. Of course, a promise is a promise. Thank you. I, truly, thank. So can you shut up for a moment? He looked so excited when he introduced the quiz to us. He's angry. He's so angry. What a precious sight. After belatedly noticing the mood, Wolf quickly closed his mouth, and a heavy silence fell over the room. Even then, however, Wolf still found some courage in his victory. So then, when can I receive the reward? Wolf once more asked Oral Gavis about his reward. I will come look for you when the time comes. His voice was filled with frustration and annoyance. So can you leave the room for now? Wolf quickly bowed. Of course. Then I will be waiting for you outside, Lord Gavis. With that, Wolf also left, and it was just us 2 left at the round table. After quietly observing the whole thing, I opened my mouth for the first time. Are you really going to send him back? Now that it was just the 2 of us left, I said that to signal that he could speak freely to me. However, there was no way this scheming old man would answer me honestly. What do you think? Well, to be honest, I don't think he'll get the happy ending he wants. You lack trust in my character. What a baffling statement. If you wanted my trust, you should have acted trustworthy in the first place. But more importantly, this is quite the shame. Oral Gavis sighed. If it went for 1 or 2 more rounds, you would have seen something very interesting. Something very interesting? You have peculiar tastes. I will not refute that, but should you be the one saying that? Well, I couldn't refute that either. The actions I took while wearing this mask weren't all that different from this old man's. I asked him directly, then why did you do this? Compensating for taking off their masks was all a lie. However, I still couldn't tell why he prepared a quiz like this. What was the point? Trust is the same as gambling. You have to hope that the other person bets as much as you did. So, I wanted to show you something before talking to you. However, since it's become like this, it'd be laughable to try and explain any more than this with words. You have a knack for claiming something is a secret. Haha, then perhaps your talent lies in summarizing events after the fact. This old man was trying to compete with me in everything I said. The more I looked at him, the more pitiful of an old man he became, but the Confucian value of respecting my elders that was drilled into me from my childhood held me back. And since I finally ended up meeting him like this, I couldn't waste the opportunity. Whatever. I have a question. A question, he echoed. Go on. How did you learn about me? It was a question I had been saving to ask for when it was just us two. I was certain he hadn't been lying when he said it. After all, in truth, this place was practically made by you. No, it was one of the first things the old man had said to me as soon as he entered the round table today. To put it simply, he knew that lion was the novel's answer he met 20 years ago. No, honestly, it seems that he also knows that I am Bjorn as well. In any case, before we officially got down to business, I needed to check just how much this old man knew about me. But why does the way you speak to me change every time I meet you? What, do you want me to start calling you Sir this, Sir that after all this time? I'd smirked while saying it, but Oral Gavis seemed receptive to that idea. Oh, could you? Now that everyone is gone, you don't need to act like lion anymore. So he was bothered by me speaking impolitely to him the whole time. Well, that's fine. I can do that. It's not that big of an ask either. In any case, what's your answer to my question? Is that a secret as well? You asked how I learned about who you are, right? The answer is simple. I waited and waited for the 20 years to pass. Since I had that much information, it was quite easy to figure out that you are Bjorn. I see. I could accept that, but there was one contradiction that arose. But there's this one weird thing. If that's the case, why didn't you recognize me immediately when I saw you for the first time at the round table? From your position, it was before you met me. I decided that it would be better for me to wait for the correct time, and that time is now. Something like that. Until now, I avoided meeting you as much as possible, but there is one thing I wanted to check as quickly as I could. Right, now that I thought about it, he did say he was here to ask me something. Then please, tell me now, what is it that you're curious about? I asked in an even tone to suggest I would answer whatever he asked. The old man took the opportunity to quickly announce his question. Didn't you say at the round table that you met with a witch? Yes, so, I want to hear in detail where and how you met her. Was I having deja vu? It was the exact same question Wolf had asked me before. Is he personally asking me since I didn't answer him that time? That seemed to be the most plausible explanation. It also meant that this particular piece of information was important enough to the old man that he would alter his original plan for it. Meaning, don't I have the upper hand now? The moment I realized that, I noticed I was leaning back in my chair with my legs crossed in a proud stance. An instinctive reaction of a barbarian who caught on to the fact that he was in an advantageous position. Oral Gavis looked at my change in stance with a questioning look but didn't say much. Alright, so you can overlook that much? Tap, tap. Soon, the paddles that had been left on the table caught my eye. They were items that had been created with one wave of the old man's hands. Now that I think about it, he said that he recovered his full authority, right? With that, I licked my lips and made a request to Oral Gavis. So, sir, I'm a bit thirsty, so could you pour me a cup of soda? And please put ice in it. Chapter 578, Return, 4. A soft drink was made even more refreshing by the ice that floated around in it. I swirled the cup a little to cool it down before drinking it all in one go. I mean, the taste would be diluted if I waited for the ice to melt, right? Yeah, this was it. I'd missed this taste so much. This world was manageable, but it didn't have any soft drinks. I could find the bubbling sensation in beer, but that was quite different from the modern taste I wanted. Should I go back? The taste was enough to reignite my will to return, which had all but faded away. Biko needed to know this. In the time he tried to scheme with a stone of revival or whatever, if he'd just made me drink a few cups of soda, I would have seriously considered returning to the real world. Sir, please pour me another one. After downing one cup, I even ordered a refill. However, I didn't chug it this time, instead savoring the taste. You look really happy for some reason. Wow, way to sour the mood. I was the type of person to immediately feel worse even when I was happy when I heard someone say that to me. Alright, then do tell me, Oral Gavis said eventually. How did you meet her? The witch. Yes, I truly can't understand. No matter how I thought about it, a situation where you meet with her should not have arisen. Why are you so sure about that, sir? I said, narrowing my eyes. He went quiet again, his own eyes darting a little as he looked for an excuse. To be honest, it was pretty frightening. Was he really observing my every move, the entire time? Just how? The old man opted to vaguely gloss over it. Time-wise, I'm sure that you didn't meet her on basement floor 1, and from what I remember, you were very busy during that time, the work within the clan and the magic tower and whatnot. Didn't you also defeat 2 lords of the floor during that period? Well, it was true that I was busy back then. On top of all the things I needed to do, I also had to deal with Count Alminus's accusations. But that didn't mean I accepted his weak defense. You've already drank it all. Give it here. I'll pour you another one. He quickly took my cup back to refill it again. Although it felt wrong to say, in a sense, this old man was pretty consistent. Depending on the situation, he knew when he had the upper or lower hand and adjusted quickly. Sir, even if you do that, I can't tell you this for free. I should get something as well. As I drew the line on the ground, fury lit his expression, plain to see since he'd gotten rid of his mask as soon as it was just the 2 of us. Free? What do you mean? Am I not giving you your drinks? Yes, and I'm thankful for that. When someone is truly thankful, hey, don't cross the line. If everything could be solved with a soft drink, why do we have money and mana stones? I responded sarcastically. Would giving a drink solve everything? His expression hardened. Every time we meet is a new reminder that you have a talent for pissing people off. The air in the room froze as the man who went around smiling like a neighborhood grandpa changed his expression on a dime. But so what? This wasn't my first time being in a situation like this, and I understood this old man quite well. At this point, don't act like you're angry. It won't work even if you do, I said, brushing it off like it was nothing. His expression smoothed, returning to normal as if it had never changed to begin with. Haha, you're not easy to deal with. So, what do you want from me? Since the stick wouldn't work, he could only use the carrot. You must want something as well, he hedged. Isn't that why you're doing all this? To be honest, I didn't want anything in particular. I had so many things I wanted to ask him that I was having a hard time narrowing down which one. I needed to put them into a ranking of priority first. Asking what he's scheming is too general. In the end, I decided on a more focused question. Why are you trying to close down Ghostbusters? I asked, trying to get at the old man's intentions for his most recent action. Do I just answer you here? There's no gem here to discern the truth anymore. He spoke as if he would immediately create the gem again if I asked him to, but I declined. It's fine, so just answer me. And it's not like I can trust you 100%, even if the gem is here. So you'll decide if it's the truth or not. Yes, so please give me a proper answer. If you lie here and get caught, it'll be your loss. My loss. Because I won't believe a thing you say in the future. It might sound childish, but this would be a decent threat. If this old man wanted to control me like a puppet, he needed to maintain a friendly relationship with me. But why was this old man not answering and instead looking at me like a pervert? What is it? I prompted. Is there something else you want to say? No. If not, then why haven't you said anything? As I looked at him as if to ask if he wasn't serious this whole time, Gavis finally spoke. It's just this was quite impressive. Your outlook toward trust, that is. What the hell was he talking about? The old man continued, ignoring my expression of disbelief. If someone betrayed you, you would punish them yourself. That is trust to you. Wasn't that the same as everyone else? Were there some people who just laughed it off after they got betrayed? Despite the questions in my heart, I opted to stay quiet and listen for now. Just like how crimes are less likely to be committed when the law is more strict, your trust or lack thereof also acts as a deterrent which, I couldn't just sit here and listen to this guy talk. From what he was saying, he was making it seem like I was someone who couldn't trust anyone unless I had the upper hand in all situations. Sir, I asked him directly, do you perhaps have a problem with your head? How did you come to that conclusion from the question I asked? Think about what you did to me first. What can I trust about you? Then are your allies different? Obviously, was the answer I tried to give, but for some reason, I couldn't. I recalled what this old man said just then. If someone betrayed you, you would punish them yourself. Punishment. Maybe that was what I was doing to Miss Shah. Regardless, I left the topic there. Let's move on. Just answer the question I asked you. Why are you trying to close down the community? If I answer you, will you answer me as well? My response came without hesitation. I'll think about it if the information you gave me is worth it. To put it simply, I was ready to run at any moment. More likely than not, Gavis read between the lines and realized it was a vague answer with no guarantees. Sure, then decide after hearing it. Despite that, he accepted it without adding anything. Wow, sir, looks like you're easygoing today, I remarked. Could you stop changing your attitude so quickly? It's like you're treating me like a child. Don't mind it, don't mind it. With a gentle smile on my face, I asked, so, what's the answer? He let out a sigh. The reason I'm shutting Ghostbusters down is simple. This place isn't having a positive effect on the players. It is going against my intentions. A positive effect? This place is no different to a safe haven for the players. They talk about their homes and can share their loneliness with others who are in the same position as them. And that is bad. How? It's a problem. Humans who are satisfied with a present are bound to settle for it. I had an idea as to what he was trying to say. Honestly, just a glance at the free posting board was enough to tell. They talked about their rent, getting married, or even having a child here. Our friends from earlier are the same. Just a few years ago, they wouldn't have given up an opportunity like this. So the old man was still sour about how badly his quiz went. Well, fair enough. So you're getting rid of it? Because if the boards are up, they won't think about returning home. Something like that. Saying that meant he was obviously holding back a lot more information. There, how about it? Is that enough? He asked. No, I would have answered your question if this was some grand secret, but I've concluded that the quality of information is too low for me to exchange the information about the witch. Basically, I was going to dine and dash. However, the thing I wasn't expecting was Oral Gavis's expression to be so calm. It was as if he didn't have anything to lose, even if the conversation ended there. Was he acting calm so he could maintain his air of authority? In the end, I was the first to break. This was still a rare meeting, so I couldn't stop here without getting anything. So, can't you just leave the community be? I'll give you information about the witch if you do. In truth, I didn't say that to protect the community. I was just curious what his reaction would be after receiving. That'll be impossible. Yet, so he refused. It meant that closing the community was of a higher priority to him than learning the information about the witch. Then why was he doing this? No matter how I thought about it, the players easing into their lives shouldn't be the only reason. He chose to wrap up the conversation. Then it seems our talk today will end here. I imagine so. It's not like you're going to give me more information even if I asked, right? Haha, you need to trust other people more. I do. But just the ones that deserve it. With those empty words, the conversation slowly came to an end. Then I'll be going now. I have something else I need to do before the community closes, but I will be seeing you later. Right. I don't know when that'll be, but please tell me everything going on inside your head at that time. I threw out. That's an odd way to put it. I could tell you everything right now if you are prepared to trust my words. His words were soaked in lies. Oral Gavis laughed when I smirked at his nonsense, seeming to have expected that reaction. I don't know if you'll believe me, but I'll give you one last piece of advice. Advice? I'll hear it first, so tell me. Be holy. Him. Don't get too close with that friend of yours. The advice genuinely blindsided me, but I had no opportunity to say anything back before he concluded. That is all. I'll be seeing you in the future. With that, Oral Gavis left the round table. I stared vacantly at the space where he'd been standing, then quickly shook myself out of it. A sudden possibility had crossed my mind. Be holy. Maybe. I wasn't sure of it, but maybe. Was he the reason that Oral Gavis chose to close down the community? Just like burning down a house to kill a spider. If the community disappeared, then the way for Beacoli and I to communicate would also disappear. Well, that was only my guess. You old crook. You didn't tell me a single thing straight. I grumbled, then let out a sigh that echoed inside the empty interior. A sudden silence. Empty seats surrounded the round table, now deprived of its gem. It does feel like everything's over. Even knowing that I needed to leave and get back to what I needed to do, I couldn't quite bring myself to move. Somehow, despite myself, I still found myself in disbelief. Deer and Crescent left in the first round, and with Oral Gavis's appearance, everyone else left one by one. Tap. I took the lion mask I had taken off to drink and put it on my face again. This was probably the last time I would wear this mask as well. I had grown fond of it. This is really the end. The words didn't come easily, yet even once they were out, they couldn't quite fill the space for some reason. I wasn't expecting a joyful and friendly departure like a high school graduation or anything, but I never thought it would end like this. Maybe that was why. However, I cannot seem to thank you. Do you really think this is fun? Do you? For some reason, the words of those two echoed in my mind. I quickly shook my head to regain my focus. Don't think about that. It's not like we came here to get friendly with each other. I smirked and left the mask on the round table before looking around at the empty room. Not fun at all. And with that, the final meeting came to a close. After taking in the view of the empty round table, I returned to Hanseley's room. I lay on the bed and rolled around for a bit before steeling my heart again and checking the mail on my computer. I do have a message. Despite my expectations, though, it wasn't from GM. From HS123. HS123. A message from the young Bill. I guess we weren't able to say a proper goodbye because of Biko. What was in the message? As I opened up the message with a click, the text opened up. Before, when I asked about revealing our identities to each other, I know that you were the one who drew that line, but I'm going to do as I please now as well. The admins could look through our notes, so I can't say who I am through this message, but what she wanted to say was written in the last line. I'll see you on the outside. Outside. I needed to get out of the labyrinth first. Chapter 579, Return, 5. Ghostbusters. After popping into existence more than 20 years ago, this space became a safe haven for many users who were homesick. Its final moments were just as abrupt. Urgent notice: the server will soon shut down. A problem could occur if you are forcibly disconnected, so if any users are still logged in, please log out quickly. The notice appeared about 5 minutes after I read He on Bill's message. When I refreshed the page, the community board was already littered with people preparing for the end of days. Posts about why the community was being shut down when there was still time left, to people looking for certain others, to troll posts that I didn't usually see due to the good moderation system. Really urgent, please answer. 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 I clicked on the post, curious what the question would be, but it was nothing interesting. Really urgent, please answer. What happens if you don't log out and stay here? I sighed. I knew this would happen. Still, I was a little intrigued myself, so I went to check the comments. These 99, what do you think will happen? You'll probably get logged out. Author, really? Then I'm going to wait here until I'm automatically logged out. Flacalo, didn't you see that something could happen to you? Just press the logout button yourself. If something does go wrong, you live the rest of your life as a vegetable. It was quite a frightening prospect, not logging out at the proper time and losing your mind because of it. Wondering whether or not that could even happen was fair enough, but considering the peculiarities of this space, it wasn't absolutely impossible at least. I'm worried about the wording of problem that could occur that GM had kindly informed us about as well. Even without all this, there was no point in staying here until the end, so after reading the rest of the posts, I pressed the logout button. Do you wish to log out? The same selection window with yes and no greeted me, just as it had when I first entered this world. Click, click. When I pressed yes, the world faded to black, and I could feel myself being transported somewhere. It was time to return, not to the mysterious powerhouse lion, or the ordinary worker Hansuli, you're here 6 seconds earlier than usual. Did something happen there? But to Bjorn Yandel, come to think of it, when had it started? At some point, whenever I came back from the community, Amelia was there waiting for me. I told her multiple times that there was no need to do that, but soon after gave up on it once I realized she would always be there when I opened my eyes no matter what I said. And, to be honest, I couldn't truthfully say that I wasn't grateful for it. Didn't you say you were going to go sleep? Are you lying to me now? I probed. I did want to do that, but I couldn't sleep. Couldn't sleep, my ass. Even as I sent her a smirk, Amelia continued to make excuses for herself, and we don't know what might happen inside the labyrinth. Well, she wasn't wrong. Amelia handed me a cup of water as I sat up. So, did something happen? She asked. The meeting place has closed as of today. Closed. After gulping down the cold water, I gave her a more detailed outline of what happened. I told her about how I saw the notice as soon as I entered the community, and even the information I got from the round table related to the shutting down. Oral Gavis is related to the closing. The public reason is to stop the evil spirits from getting complacent, but there is no way that is the whole truth. How about it? Do you have any guesses? Not really. I'll tell you if I think of something. So she couldn't get anything either. I mean, I suppose it was to be expected since she hadn't properly met Oral Gavis before. So, Yondel, Amelia said, interrupting my thoughts. This time, her voice had taken on a particular tone. What else happened there? You wouldn't be wearing that expression if it were just that. My expression. I tilted my head. Carefully, Amelia said, I might have misinterpreted. You don't have to say it in a roundabout way. Just tell me straight. You looked like you were going through it, like you were suffering a lot. Did something else happen in there? She finished. I let out a sigh. I really couldn't hide anything from her. What should I do? Do I tell her or not? I took a moment to think it over, but in the end, I told her everything that had happened. It wasn't something I needed to hide anyway, and it was difficult for me to lie to her when she was looking at me with those round eyes. Oh, so that's what it was. It didn't take long for the story to end. I did my best to eliminate my personal biases and only give her the objective order of events as they happened. Yet despite that, Amelia immediately realized what hurt me from that bare-bones description. No, I'd even wager that she knew me better than myself when I heard the next thing she said. Right now, you're conflicted over whether you have the right to be angry at Mr. Karlstein or not. Amelia had summarized in one sentence the state of my heart, something that even I couldn't fully wrap my head around. It felt as if I had just been exposed from the inside out. Perhaps that was why I immediately responded without thinking. It's not as simple as that. It's not even about just Misha in the first place. It's a complicated situation when you take into account everyone. But Mr. Karlstein is the core of that problem. When I went quiet, she continued, am I wrong? I had nothing I could say. That was why I stayed silent, and Amelia calmly asked me a question as I did. Could I hear what happened on that day? I didn't need to ask what day she was talking about. She meant the day I told her nothing had happened. The day when Miss Shaw stopped talking to everyone and started to stay by herself in a corner. Where do I begin? After thinking through my options, I began to explain from the beginning. Do you know about the Stone of Revival? To explain my business with Miss Shaw, I needed to explain that first. I hadn't told anyone about the details yet. Somewhat she answered plainly. Before Miss Shaw Carlstein returned to her clan, she received a Stone of Revival from Bicoli, and when I learned that had happened, I asked her about it, and then, I asked her if she knew that the person the Stone of Revival is used on loses their memories, and she answered that no, she didn't. I then told her I understood and asked her to leave. So, what happened after that? I let out a sigh. Miss Shaw didn't leave. She asked me to say something, that even getting angry at her would be enough for her. So I told her the honest truth. I paused, and when Amelia didn't respond, I finally admitted that I couldn't trust her anymore. That the first question on my mind after our conversation was if she was hiding anything else. A moment of silence fell between us, and then, that's it. Miss Shaw Carlstein had left the room without saying a word, and we hadn't spoken since. That was the end of the story. I see. Now having been told it all, Amelia stayed silent, seemingly collecting her thoughts, before asking a question I never expected. Why did you hide this story about Miss Shaw Carlstein from us? Well, I didn't know. Why did I? Why wasn't I able to tell Amelia about the story around the Stone of Revival? I wanted to just say I didn't know and move on, but I already knew the answer to that question, because I knew she would be isolated. Miss Shaw's position in our clan was already shaky. Erwin looked at her with displeasure, and Versil had already pinned her as a traitor candidate and was wary of her. After having left for 2 years, she wasn't able to stay close to Aner and, in the end, was practically treated as an outsider. It was obvious what would happen to her if the fact that Piccoli ordered her to do this was also revealed. On top of all that, she would be isolated even more. That could lead to her leaving on her own volition. However, that was also why I couldn't help but laugh at myself. Just what do I want to do? Somehow, the thought made me even more confused about my own state of mind. It was then that Amelia slowly nodded in apparent understanding. I see. So that's why you weren't able to use misplaced trust on Miss Shaw, because you suspected that she was hiding something more. She had hit the mark. Maybe it was paradoxical, but I wasn't able to use the item on Miss Shaw because I couldn't trust her. It was like Schrodinger's cat. The moment the box was opened, the outcome would be decided and I wouldn't be able to go back. That was why I left the box as it was for now. Noticing my pitiful state, Amelia said, "That's so like you." It could be taken as an insult, but Amelia's eyes were filled with gentleness. Bjorn Yandel, when the day breaks, take misplaced trust and go to Miss Shaw Carlstein to see if she's hiding anything else. And if she says she's not, treat her as an ally, just as you did in the past. And if she is hiding something more, well, we'll need to think about that if that time comes. Isn't that a little irresponsible? But you know as well as I do that we can't keep delaying this forever. Well, that was true. I let out a frustrated sigh. Even if you don't want to, do what you need to do. Amelia comforted me, just like you always do, Bjorn Yandel, just like I always do. When she saw Bjorn Yandel in her mind, what did she see? It made me wonder how I too looked at her, why are you looking at me like that? You just seem more mature than usual. It was my unfiltered truth. For some reason, Amelia flinched like she'd been struck on the head. She then let out a sigh and gave me a look. I'll take it as a compliment. Was there another way to take that sentence? I went back to sleep, and when I awoke the next morning, I immediately went to the village chief to receive the misplaced trust I would use on Miss Shaw. Even as I did, I fell into deep thought. Is this the right thing to do? I wasn't worried about whether or not Miss Shaw was hiding something, but instead felt resistant to using this item on an ally. If I used it now and moved on, then what about the next time? Maybe after this, I would become dependent on using misplaced trust on my allies whenever I became suspicious of them. Would such a relationship even be classified as one between two allies? That was the core question. However, this will be the last time. Although I didn't know what might happen in the future, deciding in my heart that this would be the last brought me some comfort. I raised my hand and knocked on the door I had been standing in front of for a while. There was no reaction, but it didn't seem like she was still asleep. I knocked once more. "It's me, Miss Shaw. Let's talk." The sound of shuffling came from inside the room. Bjorn, wait just a second. It was 5 minutes later when the door opened. "What is it?" "It's early in the morning." Despite saying she lived like an outcast, she looked very clean. It seemed that she had been washing herself, as her hair was still not dried yet. "May I come in?" It's a little messy." "It's fine." I walked through the door, then immediately took out misplaced trust. That's an array of emotions flitted across Miss Shaw's expression as she recognized the item. She seemed both relieved and happy to see it. She also seemed disappointed in something, and maybe afraid as well. I couldn't say for sure that was why, but I found it difficult to say anything. Even so, I forced my voice to speak. "I want to talk after turning this on first. May I?" Her answer came after a short pause, though it came in the form of another question. "And if I answer everything after you turn it on, then can we return to how we were, like before?" A question popped into my mind. What did she mean by before? Perhaps when it felt like our hearts aligned, or maybe when we were simply allies. Well, it was probably the latter. It was Miss Shaw who had drawn that line and pushed me away. Maybe. I gave a vague positive reply. There was one condition. If Miss Shaw really had nothing more to hide from me, then we might be able to return to how we had been, before I had to suffer from how complicated this relationship had become. Then, you may. As Miss Shaw clenched her fist and nodded, I began my proper questioning. You have used misplaced trust. I sensed it every time, but this was named perfectly. A familiar voice spoke from within the room. Chapter 580, Open Doors, 1. Just one. Had there ever been a person who never committed a single wrongdoing in their life? Someone who was perfectly innocent? Miss Shaw Carlstein believed that to be impossible. Even a great saint would make a mistake at least once in their lifetime. And if someone truly moved with good intentions, their actions could be twisted into the wrong effect by accident. They could also have caused another person pain. That was why this couldn't be helped. Even great people like them make mistakes, so a loser like me is no exception. Miss Shaw quietly mumbled to herself. What am I doing? She had been doing this on loop for a few days now. Perhaps it would have been better if she fought tooth and nail against monsters or something, but there was not much she could do when she spent her entire day stuck in her room. She wanted to not think and to live like a walking corpse, but not wanting to think didn't mean she didn't have to think. And so, over the long days, she thought and thought. The thoughts were always different, and yet still, they were always so similar. She would resent someone before feeling disgusted at herself, and sometimes, she could even see her current state through clear-minded eyes. When those particular thoughts came and went, the resolution they left behind was the same. Let's leave Clan and Abada. No, it wasn't like she was an official member of the clan to begin with. That should make it easier for her to leave, so after this expedition was over, she would leave and return to the city. She would remove herself from Bjorn Yandel's sphere and not appear before him ever again. He probably wanted that as well. That was the conclusion she reached after hundreds and hundreds of ruminations. Again, then and there, she reached this proper conclusion, and it sent her curling inward as her hands grasped for her chest. It hurt. Beyond the suffocating breathlessness she felt, it just hurt. It hurt so much that she thought maybe it would hurt less if she got something sharp, closed her eyes, and stabbed it. However, Miss Shaw couldn't translate those thoughts into reality. It wasn't because she lacked the drive. It was just that, she knew. That's not right. He wouldn't want such an ending. It would taint all the memories they shared with pitch black hues, and it would make him suffer. Dwaki. Without warning, the thought of him came to her. The noble wizard who gave his life to save everyone else in the labyrinth. Miss Shaw knew the feelings that the wizard had for her. She didn't know from the start. After leaving Dwaki's side and a long time had passed, the dwarf warrior Hikirod Murad had told her that he had always had affection for her. At first, she couldn't believe it. If that was really the case, why did Dwaki hide those emotions from her? Hide them even as the last of his candlelight flickered out? She couldn't understand. If it was her, she would have used the final opportunity given to her to share her feelings. However, after hearing her question, Hikirod answered that it was clear as daylight to him. It's obvious what he thought. He probably didn't want to leave as a dark shadow. A vague and uncertain answer. Yet despite that, she accepted it. That acceptance came because she thought that was what he would have wanted, of course, but even then, she couldn't fully understand him. Not, at least, until today. So, it feels like this. In the strictest sense, she and Dwaki were different. He had sacrificed his life to save everyone, and she was floundering in her own mistake, in her own failure, and was trying to figure out a way to escape. If she wasn't in the labyrinth right now, if she didn't hold on to at least the small hope that maybe he would forgive her, she would have already run. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, she heard a voice from beyond the door locked tight. It's me, Miss Shaw. Let's talk. It was Bjorn. His visit sent both joy and fear swirling through her. However, she forced herself to calm down and did what she needed to do. She couldn't let him see her like this. She washed her hair and quickly washed her face. She then quickly cleaned up her messy room. Thankfully, she had spent her time in her room mostly doing nothing, so there was not much to clean. May I enter? When she opened the door to the man she hadn't seen in too long, he walked through it. Inexplicably, her heart began to pound. Badump. Why is Bjorn here? Is he just worried about me? I hope the room doesn't smell. While she had been withering away like a picked flower until just then, for some reason, life returned to her body when she saw him. I want to talk after turning this on first. May I? It would have been nice if he started off with some small talk, but Bjorn immediately brought up the main topic. In his large hand, he was holding an item she recognized immediately. Misplaced trust. That name. She couldn't quiet the feeling that the name of the item seemed to describe her relationship with him. However, she also felt happy. This was an opportunity. He was giving her a chance after turning away so coldly that day. A golden opportunity to make things return to how they used to be, to turn back all the mistakes she had made, and maybe, Bjorn also wanted to return to how they were in the past. Then, you may. Let's start. That was why Miss Shaw couldn't let go of this opportunity. She had been in this situation for far too long. Okay, she resolved to herself. With hands gripped into fists, she thought, I'll answer honestly to whatever Bjorn asks. Bjorn began to ask his questions. After you disappeared from Faroon Island, how did you end up following Bikaholi? Starting from the questions she answered before, many yes or no questions followed, and Miss Shaw answered truthfully to all of them. Right now, Bjorn was like the clock repairman she had seen before. Like a clock repairman who pulled apart all the pieces of the clock to see what was wrong with it, Bjorn was asking even the smallest questions to figure out everything about her. Bikaholi, did he do anything bad to you? Anything bad? Like, maybe he put his hands on your body? And no, nothing like that. I swear. There were questions she felt both saddened and joyful to hear, but they weren't important. Did you really not know that the Stone of Revival makes the target lose all their memories? I didn't. Then why did you hide it from me? Like I told you back then, I thought something bad would happen to you if you knew about it. This was the part that had made Bjorn's emotions flare up that day. That day, he became enraged as he asked her if she hid it from him because she trusted Bikaholi. The memory of it surfaced in her mind, and before Bjorn could say anything else, Miss Shaw quickly shouted to add, I thought that there was nothing to lose, nothing to lose. I didn't know back then that you would lose your memories. No, even if I did, I would have done the same. It's better than you dying. That's why you trusted what he said, Bikaholi, he's strong, and something about him is definitely broken inside. This was the true reason she accepted Bikaholi's offer. She didn't know what he would do to her if she refused. Maybe that could lead to something bad happening as well. That was why she took the Stone of Revival and returned to Bjorn's side. It was an item that could revive someone she loved. She concluded that there was nothing to lose by holding onto it. However, so that's all. There was one thing she hadn't been able to say yet. She didn't know how to tell him. Everything might just crumble away if she said it out loud. Everything might, but Miss Shaw clenched her eyes shut and spoke. In exchange for receiving the Stone of Revival, I decided to give him information. Information. He told me to stay by your side and observe you. Miss Shaw opened one eye to check Bjorn's expressions. For now, his emotions were closer to shock rather than rage. Don't misunderstand. I haven't given him any information yet. After leaving him that day, I haven't met up with him since. And if he comes looking for you, what were you going to do then? I don't know. I wanted to just get out of that situation at that time and was going to think about it later. Yet even after answering him, Miss Shaw felt as if she was making excuses, so she quickly added on, but I think I would have given him the information. Oh, of course, it would have been random things that everyone already knows. Hearing Miss Shaw's not excuses, Bjorn let out a long breath and rubbed his chin. Thankfully, he didn't seem too angry. He just nodded a few times to take in her answers before proceeding with the next question. And then, final question. Bjorn looked directly into Miss Shaw's eyes as he asked, is there anything else you're hiding from me? A general question that encompassed everything. Nothing. She had answered everything honestly. That was what she needed to say, but for some reason, her mouth only opened and closed as no sound came out. The feeling of their broken relationship slowly mending suddenly froze in its tracks. A silence that was too heavy to be described as merely empty of sound settled between the two of them. Bjorn only said two things. Right, so you do have something. He spoke as if he had already accepted this would be the case. At that, Miss Shaw tried to say something but her words refused to come out. That she didn't have anything. That she had told him everything there was. That there wasn't anything she was hiding from him. Even though she wanted to say all that, her mouth refused to speak. Why was it? Was that item broken? Miss Shaw, who truly had nothing she hid from him, was utterly baffled, and yet, she finally came to a realization. Misplaced trust was working as it should. It wasn't broken, and it was operating as it always did even in this moment, which meant that there was only one reason she couldn't say anything. There was something she was hiding from him. Is it? In the suffocating silence, Bjorn spoke again. Is it something you can't tell me? She felt it instinctively. If she stayed quiet to this question, everything would come to an end. I don't have anything related to Bikaholi I'm hiding from you. Then, looking at the eyes of Bjorn who was still holding on to some hope for her, Miss Shaw took a deep breath. Then you're hiding something different from me. Yet, even as she nodded in a trance-like state, her mind flooded with hesitation. Could she really say it to him? While she wasn't beside him, he had already filled his family with much better people. And there was the promise made to them. Maybe it would be better for Bjorn if she just disappeared here, but her mouth moved as it wanted to. As the lips that had refused to move no matter what slowly opened up, the truth she had held back with regret flooded out. I lied to you in the past, Bjorn. Bjorn's eyebrows flinched as he heard the word lie. Thinking about it now, Bjorn had always been like this. He hated being lied to most of all, yet this was a situation where she needed to tell him what she was hiding. This isn't cheating. She let go of the final thing holding her back and spoke. This was something she wanted to say to him on Faroon Island as well. She wanted to kill the feeling for his sake. but worried about the death that soon may come his way, she revealed her heart to him. When I told you that it would be best if we just stayed as allies. Well, somehow, after all this time, she was able to tell him that was a lie. Thinking it was too late was when it all started. They'd had this exchange then too. In hindsight, I don't think I gave you an answer back then. At that, Miss Shaw raised her head to meet his eyes and enunciated each word carefully. Bjorn Yandel, I like you too. She wasn't able to tell him on the day she first confirmed his feelings because of her state of mind. Bjorn didn't say anything back. However, she continued, on the day you said those words to me, and the days before you said them, and, even with her voice as quiet as an ant's crawling, Miss Shaw spoke clearly to him. Even now, this was the one thing she had hidden from him. There were some days when you got a weird feeling. Even though the day was bright, it felt as if a storm cloud would appear out of nowhere and drench you with rain. For Erwin, today was that day. Mister, are you awake? She had excitedly run over early in the morning, but the room was empty. From that moment on, Erwin felt an unexplainable sense of uneasiness. She went all over the building looking for him, but Bjorn wasn't anywhere. The captain? Who knows? He didn't tell me where he would be. Is he not inside the building? Really? I went looking in all the rooms, but I didn't see him. Then maybe he's outside on some business. The navigator of Anabata, Arian Rockrobe, comforted her and said it was probably nothing, but for some reason, Erwin's mouth went dry as sand. In truth, there was one room she hadn't checked yet, Miss Karlstein. The reason Erwin didn't check her room was that she simply didn't think Bjorn would be in there. It also seemed like something had happened between the two recently. Miss Shaw herself had looked depressed and kept to her room, alone. However, here was a curious question. Step. Even while thinking that there was no way Bjorn would be there, why was she moving toward Miss Shaw's room? She knew that it was more likely that he was outside on some business, just like what the navigator said. Why did she feel so uneasy, so worried that he might be there? Even battered by negative emotions, Erwin reached her destination. The room was located on the corner of the third floor of this grand building. The door was firmly shut. When she thought to knock, she didn't because she figured it would be awkward if he wasn't in there. I can't sense any magic here. There was no sound isolation magic or any barrier put up here, meaning, if she wanted to, she could hear everything that was happening inside. Erwin focused on her hearing that she kept intentionally dialed back in her day-to-day life, and then, she heard a familiar voice. Bjorn Yandel, I like you too. She immediately realized whose voice it was, but she couldn't understand what that woman was saying. Just, what was she saying? She focused more on her hearing to check if she had heard it wrong. On the day you said those words to me, and the days before you said them, and her brain refused to process it, because it was a love confession, wasn't it? Something she had never once in all her life been capable of saying. Know your place. It was unbelievable. It made her angry. Wasn't this the woman who disappeared instead of trying to avenge him when she heard that Mr. had died? The innocent and kind Bjorn probably couldn't get over his previous affection for her and was taking care of her, but Erwin had never forgotten. Bjorn Yandel, I like you too. Yet the words continued to swirl in her mind. Only then did Erwin realize something odd. To? That red cat beast woman had definitely said to, and to was used to reciprocate a sentiment previously declared, which meant, Mr. said it first? Maybe it was because it was all so unbelievable? The fire in her mind suddenly went cold, and as the heat disappeared from her head, she could see the situation objectively. For some reason, she couldn't help but laugh. This woman was stuck in her own delusions. She was hallucinating talking with Mr. As proof of this, after hearing those words, Erwin hadn't heard anything else from the room. Still, this is a little worrying. It was a bizarre behavior that would be difficult for most to understand, but Erwin had done something similar when she was in a difficult place emotionally, so she could understand her. So where has Mr. gone to? With that, Erwin turned away, feeling as if she heard something not meant for her ears, and then lowered her heightened hearing back to its normal levels. Well, she tried to. I see. Chapter 581, Open Doors, 2. My mind went blank. The mind, which had been running fine even after waking up in the body of an unfamiliar barbarian at a coming-of-age ceremony, refused to form a coherent thought, as if drunk. With that, a moment of silence followed. Miss Shaw looked at me with eyes shining with both fear and expectation, and I couldn't resist those eyes any longer and ended up speaking. I see. A meaningless mumbling that was neither accepting, refusing, or questioning her. After such a long silence, all I could muster were those two words. It had been a while since I felt so embarrassed about myself. However, thanks to that, my mind began to work again. Yes or no. Right now, what I needed to do wasn't to choose between those two. If what Miss Shaw had told me was true, no, since misplaced trust was active, it must be true. But that was why there was something that was even more difficult for me to understand. Then, why did you draw that line between us back then? It was a question I had held in my heart for so long. Why did Miss Shaw push me away back then? At that time, I could at least explain it as her not liking me as a man, but hearing this from her now, that didn't seem to be the case. Miss Shaw gave me a quiet answer. It's because back then, I realized that you're an evil spirit, and no, a player. When I tilted my head, Miss Shaw asked quietly, I heard that you didn't like being called an evil spirit. Do you? I had never thought about it, but player did sound a little better than evil spirit. Still, did she hear that from Beakley? If so, it pissed me off for some reason too. If you don't like it, I'll stop. Sorry. I returned my focus to the conversation and said, it's fine. What does my being an evil spirit have to do with you? I mean, did you think that you can't have a relationship with an evil spirit, regardless of what you felt? I tried to suppress my emotions as much as possible, but something might have leaked through, as Miss Shaw jolted and shouted, it's not like that, Bjorn. She must have been so shocked that her old self peeked through. Miss Shaw seemed surprised and embarrassed to have raised her voice, turning her eyes away as she said, it was hard for me to watch you, to see you becoming weaker because of me. I'll need a bit more explanation for that. When I asked for more details, Miss Shaw scrambled for her words and explained her situation without hiding anything. In summary, it was pretty simple. You thought me taking my duty even to the point of swapping appearances with Karen was because of you, and you thought those actions weren't helpful to me, because they could expose my identity in the future. Yet, even as Miss Shaw lowered her head deeply like a student being punished, her eyes remained on me. But maybe, was it my misunderstanding? How could I explain this to her? The reason I changed faces with Karen using the golden mask was because of GM. I needed to create an alibi to avoid being suspected of being an evil spirit. She's not completely wrong, though. This entire time, I had never completed my duty at the Holy Land. My first reason was because it was uncomfortable for me as a modern human, and the second reason was Miss Shaw. It was because it felt like I was committing a grave sin. So it wasn't my misunderstanding. That's a relief. Miss Shaw let out a sigh of release, seemingly having gotten her answer through my expression. I checked the misplaced trust only to see that it didn't have a lot of time left. I wondered if there even was a point with things as they were, but even if it seemed cruel, I wanted to use this opportunity to rid myself of all doubt. So is that all? I questioned. I might be wrong, but I think you might have more reasons for pushing me away. I trailed off, still staring at her. Miss Shaw looked surprised. So you did have something. I sent her a look to hurry up, and her face flushed bright red as she admitted, so, I can't have children. My mind was thrust back into that white void for a second. Not even an ogre would be this shocked if hit on the head with a tree. Children, I echoed hollowly. Don't misunderstand. I am not saying that I can't have any children, but that any children I have won't be barbarian. I could understand what she was trying to say. She was talking about the racial characteristic of the barbarians, that barbarians could only be born of barbarian women. Yet the thing I understood was what she was trying to say, but not why she was saying it. Why does it matter if my child is a barbarian or not? I asked, sounding baffled even to my own ears. Miss Shaw flinched. Does it not matter? Obviously not. I wasn't even a real barbarian. Whether my child was a barbarian or a red cat, I would give all my love to them. You're lying, Miss Shaw accused, unable to truly accept my words. Men care about things like that. Well, that could be how it was in this world, and maybe that was obvious for Miss Shaw who was born and raised here. But not for me. The world I lived in was different. But you're even a noble now. Ivarion will definitely think it's weird and talk behind your back. Stop, I demanded, putting a halt to the conversation there. Talking about kids was awkward in and of itself, and that ignored the minor embarrassment that came with it as well. Let's stop talking about this. Alright, it's not like you like me still anyway. I haven't given you my proper answer yet. Then, what is your answer? Before I say that, I checked the time that was left first before asking, is there anything else you're hiding? Miss Shaw spoke without hesitation in a calm voice. No. Right, so that was all. To think that I had believed that she was hiding something and couldn't trust her. It was laughable, really. Click. Soon, the hand of the misplaced trust reached the end and the light faded. Then, can you give me an answer? For some reason, it was difficult for me to meet her eyes. She was looking at me as if this question was the most important thing in the world for her. I should answer. Misplaced trust had already been deactivated, yet it wouldn't matter much to me even if it was still active. My answer. I told her the honest truth. It felt as if she had been cursed, and cursed by a very sinister spell, at that. Bjorn Yandel, I like you too. Bjorn Yandel, I like you too. Bjorn Yandel, I like you too. Even after drenching her head with cold water and slamming her helmeted head into the wall multiple times, that voice continued to echo in her mind. That, and even the last thing Bjorn said as well, I see. It wasn't an affirmation, but it wasn't denial either. Despite that, Erwin ended up feeling a deep sense of relief at his two little words. If what she sensed then was true, Bjorn had felt relieved in that moment. At Miss Shaw Karlstein's, at that ungrateful woman's answer, what had happened between those two, and what was the meaning of that I see. They were questions that Erwin couldn't find an answer to, not now. The moment she heard Bjorn's voice from within the room, she had left as if fleeing. Why did she do it? Why did she run away and not listen to the whole thing? Belated regret rushed in, but she wasn't sure that she would do anything different if she were able to return to that moment in time. Even now, she was afraid. It felt as if hearing the truth had created something horrifying, an event horizon that could not be escaped. Erwin Fornaxi Tertia. That was why she didn't immediately go to Bjorn to question him. No, after spiraling into thought by herself and wandering aimlessly, she ran to this place. How long are you going to stay like that? Amelia Rainwales. Although she was a plunderer of Nork origin, after becoming connected with Bjorn, she was living a new life under the name of Emily Rains. Erwin had come to her room. If you're lost in thought, put it into words already. I'll try listening to you, it's fine. In the end, Erwin turned away. Amelia didn't stop her, merely telling Erwin to come to her if she changed her mind and wanted to talk. However, Erwin had no plans of returning. No, the reason she had come today was because she had lost her mind, and it had only been on a whim. Erwin returned to her room and suffered by herself, and there, she came to a conclusion. It couldn't be Bjorn forming a relationship like that with a red cat woman. It was impossible. Yet, how could that woman be better than her? After coming to that conclusion, her heart settled, and she was finally able to leave the room. Yet after going down to the first floor, what met her eyes was the scene of a man and a woman sitting at the table and whispering affectionately to each other. Don't laugh. You told me to make this for you. It's been a while since I've tried to, so I could have made some mistakes. There aren't that many ingredients because we're in the labyrinth as well, but, well, is it too salty? Don't worry, it's delicious. The woman seemed to have made the man some nostalgic dish. After staring dazedly at the scene from the stairs, she ended up meeting eyes with that woman. Erwin. The woman's expression turned awkward when their eyes met, and she began to plate another plate of food. It's not mealtime yet, but do you want some? I made a lot so there's some left. For some reason, it reminded her of a memory from the past. If it's because of the helmet, you can take it to your room. I don't need it. After coldly cutting the woman off, Erwin went back up the stairs. She had done good enough by holding back the urge to grab the plate and throw it on the ground. Clack. Erwin opened Amelia's door and entered the room. Amelia looked confused that she was no longer flustered after leaving not so long ago, but that wasn't important right now. Amelia Rainwales. Erwin spoke the name of the woman that she usually didn't speak. The time when she had left Bjorn and was learning next to her older sister, when the red cat woman acted like the lady of the house and treated her like an unwelcome guest. I need your help. Erwin never wanted to return to that time again. After watching Erwin disappear up the stairs, Miss Shaw looked at me with worry in her eyes. Will she be okay? I'll talk with Erwin, so don't worry. And, good job, trying to give her food. It mustn't have been easy, knowing she hates you. It's nothing. We can't stay like this forever. We'll need to keep living together. Miss Shaw looked sheepish as she scratched the table. Even that looked admirable to me. I had told her to not stay on the outskirts and live side by side with the members of the clan, and she was already trying hard to keep to her word. Well, the mood did turn awkward for a reason unrelated to that. Although it was far from natural, the silence didn't feel unpleasant. I used the time to think about my last conversation with Miss Shaw. I was still embarrassed at myself for it, but there was only one answer I could give. You don't know? What do you mean? I definitely didn't hate her. The remains of the feelings I had during that time still remained. However, that was all they were, remains. A lot of time has passed since then. From that day onward, I'd tried my best to get rid of the feelings I had for Miss Shaw, and I had succeeded. I didn't know what would happen in the future, but the emotions I felt for her were closer to that of an ally than to that of a man to a woman. Amelia, Erwin, Aner, Raven, if any one of those four were in Miss Shaw's situation, I would have found it just as difficult and reacted similarly. Well, that wasn't important. Haha. Then it can't be helped. Even while looking hurt by my honest answer, Miss Shaw ended the situation like an adult. Still, we can be friends, right? Right? Be back then as well. We started as friends. And I ended up sounding ridiculous by responding, I guess, to that. It was an embarrassing scene where I wanted to grab something and throw it as hard as I could. But what could be done about it? It had already happened. Miss Shaw interrupted the silence, noticing that I'd cleaned my plate. Did you finish? Should I get you more? Mr. Yondell. Versal seemed to have gone out in the morning as she appeared from the front door to say, you were on the first floor? We were looking for you. Count Saintard is summoning you. It looks like the headstone research is nearly complete. He's ordered you to go there. The research is nearly complete. Do you know what the results are? I don't know the details, but I think they failed. I see. Well, I guess I'll hear it there. I'm off. All right. Have a safe trip. I got up from my seat, and Miss Shaw sent me off. Seeing this, Versal tilted her head. You two, do you have something to say? No, nothing. I smirked. She obviously did have something. After you come back, could we have a talk? She asked. Sure. It was obvious what she wanted to say after I came back. She must be worried since she suspected Miss Shaw to be a traitor, and she was probably thinking of revealing the thing that happened in the community yesterday as naturally as possible to me. I think I can tell her she doesn't have to worry anymore. Then, when I eventually arrived at the mansion where the dimensional headstone was, the village chief was waiting for me on the first floor. You're here. We can skip the greetings. Just say what it is you want to say, I pressed. The village chief then told me that the research to open the dimensional headstone over the last 10 days had failed and that we would leave the village today. Although I held hope, since it was a complete failure, we cannot waste any more time here. Well, that was true. I also didn't expect things to work out this easily in the first place, so I'd like to hear your opinion before we leave. I have no intention of interfering with your adventuring. Where do you want the next destination to be? We had rested even more than intended. Now, it was time to adventure again. Chapter 582, Open Doors, 3. Our next destination. I threw the question back at him, but the village chief only parroted that I should do as I pleased. I can't tell what he's thinking. In the end, I decided on a destination with a sigh, and the village chief said he would announce the decision in our next leadership meeting. So, he wasn't lying when he said he had no intention of interfering with our exploration and was content in not making any decisions regarding it. So how did the research go? Before I left, I asked him one more time about the research, the project that began over 10 days ago when the wizards said they might be able to forcibly activate the dimensional headstone. Weren't you told that research ended in failure? I thought maybe you got some results since you let them hold on to it for so long. A result, you say? The village chief trailed off before saying offhand, it's not as if we didn't get anything. What was it? I was able to obtain an assurance that I would be able to escape this place using the heretic altar. How did he come to that conclusion? Although he didn't give a detailed explanation, he was probably telling the truth. In fact, that was probably the reason he gave the wizards over 10 days to research. Ultimately, I just directly asked him, so when are you thinking of returning to the city? In my mind, the only reason the village chief was still in the labyrinth was because of the uncertainty factor. Basement floor 1 was quite the peculiar floor. Take for example what happened when the expedition group first tried to open the dimensional door. When coming here the dimensional door didn't open. That was why there was so much discussion around the floor, an exercise of thought in whether it could even be considered an ordinary labyrinth field. Days of back and forth between the wizards and the adventurers later, and in the end, the opinion leaned more toward yes, and the main evidence for this was the Stone of Honor. The great barbarian warrior, Bjorn Yandel, and his companions discovered basement floor 1. This place was special in many ways, but that one sentence removed all doubt that basement floor 1 was a location within the labyrinth. Nevertheless, we were unable to discover why the dimensional door couldn't be opened. Well, it wasn't as if this was the only special area within the labyrinth where the dimensional door couldn't be opened. Can't you just return right now since you've got uncertainty? I probed, trying to shuffle him along. The village chief only gave a stern shake of his head. I haven't finished my preparation yet. I'm not confident that I would be able to avoid all suspicion if I return now. Well, that was true. If I were in the chief's position, I would have stayed in the body for a long time to obtain as much information about Jerome Saintard as possible. It seems you want me to leave as quickly as possible, he noted. How? What made it obvious? Why is it? We should be in the same boat now. What do you mean? Why? Don't ask questions you already know the answer to. Don't try to lump us together. You haven't told me anything about how to activate the dimensional headstone, I complained. Well, it appears you still don't trust me. The village chief nodded in a show of understanding before tapping my arm like a boss of a company would. There's no need for such worry. I will certainly leave this place, and I will tell you everything when that time comes. How ironic. Did the village chief know? Every time he gave me some cryptic reassurance like that, I felt even more uneasy. Should I just kill him now? Though the impulse was tempting, I decided to hold back and watch how the situation unfolded. The village chief stopped me when I tried to leave. By the way, did you use the thing you took in the morning? That misplaced trust. Right, I nearly forgot to give. You don't have to give it back. You'll need it more than me. Just openly curse me at this point. I felt a flash of indignation at his subtle insult, but I still took misplaced trust with me and left the building. When I returned to the house we were using as our lodging, Erwin and Amelia seemed to be doing something, as I couldn't find them anywhere. The same went for Miss Shaw. Instead, Versil Golland was waiting for me. You're back. Now that I think about it, I do remember you said you had something you wanted to talk about. It was obvious what she was going to tell me, but I acted oblivious and sat down. After the sound isolation barrier was put up, our conversation officially began, and it went as I expected. There's a rumor that the Assembly of the Evil Spirits has closed. Versil first relayed the most important piece of information under the guise of a rumor. To be honest, I was a bit dumbfounded. A rumor? Yes, because it's not like we have any evil spirits among us. No, but then where did you hear the rumor from? a normal person would have asked, but I just feigned ignorance and nodded. Maybe because I never asked about where she got her information, Versal seemed to have become complacent when talking to me. I hope she doesn't do this in other places. It was something that worried me as a leader. In any case, after talking about the so-called rumor, she naturally transitioned to the topic of Miss Shah. By the way, about this morning, what happened? Are you talking about Miss Shah? Yes, the information about how Ms. Karlstein could be a traitor, that's still in effect. Staying too close to her, Versal carefully made her concern known, and that was why I sternly cut off her misconception right there. You don't have to worry about that anymore. I've confirmed myself that she was not a traitor just a bit ago. Pardon? Really? Then why didn't you tell me? It wasn't anything serious. When I heard her situation, it didn't seem like she was trying to hurt us either. I understand that you want to trust Ms. Karlstein, but how could you be so sure? I knew she was going to ask this. I used misplaced trust. I also confirmed after hearing her situation that she wasn't hiding anything else. When she heard that I used misplaced trust, Versal immediately closed her mouth and fell silent. If she continued to insist that we couldn't trust her, she would just be forcing the issue. Of course, she probably was curious about what the thing I deemed nothing serious was, but I wasn't planning on telling her. In any case, there isn't any problem with Ms. Karlstein now. You don't have to keep surveillance on her, so just treat her like a regular ally from now on. Yes, I'll do that. Alright, then that was the end of the topic. I then asked Versal to gather the rest of Temporary Squad 4, and when everyone got together, I ordered them to start packing up to leave the island today. Are we going to resume our expedition again? Then it seems the dimensional Hudstone research failed. My family is probably worried about me. A few people were saddened they couldn't immediately return to the city, but the mood wasn't too glum. I was honestly getting bored. This is good. We still have a lot of places we haven't been to yet. Everyone here was an adventurer. Splash. 4 ships sailed through the silver waters, with the small and precious boat of the Anabata clan at the very back behind the large military vessels. Sitting at the bow, I sat and spaced out while watching the military ships in front of us. How much more money do I need to earn to get a ship like that? Honestly, it wouldn't be a problem if I just sold Wall of Aegis and the Verdurous giant spear, but I would just end up poor with a ship. Even if I bought something like that with cash, without a powerful basis of wealth backing me up, there was no point buying a boat like. Mr. Yandel, what are you doing there? While I flickered from thought to thought from where I sat at the front of the boat, a sharp voice from behind me cut through the haze. It was the vice captain of the 3rd Magic Troops, Raven. It's dangerous. Come down quickly. She quickly ran onto the deck while shouting in an angry voice, and since she didn't even come up to my chest in height, she looked like a child when she looked up at me. You know, it'll only make me laugh if you keep looking up at me like that. What's that look in your eyes? Nothing. I stretched my arms to the sky as I looked around at the deck and spotted a few more familiar faces: Melon Kaislin, Sven Parav, and a few of the knights who I got close to during the battles on Library Island. From now on, they were a part of the Temporary Squad 4 as well. I had asked the village chief before we left, and he allowed it without effect. By the way, Raven, I have something I want to ask you. What is it? Did anything happen during the Hudstone research at the village? Weren't you a part of that? Oh, that? Since we had time to spare while sailing, I asked her something I was curious about, and Raven passionately explained everything while using all sorts of jargon. I can't understand a single thing she said. A dimensional severance phenomenon, spatial coordinates, and all sorts of nonsense that a modern person wearing the skin of a barbarian had no hope of understanding. While I just sat there and allowed the words to enter in one ear and out the other, Raven seemed to notice my state as she became embarrassed and tried to change the topic. I guess my explanation was too difficult for you. But Mr. Yandel, could I ask something as well? Sure, where are we going right now? I thought you might know. Oh, you weren't a part of the last leadership meeting. All the wizards were exempt from it. We needed to quickly compile all the research data. I pulled out the map I stole from Hamzik's home and pointed. This is where we're going. An unidentified island about a week's distance from Library Island. Since it was pretty close to Rainbow Island, I decided to explore that area first. The village chief had something to say when I'd asked him if he knew anything about the place as well. It's quite the mysterious island, and very peculiar to boot. Peculiar. You'll know when you get there. I'll tell you the rest when we dock. I didn't know what the peculiarity was, but it definitely did seem like a mysterious island from the way he explained it. I'm looking forward to what it'll be like there. I hope that we get a clue to unveil the secret of this floor. Perhaps because it was an unidentified island, Raven didn't ask what sort of place it was or any other question of that type, and ended our conversation there. Captain, the leading ship stopped. We've gotten a signal that we've arrived at our destination as well. After a week's worth of travel, I could now understand why the village chief had said that the island was peculiar. That's an island. There were no trees or dirt. No, to be accurate, there was no ground for such things to be on. Splash. It was just a huge monolith that was erected tall into the air with the silver water lapping around it. After anchoring our ships close to the monolith, I went over to the leading ship and had a private chat with the village chief. Alright, we're here now, so explain it to me. What's with that huge monolith? The village chief looked at me in disbelief as I entered the room. It was because I activated misplaced trust as soon as I saw him. What? Didn't you say that I would need it more? That wasn't what I meant. Whatever, just answer me. We're wasting time. I wasn't planning on letting him get away with some random, vague answer, and the village chief probably noticed that as well. It was the only reason I could think to explain why he answered my question so easily. That's not a monolith. It's a door. A door. It becomes a door when you put your hands on it and you can enter an unknown space. What's inside? The village chief took a moment before answering. I don't know either. It wasn't the answer I wanted to hear. You don't know? No, and it was impossible for me to open that door with my previous body as well. Then how do you know that it's a door? I've tested it. I used the survivors who coincidentally ended up in this place, unlike you lot. Oh, and I'll tell you this now, but it was impossible for me to enter that area, so I have no idea what could be inside it, and those who entered never returned alive. Putting aside that inexplicably spooky response, I focused on what I needed to confirm first. What do you mean by survivors? I told you that there are humans who sometimes end up here. There were a few who survived among them. I don't understand. Why didn't you steal their bodies? At that question, the village chief pulled out a black stone from his clothes. Back then, I hadn't gathered enough sacrifices for this stone. In truth, I only just obtained enough quite recently. As you know, a lot of people came in this time. No, he was talking about the Silver Lion clan who went missing in the village and were found dead in the basement. For a reason I couldn't name, those eyes of his that didn't see people as people annoyed me more today than any day before it, but I schooled my expression and continued to listen. The adventurers who entered the place alone were as strong as you, but they weren't able to return. These two are the only things I can tell you. I'm not even sure how many people can enter it at a time. Are you still thinking of exploring inside that place as planned even after knowing this? Maybe it was just a gut feeling, but he seemed to be testing me. Well, no matter what he said or how he said it, my answer stayed the same. Of course, we will investigate the inside as well. I had decided to leave no stone unturned on this floor. Before turning misplaced trust off, I asked a few more things. However, the village chief only remained silent for all of that, and I had to just be satisfied with what I got and return to my ship. There, I picked out how many of the crew and who would enter first before informing the village chief. I will arrange the members as you said, but will you be alright? What do you mean? With this, you will be entering first. Into a dangerous place where you don't know what might lurk there. It's because it's a place like that I need to enter first. The village chief only looked at me with amazement and didn't say anything else. After returning to my ship again, we finished our final preparations and got on a smaller boat before approaching the huge stone door. Splash! The reconnaissance group we had sent ahead of us had already opened the stone door. Inside the door, a shifting mirage filled the space. It was something any adventurer would recognize in an instant. A portal. However, it was my first time seeing a portal so large. I stared up at it in awe. Yandel, how about you reconsider this? Said Amelia, who had gotten on the same boat as me. We're one thing, but you entering first seems too reckless. What are you saying? Your body is weak. Most people knew, but barbarians usually didn't listen to those weaker than them. I'll go in first. Just as I said, enter after waiting a minute. After looking into the eyes of my allies one by one, I took the position to jump from the boat. What was inside there? Honestly, I was a little scared and nervous. However, I decided to trust my experience. Although Dungeon and Stone was an unfriendly game, they usually never had a case of a monster or trap waiting right behind a portal. With that, I leaped and threw my body into the huge portal. Vroom! A rainbow of colored light embraced me. Strangely, it felt as if my body was being lifted into the air. Tap. When I opened my eyes again, I was surrounded by darkness, but there was no reason to whip out a candle and go into barbarian candle mode. You know, my level was pretty high now. Fwing. I took out the flare that I had on my belt for situations like this and fired it in a random direction. Whoosh. My surroundings were illuminated, and I could see. Firstly, I'm inside somewhere. The floor was smooth marble. I had walls to either side and a roof over my head. And I was surrounded by monsters, well, stone statues in the form of various monsters. Death Knight, King Slime, Lycanthrope, Iron Cavalry. After checking each stone statue from front to back, I quickly noticed what these monsters were representing. Guardians of the Rift. The long hallway was lined end to end with stone statues that all took the form of a Guardian of the Rift. Chapter 583, Open Doors, 4. The structure was something like a straight hallway, but honestly, calling it a hallway was misleading. Although the proportions were similar, there was a huge difference in size. The space seemed to be at least 3 times larger than the Palace of Honor, where titles were given. Whoosh! Even with the active flare, I still couldn't see the end. The bright light cast a deep shadow above each of the statues that lined the walls, creating a bleak atmosphere that hung over the room. Statues of guardians. What was this place? I hoped that it didn't force a single-player experience and allowed party play. I kept my guard up for any dangers that might be lurking unseen. Then suddenly, portals appeared in the air at the promised time. Vroom. The portal was big enough for exactly one person to fit through. It stayed open for only a moment, enough to spit out one person before disappearing as if having completed its duty. It's good to see you safe. Amelia entered directly after me. Ugh, pretty spooky. Next, the warrior Aner appeared, looking to have lost all her aggression, and the portals continued to open as more of my allies entered. There could be traps around us, so don't move and be on standby. Although all members of Temporary Squad 4 finished entering, I didn't immediately begin and instead waited for the rest to enter. It wouldn't be too late for me to begin the investigation after everyone was here. Squad 3, Squad 2, Squad 1. After waiting, over 100 members entered, including the village chief. The wizards should secure our vision first, and the rest shall stay vigilant and wait for an order. The village chief shouted with the face of Jerome Saintard. Seeing him act so naturally made me feel uncomfortable for some reason, but the sight also relieved me. So he had come as well. I was honestly a little scared that he was just going to throw me in here and not come in himself. In any case, everyone entered successfully. Either there wasn't an entry limit for the space, or the limit was very large. That didn't mean I could rest easy, though, not in this situation. True to the experience of Dungeon and Stone, things like this usually had a very high difficulty. Baron Yondell, what do you suggest we do now? The village chief came to ask me, and I relayed my order to the chief under the guise of giving my opinion. That does seem logical. The village chief tried his best to not make it obvious he was practically my puppet in this matter, and after acting like he was in deep thought for a while, he gave an order to the deputy commander. We will first form groups to investigate this area. Our investigation then began. In order, the knights first looked around the area, and if they found anything suspicious, they wouldn't touch it and instead call for a wizard first. Before I realized it, we had a completed map. It's really easy when there's a lot of people you can order. Honestly, it felt like I was using a cheat. If I only had members of Clan and Abra to do this, it would have taken us so much longer. We didn't find any monsters in our immediate vicinity. Do not touch the statues. It is faint, but there is a mana reaction coming from within them. Although we came through a portal, it doesn't seem like we are within a rift. All geographical features can be regenerated. Something that would have usually taken us an entire day ended instantly with the manpower of a few ships. After silently observing the whole thing, I received the report together with the village chief and was left with the simple task of consolidating the information and making a decision. Is this the taste of authority? It was so convenient that the adventuring I had done until now felt primitive. I spun my head instead of my pen and quietly organized the information we received by myself. From my perspective, there were three important factors. 1. Guardian statues. If the theories of the wizards were true, the stone statues here weren't just simple decorations. They definitely had a role to play here, and I had a guess as to what that could be. To be honest, it was something I was looking forward to, but I'm not certain of it, so let's move on for now. 2. The possibility of a new type of guardian. The stone statues here all depicted a guardian from the 5th floor and below. However, one odd thing was that even the vampire Duke Kim Boromir, who could be considered a type of hidden boss, was among the stone statues. The real problem, however, was something else. Why are these guys here? There were a few among the guardians whom we had never seen before yet who weren't entirely unknown entities either. Just like how even though he was a guardian, Kim Boromir was a rank 5 monster, most of the entities here were beings who I had already extracted experience from. The problem here, I don't think a drake can appear as a guardian. There were stone statues of monsters who didn't appear as guardians in any rift standing proudly among the rest. Maybe the stone statues here weren't limited to just guardian monsters, but all the rest of them were guardians of the rift. It was clear just from that lycanthrope statue. A lycanthrope who used an ice club as a weapon. Only the Tyrant of Glacier Cave, Tyrannus, fit the description. If it really is another guardian, then it's the same as a new guardian essence appearing for us. But we haven't confirmed anything yet. No, I'm sure of it. Just like how Baron Yondell defeated the vampire guardian and consumed its essence, these are the guardians of the rifts that haven't been discovered yet. Just like that vampire. Maybe it really was a case similar to the Bloody Citadel. It was difficult for me to accept that there were so many rifts that even I didn't know about, but the longer I stayed in this world, the more accepting I became of it. My knowledge was only vast when compared directly to others. It was foolish of me to think I knew everything there was to know about Dungeon and Stone. This basement floor one was a prime culprit. I also never knew that Restrained Wish could upgrade the vampire essence into an ogre essence either. In any case, onto the next one. 3. That giant stone door. After walking past the stone statues in the hallway, another giant stone door presented itself, and even after using rank 1 magic, not a single mark was created on it. And 4. That was everything. To put it simply, we needed to satisfy some condition from among the things we discovered to open that door and proceed to the next step. Let's end the investigation here. Gather everyone together. I think we should gather everyone together. I used the puppet leader village chief to get everyone. It was obvious at this point, right? Prepare for battle. After receiving the village chief's order, the deputy commander relayed the order to the rest of the army, and in the strained silence, I slowly approached the stone statues and placed my hand on the king slime statue, which should be the easiest. BZZT. An electric feeling zapped through the end of my finger into the statue. Instinctively, I could tell that something had activated, but I didn't expect this. I only expected the stone statue to come alive and move, so I couldn't help but be flustered. A portal. There, next to the statue, a portal had opened. We'd arrived here after going through an unknown stone door on basement floor 1, only to find yet another dimensional portal. However, it wasn't too hard to suspect where this one would lead. Won't it probably connect to the green coal mine? That does have the highest possibility, doesn't it? From the murmurs I was hearing, the other adventurers seemed to be thinking the same thing. However, I didn't let myself become complacent. We will decide who will enter with me. There was no guarantee that the portal would lead to the green coal mine, and there was no guarantee that everyone could enter through this portal as well. We began to diligently select our members, cognizant of the 3 types of portals. 1. A permanent portal that stayed open until the labyrinth closed. The dimensional headstone was of this category. However, considering the circumstances, this had the lowest probability of being the case since we had never seen a portal of this type open inside a rift. 2. A multi-use portal that only stayed open for a set number of people. The first floor rifts were like this. When a rift opened, dozens of portals appeared all around the first floor, and when a total of 5 people went through the portal, they would disappear. 3. A portal which only activated once. The doppelganger forest of the 4th floor fell under this category. That portal could only be used one time. However, if people were connected during that one portal use, they would all be transported together. Also, it had been proven long ago that even if 6 people were tied together, all 6 of them would teleport through the portal. Alright, then the member selection is done. We had 5-member and 6-member teams, as per usual, as well as 10-member, 12-member, 15-member, 18-member. We made the teams in multiples of 5 and 6 and decided on who would go in first. This could all be a waste of time, but not doing something that could be done was practically a sin within the labyrinth. At least it was what I believed. Then I'll go in first. After reapplying the appropriate spells on our group, I carefully stepped through the portal, and couldn't help my surprise. Tracks laid on the floor, debris scattered about everywhere, a broken minecart and coal within it. There was no problem up to that point. It was clear by that alone that I had arrived at the green coal mine. However, there was one serious problem. What the hell? Where is everyone else? No matter how long I waited, no one else entered. Just in case, I looked around the area and waited for a bit longer, but the portal never appeared. At that, my brain began to go into overdrive. Why aren't they coming in? Did a problem happen outside? Or did the village chief do something again? Or maybe everyone was here, but the starting point was different, so I haven't seen them yet. Let's proceed by myself for now. Whatever the case, it seemed like I would just be wasting time if I stayed here, so I slowly began to make my way through the area. It wasn't any ordinary green coal mine, after all. It wouldn't be odd if a different powerful monster appeared. I reminded myself repeatedly to not let my guard down and carefully moved forward. Kinute. But not long after, an open area suddenly appeared, and with it, so too did the guardian of the green coal mine. Usually, I would need to defeat another boss in the middle before walking a lot further in. Crunch. For now, I crushed the thing that charged at me as soon as it saw me with my hammer. You have defeated a king slime. Guardian defeat bonus. EXP +3. It looked like the experience was working properly, and yet, maybe I was imagining things. Flash. But then, my mind blanked as I took in the portal that appeared as soon as I defeated it. That's it? Although it was anticlimactic, this really did seem like the end. Unless another event is waiting for me beyond that portal. Since the portal didn't seem like it was going to disappear at any moment, I steadied myself and checked where the king slime had died. You should have dropped a rift stone or something. The loot I got was the rainbow essence that represented the guardian. For me, it was garbage. It would be difficult for me to gain anything from selling it by putting it into a magic vial too, and that was ignoring the fact that I didn't have a wizard here to do that for me in the first place. It also would do me no good to eat it. After abandoning the guardian essence, I quickly left through the portal. Thankfully, I returned to where I was previously as I walked through the portal. Thank goodness, Captain. Did something happen inside? My allies came to check on my well-being with worry in their eyes. However, before I explained what I experienced, I asked what happened after I walked into the portal. Why did no one come in after me? The answer to that question aligned with what I suspected. Quite unfortunately, it wasn't that we didn't come in, we couldn't. The portal disappeared as soon as you walked through it. so it really was a single-person rift. Well, it was still better than them not being able to follow me because something had gone wrong out here. I couldn't help but sigh. I pulled my eyes away from my allies and looked at the rest of the stone statues lining the hallway. The guardians under the 5th floor, each of whom was of a different species, had different difficulties and required different methods to deal with them. I need to defeat all of them myself, alone. I could already see the path of suffering lying in wait for me. Chapter 584, Original, 1. A single-person portal would open when the stone statue was touched. With that phenomenon in mind, the officers, wizards, and adventurers of the expedition group came to the same conclusion. All of the statues, there was a high probability that all or maybe a set number of them needed to be activated and defeated for that stone door to open. I, of course, also agreed with this assessment. That was why, after coming back from clearing the green coal mine, I tested a few different things. I opened the rift I'd cleared again. I checked if the person who cleared the rift could enter the same rift again. I timed how long an open portal would stay open, and so on. We redirected our attention from clearing the room to beginning our research. It was time well spent, not wasted. I mean, weren't games like this as well? If you wanted to do well, you needed to know the proper activation conditions, characteristics of the enemy, and synergies between skills, among other things. Alright, I think I'm getting it now. As we proceeded with our investigation, we gathered a lot of information. We learned that if no one entered the portal, it would close after 10 minutes and that we couldn't open a portal to a statue someone was already inside of. Other than that, to summarize the most important things, I made a list of 5 things. 1. The stone statue can be activated at least 7 times. The reason it was at least 7 times was because we only tried 7 times. 7 people, including me, cleared the green coal mine and came back, but the stone statue continued to open a portal when we placed a hand on it. We can just take it as there not being a usage limit. Next, 2. The guardians were guaranteed to drop their essence. The catch was that they didn't drop anything else. As proof of this, during our 7 attempts, we didn't get a single rift stone or a numbered item. Well, it was a game of probabilities, so we could only really be sure if we tried more. Anyway, 3. When the rift was cleared, one of the symbols engraved on the stone door would light up with a red light. Oh, and it didn't seem like duplicates work for this. The light only came on when I cleared the rift the first time, meaning, to light the rest of the lights, we would need to clear the rest of the stone statues. 4. When the highest difficulty statue, the statue of a 5th floor guardian, was activated, 2 portals opened. We were able to confirm this after learning that there were no limits to opening a portal and that an open portal would close after 10 minutes. The 5th floor rift had 2 portals, meaning 2 people could enter together. Put another way, that meant the 4th floor rifts in below needed to be cleared by 1 person alone. In any case, finally, 5. Even after buffing oneself with anything and everything before entering, it would all be dispelled after entering the portal. Because that trick wasn't going to work, only people who had the capabilities at their base could enter the rift to clear it. Even I wouldn't have an easy time. Dungeon and Stone wasn't a game where you could breeze through the game just by having a high level and eating good essences. Although I prided myself on being someone who ranked among the strongest in the world, there were enemies even I had trouble facing. Still, surely it'll be possible if 2 people can enter it, right? Although the field had the concept of opening multiple single-person rifts, the stone room didn't have such an entry restriction. Thanks to that, we were able to have hundreds of members here together, and since each one of them was an elite member, we just needed to pick the adventurer who had the best matchup with a specific guardian. Let's try it. It was time to properly start clearing this place. Unlike a regular rift, the boss room appeared after only walking for a short while, so the early statues were cleared out quite quickly. Cursed Knight Later of the Bloody Citadel, Tyrant Durunbus of the Glacier Cave, Iron Ildium of the Iron Grave. The raids ended nearly instantly, and all 3 of them dropped an essence. Well, I wouldn't be eating those essences at this point. Still, it wasn't as if there was nothing to gain. Guardian Defeat Bonus, EXP plus 3. Guardian Defeat Bonus, EXP plus 3. Guardian Defeat Bonus, EXP plus 3. I became sure of it after defeating them a few times, but Guardian bonuses worked here as well. Still, that's a shame. I couldn't enter a rift I had already cleared. Even if someone else opened the portal for me, I would only walk through the portal and end up behind it. If not for that, I would have farmed so much experience. It was disappointing, but I decided to be more optimistic about it. Excluding a few I couldn't defeat, how much experience would I get for defeating the ones I could? This would probably be more helpful to me than the essences. There are quite a few guardians I haven't defeated yet. Plus, if I included the first clear experience, I could theoretically obtain upward of 200 experience in just this expedition alone. However, it seemed this had also occurred to the other adventurers. When we were going over to the 2nd floor guardians, someone approached me. Could I challenge this one as well? Your name was? It's Miles Humbreak, Lord Baron. Ah, right. I remembered him because he wasn't a knight but an adventurer who was scouted for this expedition. Now that I thought about it, there were a few adventurers in this expedition who were like him. For the rifts on the first floor, excluding the Bloody Citadel, I haven't been able to obtain accomplishments for the Guardians. If you permit it, get permission from the Count, not me. His lordship said it would be fine if you gave your permission, Lord Baron. So the village chief was going to keep acting as a puppet leader here as well. What should I do? If I sent him and he ended up dying, we would wind up losing our strength. When I didn't respond, he added on with desperation. I understand your concerns, Lord Baron. It is unsafe for me to enter a place that no longer needs to be entered. However, please do not worry. No matter if it's a guardian, I am not so weak as to lose to a rank 7 monster. I have a condition before I allow it. A condition, he repeated warily. I smirked at the adventurer's serious expression. What are you so nervous about? Before you enter, go to the wizards and learn everything there is to know about the guardian. Everything. That is your condition. Pardon? Understood. Thank you. Thank you so much. The adventurer seemed to have expected a different condition as he profusely thanked me before leaving. Back then, I didn't know. There was a reason judges always talked about precedents in trials. Lord Baron, could I perhaps challenge one as well? With one came the others, who had all been eyeing our conversation. It's not like I can refuse these guys since I already allowed him. I couldn't be bothered answering each of them individually, so I took on a recruit in the end. Whether you can challenge or not will be decided by her, Arrowwar Raven over there. If Raven allows it, I'll allow it as well. Why am I suddenly a part of this? You're pretty solid in your knowledge about drifts. Don't lie. Don't think that I wouldn't know you're only doing this because you can't be bothered. Tisk. This was why the quick-witted ones were. I quickly cut her off and sternly said, it's not because I can't be bothered. It's because I can trust you to do it. Honestly, I wasn't lying. Although there were a lot of wizards I could order, no one was as precise as her. It helped that she was weak to compliments too. Even while letting out a sigh, Raven shook her head as if it couldn't be helped. I'll only send the people who are definitely going to come back. Alright. Yeah, I knew you would do that. Even though I pushed the bothersome work to her, seeing her eyes light up with confidence, I probably wouldn't need to worry about this anymore. Yandel Amelia called for me. Was she also going to ask if she could help Raven filter out the people as well? The timing suggested that might be the case. Could I also challenge the Guardians? The question she asked while uncharacteristically avoiding eye contact was completely different from what I expected she would ask. What? Ahem. When I only stared right at her, Amelia let out a dry cough and logically explained her position. If we can obtain Guardian accomplishments, it'd be a waste to let go of the opportunity here. Honestly, I also believe that the other members need to go in one at a time as well. I would have been hard-pressed to ignore her words. That definitely is logical, right? It didn't take long for me to decide. Sure, do that. But only up to the 3rd floor Guardians. Understood. Then I'll get them ready. Ignoring the others, I think I'll need to prepare inner Fenelon quite a bit if I want to send her in. I'll leave that to you. It would be a lie if I said I wasn't worried about them going into the rifts alone without me. But I couldn't keep them under my wings like baby birds forever. It was time to just trust them. Amelia, Ainer, Erwin, Miss Shaw, those 4 would be able to easily complete up to the 3rd floor Guardians. I ended up having a lot of time left. I didn't stay to spectate the lecture Raven was giving the adventurers about the characteristics of the Guardians of the Rift, instead turning to look at the stone statues that hadn't been cleared yet. Among the 2nd floor Guardians, there were 8. The only 3rd floor left was the Knight of the End of the White Temple, 2 for the 4th floor, so including the unique rift of the 5th floor, that made for a total of 12. 14 types of unconfirmed Guardians, including Kembarmir. Adding on the 4 Guardians of the 1st floor, there were a total of 41 statues here, and since we defeated 4 of them here, the calculation worked out to 37 more Guardians to defeat. Let's deal with the easy ones first. There probably wasn't a time limit here, right? Like we needed to defeat them all in a few days or something. Guardian defeat bonus, EXP plus 3. 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 Guardian. When I came out after defeating all 8 of the 2nd floor Guardians, I could feel the change in the air. They did still seem welcoming, thanking me for the trouble, but something was off. The time? What's it say? It's 3 minutes and 27 seconds. A few of them were checking the time from afar and were writing something down as soon as they saw me. In hindsight, they had been doing this before as well. What are you writing? We were just recording how long it took you to defeat the Guardian and come back out. Lord Baron. Displeasure rippled through me. What was I? A horse in a race? Are you perhaps making bets on me? I asked in disgust. The wizard paled and quickly waved his hands. No, and not at all. We would never do that. It's just, for simple curiosity, we were recording everyone else as well, not just you, Lord Baron. Then it would be odd for me to get angry here. Well, data is important. A wizard who didn't record wasn't a wizard at all. As the saying of this world went, I knew how much a wizard loved to record things, so I didn't grill him anymore and carried on. Miss Shaw and Erwin are raiding, and Amelia is taking a lesson. As I took a bit of rest to collect my thoughts, a portal for the glacier cave opened as an adventurer walked back out of it. How long was that? The adventurer immediately asked someone. It was 1 minute and 24 seconds. To the wizard's objective answer, the adventurer asked another question, the excitement beaming from his eyes. Then what's my rank? You are ranked 3rd. The adventurer made a sound of disappointment when he heard that before whispering into the wizard's ear. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to hear what he was saying. He's asking how long it took Bjorn Yondell. Before I realized it, Amelia was next to me. I thought I had seen her taking a lesson from Raven just then. Did she leave it after seeing me? Well, it wasn't that important. Ahem, I see. Understood. Thank you for telling me. The adventurer who had whispered to the wizard now looked very proud, as if he had never been disappointed in his life before moving to receive Raven's lesson. Do you want to know what the wizard said? Amelia offered. No, not particularly. 3 minutes and 27 seconds. If you're going to tell me anyway, why bother asking? Her actions truly baffled me, but it wasn't as if I felt inferior because of my record. I mean, really, my record couldn't be that good in the first place. Every time I went in, I walked slowly through the corridor to check if anything had changed. Well, even if I did my best, I don't think I would have been able to clear it as fast as them. From what I could tell, they seemed to be competing amongst themselves, and it was a bit unfair to just include me in it like that. What was so good about killing monsters faster than a tank? What a bunch of pathetic. Also, my record was 47 seconds. I blinked. So I'm ranked 1st. Maybe because of this additional context, rather than pathetic, it seemed pretty cute. After taking my short rest, I immediately went to stand in front of a new stone statue, and Amelia tilted her head. Are you going already? I've rested enough. Not the night of the end. Right now, I was standing in front of the vampire guardian Cambormir. The reason was simple. It's about time we check the unconfirmed guardians as well. Maybe. Amelia just nodded and didn't say anything else. She knew as well just how not of a threat a vampire would be to me. Still, be careful. Okay, she said finally. Got it. I'm going now. After being sent off by Amelia, I stepped through the portal. The feeling of floating came over me once more, and the moment I sensed that I had been transferred, I bolted forward. I could check the geography while running. Brick walls that reminded me of a medieval castle, candlesticks that were stuck to the walls, old bloodstains that covered the ground. The place I had opened my eyes to was similar to the demon worship room of the final chapter of the Bloody Citadel, but also different. Unlike the box-shaped structure, this was just a straight line. Whoosh! I sped through the corridor toward the boss room I could see in front of me. It couldn't be helped. I was also a human, and while I didn't want to get hung up on the records, I also didn't want to become a target others could compare with and find comfort in. Assuming nothing went awry, I was planning on killing the guardian as fast as possible before getting out. Boom! The moment I saw the vampire sit up when I slammed through the door, however, I had no choice but to change my plan. Odd. How odd. The vampire looked at me with his sleepy eyes and spoke. Have we perhaps met before? Chapter 585, Original, 2. It was an absurdly long time ago in the past, but the memory was still clear. After waking up in the body of a barbarian, I entered the first floor and stepped into its rift, the Bloody Citadel. There, I met Raven and Hicurud and then had to fight against a rank 5 monster and guardian of the rift, Vampire Du Kimbormir, when I didn't have even a single essence. Naturally, I remember the conversation I had back then as well. Strange, very strange. Back then, he said something similar when he saw us, though what he said after was completely different. Looking at you all, I can't bear my thirst for blood. Would you happen to know the reason? He had intelligence and was capable of holding a conversation. It wasn't the strangest thing, there were quite a few high-ranking mutants who could talk. Not that I had ever known that Kimbormir was able to talk like that, of course, but I just ignored it back then. At that time, the Bloody Citadel was not only my first rift, but also my first time killing Kimbormir. I didn't think too hard about the questions I had because of it. I cannot lose. I cannot lose. And yet, the night of the end I met in the shack of the White Temple was more desperate than any other monster I had ever seen. If it is a lie, no one knows. Is that not the truth? The guardian of the rift on the 4th floor, doppelganger, 2. His final words were those of desperation. How surprising. To think that someone like you understands the laws of this world. Even the unknown entity I met in the reward room after finishing the raid on Dreadfear also said something ominous. Don't open the gate of the abyss. That wasn't even mentioning the earth, which at least Groundia. The more floors I climbed, the more beings I met, and as I did, my questions only continued to stack. What was the labyrinth? What were the guardians and the lords of the floors? What was beyond the gate of the abyss? Maybe today, I have a chance to find an answer to those questions. That feeling embedded itself into my mind as soon as I came face to face with the vampire. Do you not understand my words? His voice sounded like it was filled more with curiosity rather than caution. I broke out of my silent observation and quickly spoke up before that curiosity could disappear. It's as you say. We've met in the Bloody Citadel before. The Bloody Citadel. The vampire quietly repeated those words before mumbling again as he looked at me. So that's why I don't remember. That is already after I ended up in this state. His answer was frightening for some reason. My doubt had been bigger than my anticipation, but here I was, actually conversing normally with this entity, and it doesn't seem like it's going to randomly attack me at any moment. However, since I wasn't sure how long this state would last, I quickly continued the conversation with, "What do you mean, ended up in this state? You should be able to see as well. This monstrous body." He was probably simply talking about becoming a vampire. I was hoping he would talk about getting trapped in the labyrinth or getting dragged here by the witch. Then was this old man a human in the past as well? I wanted to confirm it before we continued, but the vampire was faster with his question. So, where is this? Why am I here? To be honest, it was difficult for me to provide an answer to that question. I was certainly in the burning Bormir duchy after the ambush by the Three Gods Church. He trailed off. There was a large wall between me and this old man that was difficult to explain with words. It was the feeling of a person from the past meeting a person from the future, each trying to talk to the other while not knowing either person's situation. Slowly, I explained, "This is the labyrinth, and I am an adventurer who is going through the labyrinth." What is the labyrinth? Due to a misalignment in information, our conversation could only go in circles and never deeper. Instead, I carefully asked him this question. "Before I explain, could I hear your story first?" "My story? Anything you have to say is fine. I'm just curious what the last thing you remember is." The vampire seemed to think for a moment before slowly saying, "The army of the Three Gods Church came to subjugate me. I was defeated in that battle and closed my eyes while hoping for rest. And then I awoke here. I saw you as soon as I opened my eyes, and it felt as if I saw you somewhere before. Also, the frenzy that had tortured me for so long isn't even present. How long has it been since I've felt clear of mind like this? I see. Then could you tell me, where am I, and what is this labyrinth you speak of? Could I take some time to collect my thoughts? As much as you want." After receiving the vampire's permission, I quickly pieced together the clues I was given. Not just what this old man told me, but all the clues I had been holding onto. The Dark Continent is a real place. The information Clown had given at the round table after he went outside the walls. The army of the Three Gods Church came to subjugate me. The Three Gods Church also existed in our world and continue to wield great authority, and so on. It didn't take long for me to make a decision. Well, it was still just a guess in the end, but one that was on the whole built with the incidents and information that came from within the labyrinth as its basis. Bormir, don't be surprised and listen. I'm listening, one thing I am sure of is that it's been thousands of years since you've died. He paused to process. What do you mean? Am I not alive right now? All of this was expected. No, you have already died, and the you of right now. You were likely created by someone else, I cannot understand. Hostility flashed through the vampire's eyes for the first time. It was the reaction I expected. I mean, if a stranger suddenly told you died, who could accept that with a smile on their face? Still, this way of doing things really is difficult. The fact of the matter was there was an easier method. I could have put the truth to the side and just deceived the vampire by telling him what he wanted to hear. If I had done that, I could have gotten information out of him much more easily. However, even while knowing that, I revealed my theory to him, and in a sense, the reasoning for this was very barbarian-like, because I didn't want to lie to him. It was time for me to graduate from underhanded methods like that if I wanted to have the right to get angry when I was wronged. Bormir, calm down and listen. I will explain why I think this. I needed to know to choose the difficult path sometimes. I spent a long time explaining everything to this old vampire. I explained what the labyrinth was, what the current state of the city was, and how the world had changed, what I saw by adventuring through the labyrinth, and what I experienced, and finally, about the situation of my first encounter with him. Explaining everything was inconvenient beyond belief and required a lot of time. The vampire found it difficult to understand the shift in common knowledge of thousands of years, and there were moments when anger crept into his voice, and yet, stop there. I understand now why you said those words. In the end, the vampire held up the white flag. Still, he seemed to have one last question. But there is one thing I don't understand. What is it? I asked warily. Speak. I will tell you as much as you need to understand. Why are you explaining all this so earnestly to me? If it is as you said, I am just a creation, not an entity of my own. Maybe the memories of today will be erased from my mind, just like how I forgot I met you on that day. It wasn't a question I expected to hear, but I answered him honestly this time as well, because if I were you, I would have wanted to know the truth as well. That is why I told you. If I told you the truth of everything, I thought maybe I could receive your help as well. I see. The vampire fell into thought for a while before saying, then tell me, how do you want me to help you? The sentence I had looked forward to so much? I took a deep breath. Cambormir, I want to know about you. No, about me. Yes, how you lived, what the world you lived in was like, and what happened for you to end up in this state. Just like how I told you everything, I want to know everything about you. The vampire seemed surprised at my request but soon nodded with a serious expression. I will tell you. It is uncomfortable to tell a stranger my life story, but if what you told me is true, am I not a simple doll now? I would rather someone remember me. Still, it does feel odd when suddenly asked to talk about my life. Alright, then where should I start? As I thought, that might be the best. I waited quietly, and then a moment later, he revealed, I had a daughter. And with that, the old vampire began to talk. I presumed this was before the witch's curse consumed the world. It was a chaotic age. The servants who followed the witch and the army of the empire clashed every day and spilled blood. The battle between the witch and the people was familiar history to me as well. However, the story that was told by his mouth was important to me in every way. No matter if it were a familiar story, the records of ancient history were all very precious. Our Cambormir clan, a duchy of a small country on the frontier, was left relatively unaffected by the war. We didn't dally with either the witch or the empire, and quietly waited for the war to end. But one day, my one and only daughter grew ill. The illness ravaged the girl, incurable by potions or even the divine power of higher-ranking priests. As each day passed, his daughter's life force continued to wane, and the Duke couldn't just sit by and watch. I would give my life for her, my child. After inquiring throughout the lands, the Duke ended up making contact with the servants of the witch. They offered to him a possibility, a way to save his daughter. It was only later that I would come to realize this, but they weren't the servants of the witch. They were the worshippers of the evil god, Keru, who sought to drown the world in chaos. However, not knowing this, the Duke accepted their offer. The witch was renowned in the empire, and he had heard many stories of people who obtained salvation after becoming the witch's servants, though the Duke himself was neutral about her. That was the beginning of all misfortune. The priests of Keru cured his daughter through a strange method. The days when she was being cured, her room cried with the endless sound of screams. The daughter came to him begging one day to stop the treatment, but the Duke turned her down, saying it was good for her. My daughter was cured of the illness. With time, his daughter became healthy, and the priests of the evil god left as well. The Duke was happy at first, believing his life had returned to normal, but it didn't take long for that happiness to be destroyed. The Duke's voice was calm as he spoke. She began to bloat. The daughter started to balloon as if her entire body was filling with pus. If a wound was made on her body and her blood was spilled, it would corrode and melt everything it touched. She lost her mind and turned violent. The Duke locked her up in the underground prison. It couldn't be helped. If news got out that his daughter had taken on this form, she would not be safe. No one from the Cambormir clan would be. He planned to hide her first and look for ways to cure her later. However, the problem was that she refused to eat. No matter what delicious food was given to her, even if forced down her throat, his daughter didn't accept any food. I could feel her life fading by the day. She had lost all her energy and couldn't even open her eyes properly. When I felt her pulse, I could tell that her heart was dying. There was nothing the Duke could do. And one day, while he had been watching powerlessly as his daughter faded, one of the knights who went to deliver food to her was attacked by her and died. And only then did she eat. I didn't need to ask what she ate. The child, who was disgusted if a fly flew past her, was eating greedily. At that, the Duke fainted when he saw that, but his daughter found her energy again after that day. And then, to buy time to look for a different method, the Duke brought in criminals to feed his daughter. However, the more she ate, the bigger she became. The underground prison wasn't enough to hold her, so she was moved to a storage unit used to store water. With time, she ate so much that criminals alone weren't enough to sate her, so he began to frame innocent people to drag them to feed her. My usual self wouldn't have made such a foolish choice, but it seems that the ones who follow the evil god had done something to me as well. At the time, the Duke couldn't think rationally. Aggression danced at the edge of his mind, and his sense of guilt faded away. He had intermittent bursts of mindlessness as well. However, the changes weren't just mental but physical as well. His canines grew longer, and his sense of smell grew honed. Drool circulated in his mouth when he smelled blood. He became able to use black magic without being taught how to. And just like how a butterfly knew how to flap its wings, he was comfortable using his newly transformed body. It became easier to bring food for his daughter. With that, people went missing more frequently, and as his loyal servants left one by one because of his brutality, his home began to be called the Bloody Citadel. Naturally, news of this reached the Empire, which was at war against the witch and the Three Gods Church. After that is what I told you before. The army came in, and I was defeated. After his personality was twisted into cruelty, he had prepared a secretive place deep under his castle for his secret hobbies. There, a paladin's sword pierced the Duke's heart. It may be laughable, but I prayed. Staring death in its eyes, the Duke prayed. But since the gods of the Three Gods Church would never forgive him, I prayed to the witch who was called the enemy of humanity. I called her a goddess and asked her to save me, and if not me, at least for my daughter to be saved. And then I opened my eyes here. It would take me more time to realize it, but in a sense, the events the Duke described to me had just taken place for him. Yet somehow, he was able to tell me all that with such a calm expression. When I asked him carefully about this, he shook his head, not knowing why himself. I don't know, but it does feel like a long time has passed. If what you said is true, then it truly has been a long time. I had nothing I could say and just listened to him speak, and as I did, he looked at me and asked, "Do you know? What you told me today was a brutal truth." I understood, although I thought that, I didn't say it out loud, because even then, there was no way I understood it enough. After hearing his story, those thoughts only grew even clearer in my mind. However, the vampire spoke. "Still, thank you, for telling me the truth." I stayed silent. Thanks to that, I won't dream a useless dream. It was a very strange feeling. Chapter 586, Original, 3. Judging by how he changed the topic, I apparently wasn't the only one who felt awkward after the Duke thanked me. In any case, that is the end of my story. It seems that I wasn't able to tell you about the world of that time as I only talked of mine and my own. It did seem you were more interested in the former. It was as he said. However, the more he spoke, the more I became immersed in his story, so I didn't have an opportunity to say otherwise. I've said my piece now, so you can ask me anything, the Duke said obligingly. I will tell you everything I know without exception. Our question time finally began. It was interesting to hear this vampire's story, but what I was most curious about was the world of that era. Duke, do you perhaps know the identity of the witch? I don't know much. I know that she was a woman, but everything else about her was mysterious. However, the pilgrims who followed a witch believe that one day they will die and head to the land of Dawn, land of Dawn, a land where everyone is free and equal, where there is no agony, suffering, or discrimination, a land where you can go anywhere you wish to go. When I didn't respond, he added, that is what the pilgrims said. It is why, before I heard your story, I hoped that maybe this was that place. I hoped that my prayer was answered before I died. I see. I didn't tell him about the land of Dawn that existed on the 8th floor of the labyrinth. They only had the same name but were probably completely different places. In any case, returning to the main story, the Empire did say that the world would end if the witch wasn't defeated, but I didn't believe them. Why was that? The Empire had done a similar thing in the past. You may not know, but in ancient times, it was said that there were 5 gods. However, 2 religions were eliminated from the Empire for political reasons. I heard that a lot of blood was spilled during that period. It was ancient history coming from someone who I considered ancient history. However, he also didn't seem to know much about the 5 gods, so I proceeded to the next question. What kind of place was the Empire? I asked. It is difficult to answer such a question. Anything will do. Just tell me everything that comes to mind. I went on to hear about the ancient empire's influence, its culture, its disposition, and so on. It had covered 1/3 of the continent, and it held considerable influence over the other 2/3. It was an enormous nation. That much was enough for me on that topic. Do you perhaps know the Raftonian Palace, or its territories? Raftonia, the Duke mused. You're talking about the city that you're currently living in, correct? Unfortunately, I'm hearing it for the first time from you. Right, so he didn't know. That was a bit unfortunate, but I tried my best to not make that emotion known and continued. Did your era have monsters as well? Of course. Goblins, yetis, ogres, all sorts of monsters lived in many parts of the Empire. Well, there are a few differences from what I've heard from you, as in, first and foremost, we didn't have any essences or mana stones that you speak of, and most of these beings were intelligent. In the cases of goblins and kobolds, for example, they lived in tribes in the mountains and sometimes interacted with humans. He even said that orcs were considered a force of their own. Then what about elves and dwarves, or the dragonians? I wondered, spurred by a spark of curiosity, what positions did they hold on the continent? The old vampire tilted his head as if I was speaking tongues. Elves and dwarves? Aren't those beings from fairy tales? Huh? What did he just say? My mind blanked for a second, but it didn't seem that he was joking at all. Duke, I began carefully. What race do I look like? From his answer, I realized one thing. In the ancient world before the world ended, monsters existed. However, obviously a human. Non-humans didn't. Humans, beast people, elves, dwarves, dragonians, barbarians, these were the 6 races that made up the final citadel of Raftonia. The Duke, however, said otherwise. You only had humans back then. Barbarians lived in the harsh wilderness of the north and south and lived while fighting monsters. Dwarves created cities underground and had their own nation. The blessing of the forest that the elves lived in afforded them safety from the monsters. As for beast people, they lived intermingled with humans from long ago. Because there weren't many records on dragonians, it was difficult to know the particular history. And before the world ended, those non-humans came to the final bastion that was Raftonia. The Castellans who needed their power gave the non-humans many concessions and even designated their own special areas to live in. That was the Holy Land. It doesn't make sense. The fragments of stories and traditions of that time were still being passed down in the Holy Land even now. Barbarians still raised children communally, and when a daughter was born, she received her mother's name as her surname while a son was given his father's name as his surname. I had also heard that spirit imprints were a secret technique passed down from ancient times. But in ancient times, the barbarians didn't exist? Was his world actually different from ours? The possibility flashed through my mind that something like parallel worlds that sometimes appeared in movies or cartoons might exist. Perhaps, but I couldn't be sure of it. The Duke ultimately admitted, "I was a bit amazed at your size. Were you perhaps not a human? Not by the classification of my world." I used the opportunity to explain the 6 races, and then I discussed with the Duke how this could have happened. Unfortunately, however, we weren't able to come to a clean conclusion, and I shifted gears back to inquiring after as much information about the ancient times as I could. I honestly wanted to keep talking forever, but as always, things needed to come to an end at some point. This was my first time in a while enjoying something like this, but it seems we should end our talk here. I looked at him in question. In truth, my mindlessness from before is beginning to return. Only then did I realize that the look in his eyes, the white of his eyes had become bloodshot, and the veins on his forehead and neck were popping out. Even in that state, the Duke spoke calmly. "Now, and me, while I am still myself." I took a deep breath and slowed my breathing. My heart was heavy, not because I couldn't keep talking to him to gain more information, but because of something else. It would have been easier if he had lost control and just attacked me. Nevertheless, that didn't mean I would deny this old man his request. I raised my hammer. "I'll say this now, but I don't know how to cleanly kill someone. I can tell by looking at you." The old man smirked before closing his eyes and standing straight. However, something seemed to occur to him in this final moment. I have one last thing to tell you." "Go on." "From the moment you talked about how you met me in the labyrinth, something faint began returning to my mind. However, it wasn't a memory just about you." His closed eyes opened again. "I don't know for certain, but in that place, I was always without conscious thought and fighting something. Probably these adventurers you were talking about." His bloodshot eyes were looking up at empty air, but it seemed as if he was looking at something invisible. "This is but a theory of mine, but perhaps I was here for all those times and was called out there to fight. Every time I needed to fight someone again. That does seem reasonable. How about it? Was that helpful?" I answered without hesitation. "Absolutely." What he told me was information that could lead us one step closer to unlocking the secrets of the stone statues in basement floor 1, and even about the secret to the rifts. This would undoubtedly be helpful to me in the future. "Is that so?" As if that was all, the old man closed his eyes again and mouthed the words, "Am I real or fake?" He mumbled as if talking to himself. "When this heart fades, where will I go?" I didn't answer. I kept the thought locked within. That after death, the place he would go was probably not the afterworld the Three Gods Church preached, nor the land of dawn the pilgrims spoke of. That he would be revived once more and forget the memories of today to fight the same damned fight over and over again. However, it is fine. It doesn't matter where I go, if only I can pay for my sins even a little more. Then, with such a calm and peaceful voice, the old man spoke. "Now end me." The moment he told me he was prepared, I slammed down my hammer, putting all of my strength behind it so that there would be no moment for pain, even as he was crushed. Vroom. The hammer reached the heart that in the past I had barely reached using dozens of flesh bursts. Crunch. For some reason, the all too familiar sound of light dispersing in this stone room chilled me. There, too, the rainbow essence appeared. It was a sight I had witnessed countless times since becoming an adventurer, but today, I only looked at it in silence, shine, until that brilliant, beaming light disappeared. It was complete chaos when I took the portal back out. After going to kill one vampire, I never returned, no matter how long they waited for me. "Mister, are you hurt? Are you hurt anywhere?" "Yandel, what happened inside?" "No, it doesn't matter what happened. You're now banned from going back in." Amelia even said something ridiculous about me being banned from going in again. Thankfully, however, not everyone reacted like someone came back from the dead. Maybe it was because they were able to confirm that I was alive due to the portal not working. 3 hours, 21 minutes. Oh, and even in this moment of chaos, the recording wizard was keeping his record straight. "Get out of the way," I said, pushing my way forward. "You can stop worrying as well. It wasn't that dangerous in the first place. Then why did it take you so long to come back out?" Raven, who was in charge of educating the adventurers on the Guardians, came to me and spoke with her piercing voice. "You know, I was about to get to it. The Guardian I met inside had intelligence. That was why I spent so long talking to it to get information. The Guardian was intelligent. Yes, it lost its mind in the end, but we could still talk before then. I didn't go into the full details, but I revealed to them all the contents of the conversation between me and the old vampire. I wouldn't be able to test something if I kept it a secret. Because of that, I have something I want to request the next person who's going in." I informed everyone entering after me to try their best to converse with the vampire. Yandel, what you said didn't happen." "Me neither. As soon as I entered, he said something about his thirst for blood and attacked me. I couldn't talk to it either. Amelia, Erwin, Miss Shaw, and everyone else who entered failed to encounter the same thing as me. My questions only continued to grow because of it. What was different about me? Why was Duke Boromir able to maintain his mind in front of me? And why was every other guardian different? Just like the last thing he said. But perhaps, I was here for all those times and was called out there to fight. Every time I needed to fight someone again. If these statues here were the originals, and the space we found on this underground floor acted as a sort of storage unit for them, why didn't the other guardians show a similar reaction? I wasn't sure. The more I thought about it, the more unsure I became. In the end, I decided to move on to something else for the time being. Yandel, are you going to kill that one now? Oh, I have something I want to check first. Saving that for last won't hurt anything. When I went to clear the unknown stone statues, the ones for whom we didn't even know what floor they were from, Amelia revealed her concern for me, but I had no intention of changing my mind. Don't worry, I reassured. At most, they're rank 5 monsters. It won't be dangerous. With that, I went and touched the troll stone statue. Inexplicably, I felt a little odd. A troll guardian. Normally, I would have been more motivated by the chance to see a rainbow troll essence. But now, I became curious about a different thing entirely. Did this guy also have his circumstances? What would happen to him if the gate of the abyss was reached? Would he be able to find his peace then? Though I left them unspoken, the thoughts continued to circulate through my mind. Chapter 587, Original, 4. I walked through the portal that had opened next to the troll statue into new space. It didn't take long for me to confirm where I was. Cold air moved in from below my feet. Walls of ice refracted light like transparent glass. It's the glacier cave. This was where I met Mr. Baron killed Gensha, the player from Nork. That said, it wasn't as if I felt nostalgic about this place. I had already felt all those emotions when I went in to kill the tyrant Arunbus before. Anyway, that means this is a rift on the first floor. Thanks to that, I had another piece of supporting evidence. Just like how when entering the Bloody Citadel, the hidden boss Duke Boromir might appear at a very low probability, it meant that a few other rifts also had hidden bosses as well. The guardian troll that I was here to defeat was another one of those cases. I'll think about it after I see it, I mumbled to myself. After collecting my thoughts at the entrance, I moved on through the tunnel, and soon, the tight corridor expanded into a huge area, though for now, I couldn't see the troll. Like I thought, the boss room is different too. I took a short look around the area before the boss could appear. In Boromir's case, instead of a death knight, there had been a coffin in the Bloody Citadel. There was also something different about this space. The 3 orc brothers encased in pillars of ice. These 3 acted as appetizers before the real boss appeared. But they weren't here, just as Tyrant Arunbus's portal wasn't. And there was one other key difference. What happened here? The frozen room was littered with corpses. The bodies were crushed and limbs severed to the point where it was difficult to see what they had originally looked like, and each was stacked on top of the others like a mountain. What wasn't difficult to see, however, was that these were Imperial soldiers. It was thanks to the bloodstained symbol on the flag, the insignia I had seen in the doppelganger forest and in the cave where I fought against White Captain Dreadfear. Looks like the Imperial army was just everywhere. I suppose compared to a country on Earth, they would be like England? In any case, the space wasn't just filled with Imperial corpses, but the remains of monsters as well. Ice orcs, frost wolves, yetis, and so on. Alongside monsters who appeared naturally in the glacier cave, there were a few other entities as well. Is that not Tyrannus? I could even see the corpse of the original guardian of Glacier Cave, Tyrant Arunbus, but I couldn't see the club that he usually had on him. Where's that creaking coming from? It didn't take me long to see where the unsettling noise had originated. Creak, creak. The much larger mountain of corpses that was situated in the center of this space shook. As I listened closer, I heard something else too. Gulp. Now, I heard something swallowing. It happened when I curiously approached the pile. Grok. Something covered by the mountain of corpses roared as it stood up. It was easily over 15 feet tall with horrifyingly large canines protruding from its mouth. Excluding the fact that it was much larger than an ordinary troll, it had most of the same characteristics. Well, also except for the fact that its skin is black. I was a modern cave barbarian who would have been called racist if I talked about anything related to skin color. Hence, my focus was on something else. It's holding the club. While it was holding a corpse with one hand and eating it like a snack, its other hand was on the club, the same one that Tyrant Arunbus would have originally carried. Oh, by the way, the club had a designated name as well. No, 9712, Snowfield Club. As it was a numbered item with a very high number, the weapon had the simple effect of doing cold damage on top of its normal damage. Boom. After swallowing the snack in one gulp, it walked toward me in a threatening manner. Still, I calmly tried to initiate a conversation. I am Bjorn, son of Yandel. Boom. As I spoke to it while making my peaceful intentions known, the troll stopped walking, then looked at me and tilted its head. GRRK. Would I be able to talk with this one as well? That hope was broken into pieces 1 second later. Grok. Even though I had only stated my name, the troll let out a monstrous roar and began to charge me. With how expectant I was, my disappointment was also immeasurable. I sighed. So I couldn't talk with this one. Seeing how it was eating the corpses limb by limb, a part of me did expect this outcome. Well, it was still too early for me to give up. Voon. I quickly dodged the club and tried again to talk to it in the ancient language this time, just in case. Calm down. I don't want to fight you. My name is Bjorn, son of Grok. Damn it, that didn't work either. I didn't have much left now. Grok. My next move was to try talking to it by mimicking what it said, but nothing worked. In the end, I used the final trick I had. If Raftonian, the ancient language, or using its words back at it didn't work, there was only one thing left, to talk with our bodies. Bam! I swung at its chin with my hammer as it charged at me. A lot of people in the modern world had anger management issues. Just like with them, if I showed a clear difference in power between it and I, maybe it would regain its senses. But looks like that didn't work either. Even though I hadn't used swing because I was worried it would die in one hit, the troll only got angrier and charged at me even more fiercely. It was similar to the behavior of normal monsters who acted aggressively until their life force faded. Alright, then I'll give up trying to talk to it now. After concluding that my main mission would be impossible to achieve, I focused on my secondary mission of gathering information about this thing. Voon. The club it swung created shockwaves as it cleaved through the air. While it did, its weapon didn't start glowing or produce any special effects. However, even with that because of that, I was at least able to recognize what it was doing. Is it swing? A troll was using swing. It was pretty surprising, but I kept calm and focused on deducing the reason for this. An elite boss. The troll of Glacier Cave was an elite boss. That was why it could use the essence of a different creature. Just like how vampire Boromir could use Nightblare's pain sharing, this guy could use the ogre's skill. Of course, that wasn't the important part. Wow, so it does exist. It was something I had been curious about for a long time. The strength of an ogre with a regeneration of a troll. If a monster had both of these qualities, what would it be like? Now, the realization of such an imaginary monster was before me. It's not that impressive, though. Maybe it would have been different if it was an ogre with a troll's essence, but a troll with an ogre's essence was more boring than I anticipated. Or maybe I had just become too strong. Honestly, if I had faced this guy instead of a Boromir as my first rift, Bjorn Yandel's story would have ended that day. Then let's check. I continued to do damage to it and observed the way the troll fought. I figured I needed to obtain as much information as possible so that the ones who would come in after me would have an easier time. Of course, even while doing that, the battle ended pretty quickly. I guessed that it only took 30 minutes. Except for the fact that the troll's cooldowns disappeared when the cave darkened in the end, there was nothing to be wary of about this troll. You have defeated the corrupted beast Kurdu. Elite boss defeat bonus. EXP +1. Guardian defeat bonus. EXP +3. As I crushed the troll's head with my hammer, the portal opened, and I ignored the rainbow essence that dropped once more as I left the area. After defeating the troll, I went and defeated all the rank 5 monsters among the unconfirmed monsters, but I didn't have any extraordinary gains. Duke Boromir was the only one I could talk to. There must be a reason for it, surely. But no matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't even come up with a decent theory. Why was I able to converse with that old man? What was the difference between him and the other unconfirmed guardians? Was it just luck? There was no way of knowing, but I decided to shelve the mystery for now and focused on clearing the statues. I cleared the White Temple, the rift of the 3rd floor, that I had been putting off until now. It was odd, but the knight of the end of the White Temple didn't say anything it would say in the game and just charged me. The same went for the rift of the 4th floor, which I challenged after borrowing equipment that could be useful for it. Are you also here to kill me? The doppelganger should have said something like that, yet didn't say a word either and just began fighting me as any boss would. That, and the structure of the boss battle was completely different. I was curious about how I would have to get around the gimmick of needing to attack it from both the inside and the outside while the doppelganger took on the form of a team member. So how is one supposed to clear this? The doppelganger immediately changed into me to fight, and it even used self-replication to get the numbers advantage over me. However, it wasn't that desperate of a situation. The doppelganger couldn't copy numbered items. After all, Wall of Aegis, Crawl's Demon Grinder, including these 2 core items, I even had Outlaw of the Wilderness, which countered humanoid monsters, along with many more pieces of equipment that I borrowed before coming in here. After using everything to its limit, I was able to defeat the doppelganger. It took me about 7 hours. You have defeated a doppelganger. Guardian defeat bonus. EXP +3. The seal of the doppelganger, which originally needed to be kept Loctite, was broken from the start, and in that state, I had seen its crystallization pattern over 13 times. However, because I had my full build, no attacks landed on me no matter how many there were, so I could clear the boss. Damn it, I thought I was going to die. After coming back out and informing everyone about the battle process with the doppelganger, everyone was speechless when they heard I fought for 7 hours straight. It seemed that my desperate battle left an impression, as thankfully, no one came out and said they would challenge the boss themselves. Instead, they were only impressed with their jaws dropped. The doppelganger's essence, it's enticing, but I'll have to give it up. It's not a monster you can defeat alone. I'm honestly surprised that it's even possible to defeat the 4th floor Rift Guardian alone. But it looks like you didn't eat the essence this time either, your lordship. Right, that last question was something I had thought about as well. The doppelganger essence was valued pretty highly. It was useful no matter the class of the person, but I need the slots. It wasn't like I would get that much stronger if there were 2 of me, and it wasn't as if numbered items could be copied when I used a clone skill. Also, self-replication needed an essence like dual control that Amelia had to get any sort of synergy going, so I just gave it up. I don't know what I might find, so I need to keep at least 1 slot open. In any case, after that battle with the doppelganger, I spent an entire day just lounging around and resting. I watched the expedition group while I did, and things had taken a pretty interesting turn. Oh, you're back. That's a relief. Priest, please look at this injury. The adventurers who chose to challenge themselves passionately went in and out of the portals at all hours while the knights, wizards, and priests took a step back to spend their time doing their own things. They didn't need experience or essence. Still, the wizards, who were focused more on the scholarly side of things, were quite interested in our situation as well. Lord Baron, are you going to challenge the Golden Ruins tomorrow? Yes, I will be. I am curious, just what would the Golden Ruins be like, and what is beyond that closed gate? The wizard's primary concern was looking forward to my next actions. They didn't seem to care about the stone statues that had already been cleared. You have defeated the Golden Fang Calpian. Guardian defeat bonus, EXP +3. And so, after resting for the whole day, I challenged the 4th floor rift, the Golden Ruins, as planned after eating breakfast, and I returned after about 3 hours. However, it wasn't as desperate of a situation as was with the doppelganger. It was just the fate of a tank. I wish I had an attack skill, swing and demon grinder. Since I at least had those 2, I was able to defeat it in the end, but tearing Calpian scales off one by one definitely took a long time. Plus, because it wasn't a humanoid monster, Outlaw of the Wilderness wasn't able to help out. Still, I could only kill it because I am a tank. Honestly, it was quite a common thing in RPG games. If a well-created tank had a good matchup, it was possible for them to solo defeat bosses which other classes couldn't. That was, of course, assuming there was no time limit. Then excluding the unconfirmed guardians, only the 5th floor statues are left. As my gaze turned to the 5th floor guardians, everyone's attention also fell on me. Most of them looked at me with expectation, but the eyes of the members of the Anabata clan were more nervous. We're sure that there are 2 portals that open up for the 5th floor rifts, right? That's right. I wonder who Baron Yondell will take with him into the rift. I took a look around. Amelia had a neutral expression while Erwin looked at me with expectation. Does she think we're going on a picnic or something? Miss Shaw looked pretty nervous, and Ainer avoided eye contact with me as soon as I looked at her. For some reason, she looked even less motivated today. But, well, I had already decided who I was going to take. I walked past everyone else and arrived in front of one person, Arawar Raven, sorry. She looked as if she never expected herself to be chosen, but I didn't need to say much. I need you. This was the essence of a 5th floor guardian. Of course I needed to take it in a magic vial. Chapter 588, Boss Run, 1. Knowledge was a precious asset for adventurers. It was why they usually didn't tell other people about the experiences they went through and the information they gathered for free. Not to say that they were stingy or narrow-minded, just that the culture was naturally accepted in the world of adventurers. Great Navigator Pikma, Abyss Seeker Liminin, and so on. The reason these people were called the Greats and were of such renown had something to do with that concept. It wasn't just that their achievements were amazing, but for the good of all people, they shared the tricks and information they found without holding back. Raven began speaking as soon as we crossed into the portal. Alright, since we're in here now, I'll briefly explain the Guardian we'll have to deal with. I cut off there. You don't need to explain. But didn't you say you needed me? She seemed confused by my words. Did she perhaps think that I needed her for her information? I did notice how her thin shoulders were pulled back when I picked her for this mission. Raven, I need you for something else. What is it? She asked, sounding a little annoyed. Since we had been allies for a long time, I immediately noticed she was only acting annoyed because she was embarrassed. I could tell that she got angry when I said this next thing, though. It's an opportunity to get a rank 5 Guardian Essence. Obviously, we need to put it in a magic vial. A cold voice echoed out after a moment of silence. What? I quickly added on as if making excuses. And among the wizards I know, you're the one I can trust the most. Raven, what are you saying? Then what about Versil Galland? Weren't you pretty close with her? And I heard that she's acting as the vice captain as well. but trusting someone and trusting them to have my back are completely separate issues. Is that so? Thankfully, Raven's expression lightened a little. That was quite a curious question. I didn't mind when other people got angry at me, but why did only she make me feel a chill down my spine? She was the smallest one too. While I was distracted by that thought, Raven mumbled as if logically piecing everything together. Well, I can understand that. Ms. Gulland probably doesn't know your true identity, and that would make it difficult for you to act as you pleased. Well, one thing I was sure of was if she took one of those MBTI tests, she would be a T for sure. Unlike with me. I blinked. No, that's just how it is. Don't get the wrong idea. It's just the truth. Right. Well, you aren't wrong. In truth, Versil didn't know that I was a player. Also, since Versil was a modern person, unlike other pure-blooded wizards, she was terrible at research. That, and the way she looked at objects and situations was completely different from them as well. That was another reason I chose Raven. I only needed myself to get the player's perspective, so a native's view on things was needed as well. Anyway, can I get to the main topic? Sure, she obliged. We lingered at the start point to talk about the boss fight that was soon to come. It was mostly me talking, with Raven asking a question, which I then answered, which would lead to an exclamation from her. I never thought a method like that existed. Is that also the knowledge of your world? Strictly speaking, rather than the knowledge of my world, it was the information I obtained after sacrificing my 20s. After a beat of hesitation, I hedged, something like that. For some reason, you sounded pretty insincere just then. What are you saying? I am always sincere. That's a relief to hear. In any case, we have a lot of time here anyway, so tell me more about your world. That was the request I received around the time I thought we should start heading in. However, since I had received so much from Raven already in my life, it was difficult for me to refuse her offhand. That's not a problem, but so suddenly. It's not sudden. I've been curious about it for a while, but until now, it's never been just the two of us like this. Well, it was true that this would be a sensitive topic to talk about just anywhere. That was probably why even when she was curious, she didn't approach me to ask. Only for 30 minutes I eventually conceded. People are waiting for us outside. Yes, that's fine. 30 minutes, then. So, what's your first question? As I smirked to Goater, Raven asked her supposed question. Internal combustion engines, huh? The words I never expected to hear came out of her mouth. Because you have something like that, you can move large carriages without horses or mana, right? I'm curious about how they work. When I didn't respond, she asked, do you not know about it? I'm very sure I remember hearing about it. Maybe it was because she was a wizard? When I told Amelia about the modern day, we only talked about cool things like how huge flying machines flew in the air and kings were selected by the people. It's not that I don't know about them. I stuttered. Is that so? Then please tell me the precise mechanism of this internal combustion engine. Well, steam, heat, you use that to spin a wheel, is that all? The fervor in Raven's eyes cooled when she heard my answer. I felt ashamed for some reason, but I pressed on. That's it. The details are special secrets overseen by the country. Normal people like you and I wouldn't know under most circumstances. If Eon Bill were here with us, she would laugh and sneer at me with disdain. But who cared? Eon Bill wasn't here, only a naive, native wizard. To put it simply, it's like the magic of this world. Then I can understand. Even the principle of the exchange machine, that is the basis of mana engineering, is not known to ordinary people. Raven accepted it with a serious expression on her face, and she continued to question me about the modern world. I'd noticed from the moment she asked me about the internal combustion engine, but Raven actually knew quite a bit. She added, it's a field I'm pretty interested in. Really? Yes, I went and studied it myself after as well. You studied it. After meeting you again at that time, I became more interested. Since I was a part of the military, it was quite easy to obtain relevant information as well. I did remember how she felt disgusted by the thought of evil spirits and avoided talks about the modern world, but I could see she felt more curious about it. That was probably why she brought it up as soon as it was only the two of us. By the way, it's time. Already. Raven seemed disappointed, but she didn't try and force more answers out of me. The essence of the 5th floor Rift Guardian was very scarce. Since 12 different rifts opened, it was more than a little difficult to obtain a specific essence, and honestly, the essences of guardians on the 5th floor and above didn't even appear on auction. No one tried to sell one, and even if they did, the palace would secretly take it away before anyone really could. Have you been here before, Mr. Yondell? No, it's my first time, at least in this body. Didn't I tell you that was the end? Focus up. After leaving the starting point, we reached the boss room not long after. Whoosh, a small fire crackled in the middle of a charred forest. I could tell that the area around the flame was the boss room of the 5th floor rift, burning forest. Usually, you needed to go through a few chapters of putting out the flames in all directions before you could arrive at this place. But here, all those annoying processes were skipped. We only need to farm the experience. The guardians here were guaranteed to drop an essence on top of that. Well, thinking about it, that wasn't really a significant boon. I'm honestly thankful that 2 people can enter the 5th floor rift. The rifts below this only allowed 1 person to enter at a time, meaning the essence could only be obtained if you were strong enough to solo the boss. The thing was, most people didn't need the essence of a guardian they could defeat by themselves, just like how I didn't pick up all those essences. Theoretically, if a wizard went in all of these alone and defeated the bosses, they could contain them in magic vials to sell them later. Of course, that was only in theory, and the reality was easier said than done. It wasn't that there weren't any wizards who could 1v1 a boss monster, but rather, to make that possible, they would need to have a huge advantage in power over that specific boss. That didn't even take into account their personal expenses or the price of the magic vial they would use. "What are you thinking about?" Raven inquired. "You stop moving." "Oh, it was nothing important. I will now summon him, so stand over there. Put the spell I requested on me now too." "Okay." After pushing aside that thought, I approached the red-hot flame that was floating in the air and reached into it. Whoosh! The flame sent out waves of heat as it danced dangerously at my touch. Fire Lord Phil has cast Stigma of Ash. When the character uses a skill, they will take fire damage. As the guardian of the 5th floor rift awoke, a gray stigma appeared on the back of my hand. Flash! The flame that swirled and grew took on the form of a creature, the guardian of the burning forest, Fire Lord Phil, a rank 4 monster who had the proper designation of Lava Lord. This guy also doesn't talk. Just in case there was another difference here, I didn't attack first and just watched. Whoosh! Its body was created solely from fire, and it wore a mask that only covered the upper part of its face. While its upper body looked similar to that of a human's, its lower body looked like a genie that came out of a magic lamp, where only flames licked and swirled where its legs should be. No difference in its outer appearance. After meeting Duke and Boromir that time, I always tried to initiate a conversation, but it didn't work this time either. And so, we immediately went into battle. Although this guy was in the mid-ranks in terms of difficulty among the 5th floor rifts, if everything went to plan, there wouldn't be any problem. This was because I wasn't alone anymore. I only needed to do my job as a tank, like so. Ba'Allah. I used Giantization and Wild Outburst to boost my threat level. Your threat level is over 500. All monsters in the vicinity will prioritize the character with their attacks. Combining those with the Wall of Aegis, I took the aggro of the Guardian, whose aggro was notoriously difficult to draw and keep. Fire Lord Phil has cast Servants of Ash. No matter if it used summons, used attacks, or pulled out a unique gimmick when it changed phases, I only needed to take the hits and endure them, though I would be able to use Swing after getting buffed by Raven to try for some damage. Do I need to? The damage was already enough. Just like how Bjorn Yandel had grown this much since his battle in the Bloody Citadel, Raven had also grown quite a bit. The rage of the forest is instilled in the Fire Lord Phil. As the damage continued to pile on, we finally reached the last phase of the boss. I'll say this now, but the last one will take some time. You can take your time. It's warm, and we're doing good. The essence of Belarius was the best against magic damage. Your mana resistance is over 500. All magic damage received is decreased by 50%. By decreasing the damage by half and reducing that even further with the Orb of Fire, it felt more like a sauna to me. Specifically, right now, it felt like 120 degrees to me. You've become a monster, Mr. Yandel. Although I had found it difficult to breathe for some time now, the praise from my ally made my barbarian body dance. As I continued to hold the boss monster's attention, Raven's spell finally finished. Arawar Raven has cast the rank 3 ice magic Blooming Snowflower. She was no longer the tiny wizard who was barely able to use the rank 6 solar magic in the Bloody Citadel. She was now the golden wizard whose talent was acknowledged by the palace and had allowed her to obtain the position of vice captain of the 3rd magic troops. The nicknames given to high-ranking wizards are pretty poetic. As this was the first time I'd seen her cast this spell, the effect of the spell, however simple, burned itself into my eyes. Flash. First, cold air seeped from Raven's feet to freeze the ground around her. Fwoong. And then, something translucent fired toward the boss like an arrow, and it pierced its body and disappeared as if it never existed. But when it did, the boss stopped moving. The boiling heat disappeared instantly, and as a cold wind settled, Raven spoke. "Mr. Yandel, do you know why this spell is called Blooming Snowflower?" A quiet but relaxed question. However, Raven didn't give me time to respond and continued, "It's because the flower really does bloom from within." The spell activated right then as if she had rehearsed this before. Creak. It erupted from within the body as dozens of icicles protruded from the boss's outer layer. However, there's a reason it's a snowflower and not ice thorns. This time as well, as soon as she stopped talking, the boss monster turned into sparkles of light. At the sight of it, Raven gave a bright smile. "How about it? Doesn't it look like it's snowing?" Wow, it was so obvious she prepared a script for all this. I thought about how I should respond to her before the appearance of the boss's final moment entered my mind. Suddenly, I was thinking about what I would have named this skill. since it was using magic to turn the body into spikes. Transfersion. That didn't sound right. Transpuffer form. Yeah, that sounded better. After putting the Fire Lord Final's essence into a magic vial, I went and challenged other 5th floor guardians with Raven. As we did, it created a sort of routine. After going through the raid strategy at the start point, we always took about 30 minutes just talking. This was, of course, at Raven's request. I'm helping you, right? So how about you stop acting like this is annoying? Oh ho, help? I don't think we need to think about it like that when we are. What are we, then? I'm not even a member of your clan right now. There was nothing I could say to that, so I just continued to talk with her. At first, Raven was very interested in modern culture, but as our routine went on, she began to ask more about me personally. So, what was your name? Haven't I told you? You haven't. Hansuli. It's Hansuli. It's not Hans, so please be wary of the pronunciation. Han, Shu, Li. Sure, that's good enough. What do you mean? Starting from my real name, she asked about my family, my friends, what job I had, and so on. There were a few heavy topics among them as well. After getting a brief rundown of my personal relationships, our topic moved over to Dungeon and Stone, so you've opened the Gate of the Abyss once, only in the game, and as soon as I opened it, I was dragged here, so I don't know what's beyond it, wait, if you came here because you opened the Gate of the Abyss, what happens if you open the Gate of the Abyss from this side? Then will you return through the Gate of the Abyss, to your original world? Well, that is a possibility. I see. We'll stop our talk there. Let's get moving. After that, we went into the boss room and defeated the boss. Raven made a big mistake, so we were nearly in a lot of danger, but I was thankfully able to carry the fight and get out safely. We've already defeated 6 now. They were 5th floor guardians that I had been quite worried about, but we were progressing pretty easily through them. Of course, we've had some dangerous moments like before as well. However, perhaps because of all the things I had gone through recently, none of them felt that particularly threatening. Mr. Yandel, if you're fine, how about we go into the next portal? We've still got some energy left, and we've finished the information transfer as well. Well, that's true. Something's off. Raven's hurried tone raised my suspicions, but that was only for a moment as I tapped her lightly on her shoulder. Raven, I'm thinking of going in with someone else from now on. Pardon. Good work until now. Go and rest. In other words, the carry duo of the Bloody Citadel was over here. However, even though I expected Raven to feel glad, her expression turned cold. Rest? What do you mean? Are you abandoning me after all that? What do you mean, abandon? It was just that I didn't need a wizard anymore, and there was no reason to put the essence of where I was going into a magic vial. I misspoke. So, if not me, who are you thinking of going in with? I responded with Raven with a smirk and went towards someone else. Amelia looked at me questioningly. Let's go eat an essence. It was time to feed her one. Chapter 589, Boss Run, 2. Amelia Rainwales, a truly talented individual who could use aura and was a capable guide. Her class. I guess she's a clone thief. In any case, she was currently level 8 and had one empty essence slot after erasing one before coming down to the first underground floor. Sociability. This was the essence of Caprabura, a rank 5 monster, and it meant that monsters wouldn't attack her unless she attacked them first. This was quite useful when she was moving alone, but now that she was moving with us, it was an essence that she no longer needed. Well, she did have one more in a similar vein. Emily, when we go back to the city, erase the essence of Esgen as well. The Esgen essence. Why are you surprised? I said before your time of moving about alone is over. I'll think about it. What do you mean, think about it? If she held on to the spring of eternal youth, priests would continue to not be able to heal her properly. Why does she want to keep it so much? With allies around, the essence of Esgen could be substituted by potions and other things. But why was she so intent on holding on to that one? Does she still not trust us completely? Maybe that was the case. That skill alone would have helped her survive death countless times when she was going around alone. Maybe she needed more time to get used to us. Eventually, I said, sure, think about it. It's not like our clan has a priest yet either. I decided to slowly try to persuade her over time and leave the talk of it there for now. Looks like everything's resolved, Amelia suddenly said just as we were about to start discussing the boss. When I looked at her to ask what she was talking about, Amelia cleared her throat and continued with a quiet voice, I'm talking about Mr. Karlstein. It was true that I hadn't properly told her what happened after that, so she had probably been curious about it the whole time. It all worked out thanks to you. I've confirmed that she's not hiding anything. A confession. I paused. I heard that you received one from Karlstein. Oh, I was genuinely surprised. Looks like it's true, judging by your reaction, she noted, ignoring if it's true or not. How do you know about that? I heard it from Terja, from her one. She was going around that day looking for you, and she says she heard the conversation coming from the room. When I kept floundering for words like an open-mouthed fool, Amelia carefully asked, "So, what was your answer? Was it right to talk about that time without getting permission from Miss Shaw first?" Though the dilemma of it needled me, I decided to answer truthfully for now. I did receive Amelia's help that day. After all, she echoed my words back at me. Just friends. Yet, it ended smoothly with that. "So you don't need to worry. This will be a messy fight, comma, huh? No, just talking to myself." I asked her what she meant by those ominous words, but even then, she didn't give me an answer. Amelia changed the topic as if avoiding that one. "Yandel, I'm asking this just in case." Hearing her sound so serious, I became worried about what she was about to say. "Do you perhaps like men, comma, what?" "Don't worry, I don't judge over things like that. I've met a few people in Nork who had such inclinations as well." What the hell was she talking about? "Watch your words, Amelia Rain wails. I held back the boiling feeling in my core and ground out, "I love women. I love women a lot, comma, is that so? Still, I didn't know it was that much, so never say something like that in front of me ever again. This is much more insulting than when you called me Hans, comma, sorry, I'll keep it in mind. I'll never say something like that again, I promise. I swear on my older sister." After Amelia gave her quick and serious apology, I let out a sigh and stamped down my temper. It was pretty odd. It wasn't as if I hated people who batted for the other team, so why did I get so angry? Despite not really understanding it myself, Amelia quietly observed my reaction before continuing to say, "Anyway, that's a relief to hear. A relief. You are a noble in this world." I tilted my head. She avoided my eyes for some reason. "Well, I don't know how it was in your world, but it's fine in this world, even if you love women, lots of them." How the hell did the conversation reach this point? It was beyond my comprehension, so I brought up a sound from deep within me. She may have been my precious ally, but it couldn't be helped. She needed to be disciplined when she deserved it. Humanitarianism and a Confucianist mentality, I had inherited both of them. Also, I was a pure-blooded Korean who had inherited the surname Lee of the Joseon royal family. Someone who was Korean, and only Korean. To put it simply, as a triple K barbarian, gal, there were some things I couldn't ignore. Gal. This Confucianist shout in my native tongue was something Amelia had probably never heard before. As someone who had the mission of making the world a better place, I quickly told her the meaning of that shout. "It's something the people of my world say when we rebuke someone, comma, are you telling me I said something that deserved to be rebuked?" Haha. It seemed that she still didn't understand. I would be justified to go even harder on her, but as she was my ally, I slowly and calmly explained it to her. "Naturally, our royal family doesn't tolerate such disorderly behavior in our culture." Amelia was taken aback for a second. "Our royal family? I haven't told you because I thought it might overwhelm you, but my surname Lee means I am the blood of the Joseon royal family. Are you saying you're royalty right now?" Comma, yes, a collateral line. I felt a little guilty, but I wasn't technically lying, right? I could interpret my lineage like that. As someone of a mono-ethnicity, there was a chance that my blood had some of the royal family mixed in it. A member of royalty. That's surprising. Amelia accepted it a lot more easily than I expected. However, it seemed that she did have one question. "But didn't you say that the nation you lived in is called Korea? Joseon is an ancient kingdom that has already collapsed." "I see, so you have the royal blood of an ancient, ruined kingdom." "Oh, yes, that was also up to interpretation. It sounded cooler than a mere middle-class person who happened to have the surname Lee, though. Now I understand why you were so desperate to survive. That must have been the environment you grew up in. You must feel a sense of duty as well." I just stayed quiet and let her talk. However, it seemed that this conversation had ignited her curiosity a little as Amelia began to ask many more things. What a peculiar country this Joseon is, for even the royalty to not be able to have multiple wives. I had nothing I could say about that. In truth, Joseon was polygamous. And not just wives, they even had royal concubines. A lot of them at that. Maybe polygamy is actually a pretty foundational social system? Even as the thought struck me, I quickly shook my head. No, there was no way. The current royal family of Korea, the K government, had inherited Confucian teachings and was enforcing monogamy. But this is a different world, right? Thinking about it now, even murder was considered an extreme crime in the eyes of Korea, governed by the K government. And at this point, I was a mass murderer who had killed hundreds of people. So is there a reason for me to still be holding on to these ideas? A devil whispered to me from my left shoulder, but I blocked my ears and closed my eyes. There was no need for me to produce excuses like Confucianism or social structures or whatever. It was just because I was born and raised in a world like that I was feeling a natural aversion to this topic. But it seemed that Amelia had noticed as well. It seems this was a sensitive topic to you. I apologize. Her new apology made me feel like I overreacted a little as well, so I accepted it. Of course, receiving that apology did nothing for the questions in my mind. It's fine. But why did you suddenly bring that up? I asked. Amelia just said it looked like I needed some guidance before quietly mumbling something to herself. This isn't going to be a messy fight. She sounded really serious for some reason. In the end, it'll become a bloody one. What have you been mumbling there? I'm talking to myself. Don't worry about it. No, but how could I not? What would fit my triple K mindset more? After finishing my conversation with Amelia, which made me think long and hard about that particular question, we were able to finally get talking about raiding the boss. Can we really just jump down? Finally, we reached the boss room, or rather, the entrance to the boss room. Swoosh, cold bursts of air whipped across a cliff. Below it was darkness that seemed to lead all the way down to Hades. Don't get scared. There's no FD. There's no fall damage. Although I kindly explained it to her, Amelia didn't understand what I meant. She also seemed to have an aversion to falling. That was why I just grabbed Amelia and jumped down. Most people would have screamed, but Amelia was different. Although she grabbed onto my head so hard that I thought my hair would get ripped off, she didn't make a single sound. Boom. With that heavy thud, we arrived at the bottom of the cliff. After taking a moment to regain her bearing, Amelia got off of my shoulder. She then glared at me before sighing. I know you can be gentle, so why do you always? Did you say something? She sent me another silent stare. It's fine, barbarian, she deadpanned finally. So where's our enemy? Seeing how she was calling me barbarian and not Yandel, I could tell she was a bit angry at me. But I could solve that problem later. It'll soon be here. Just as I raised my shield, the entire space began to shudder. And then, our enemy revealed itself. Boom. A body larger than any ordinary ogre, and above it, a head with 3 distinct horns in a singular eye. Its chest area looked rotten and ripped apart, as its ribs were fully exposed to the air. Slurp. Then, a monstrous-looking tongue peeked out through it, flicking about unpleasantly. It was as if it were looking at food. Also, this was pretty good for me. So this guy doesn't talk either. Originally, this guy would run away the entire time the rift was open, and when it was finally caught, it would boast and say that it succeeded in luring us. Get ready, Amelia. That name. It's just the two of us here. Yandel, mistakes always happen when you least expect them. Hey, it's not that serious. I was just calling you your real name for the first time in a while. I'm saying all of this for your own sake. Baal. Before she could continue lecturing me, I used giantization and charged forward. As we clashed and held each other in position, Amelia stopped talking and did what she needed to do as well. Amelia Rainwales has cast self-replication. As expected of a clone thief, she activated her clones first before attacking our target from both sides, as if filling in for our lacking numbers. Her two selves danced and attacked like twin swordswomen who had trained together all their lives. Amelia Rainwales has cast Azura's kick. She kicked the head of the monster that was multiple times larger than herself. Amelia Rainwales has cast Power of the Abyss, and used aura to cut away at the monster's tough skin. It was noticeably different from when I fought with Raven by my side. If a wizard attacked by taking their time to channel one huge blast of damage, Amelia continued to output high DPS as a melee damage dealer should, and since her damage values are bigger, I can expect more from her. Amelia did more damage when considering damage over time as well. Well, whether or not she could consistently deal her maximum possible damage the whole time was a different matter entirely. The biggest problem is resource management. Amelia's burst damage was right behind Erwin's. However, that period of high damage was exceedingly short. Due to the combination of essences she had, it couldn't be helped due to her lacking MP. In situations like this where she has to do all the damage, those weaknesses are made even more obvious. The MP usage of self-replication was among the highest in the game. When the clone used her skills, the MP usage was 5 times more than what it usually would be. Until now, she had been able to use her expansive amount of MP along with Power of the Abyss to manage. But this is a problem that should have been fixed from the beginning. Honestly, the reason this weakness hadn't caused us any problems was simply because of Amelia's high skill ceiling. Amelia Rainwales has cast Substitution. She used her clone only to draw attention before attacking with her main body. While doing that, she consistently aimed for critical strikes and maintained her pace, so her MP never fell below a certain value. That was why she only used Aura, which required a lot of MP, at set short intervals. At the end of the long battle, Amelia used Aura to slice the monster's neck. If she looked tired, I was planning on actively attacking it as well. Showing a performance like this with a half-baked character, I couldn't help but smirk. You have defeated the Hell Giant Herja. Guardian defeat bonus. EXP +3. It was always a joy whenever my allies became stronger. Chapter 590, Boss Run, 3. A Guardian Essence had 2 characteristics. The stats it gave were 1.5 times higher than one you would get from a regular monster, and it allowed you to use all the active skills an ordinary version of that monster would be able to use. However, in the Gap of Light, one of the rifts of the 5th floor, the Guardian Hell Giant Herja's essence was a little different from the others. Alright, Emily, if you've rested enough, try using it. Under normal circumstances, she should be able to use all 3 active skills of the rank 4 monster Cyclops. However, the essence of Herja only had 1 active skill, and it wasn't even a skill a regular Cyclops had either. Amelia Rainwales has cast Wave Connection. A faint line connected her body to mine as soon as she used the skill. It was a connection line that was only visible to the ones affected by the skill. Its effect was simple. Amelia Rainwales has cast Power of the Abyss. The connected individuals could share skills. A black veil of light appeared around my hammer. I've researched this essence a lot. It may seem like an extreme cheat skill, but I learned the truth after researching it for a while. It wasn't a cheat at all. Well, except for a few situations. That was, whoosh, the black light gathering around my hammer dispersed. Amelia had deactivated her skill, it uses too much soul power. How much? I won't be able to maintain its strongest state for even a minute. It had a similar penalty to self-replication. Its MP usage was immense. Then can you use it a different way this time? As I signaled for her to proceed, Amelia closed her eyes and took a moment to meditate. There were 3 different ways of using Wave Connection. The first method was sharing one's skills with an ally like what she just did. It was a support type move. And the second way is to use it like the boss does. It was an offensive tactic, where you connected to an enemy and used it against them. Even the Hell Giant we just fought had a pattern where it connected me to itself before using destructive area of effect attacks multiple times in a row while handing off the handicap to me. Well, since there was no one else around us and we attacked its eyes as soon as it tried to do that, we were able to avoid it without much trouble. Anyway, that's a pass. Since Amelia didn't have any self-destruction or harsh area of effects, that method didn't apply to her at all. So finally, there was the last method. Amelia Rainwales has cast self-replication. Amelia Rainwales has cast Wave Connection, using the skill in a utility-type way to buff her summons. Honestly, this was the proper way of using Wave Connection. It was a great benefit to be able to hand off a handicap to an enemy and use a skill from their position, but that method only fit the monsters who had an absurd amount of MP. Wave Connection truly shined when it was used in this way instead. Really, the soul consumption has returned to normal. Just what is this combination? I mean, this was just natural to me as a gamer. A wizard would have talked about mental wave connection or side waves or some other weird hypothesis, but I only knew the results I obtained after countless hours of research and experimentation. When using wave connection on a summon, it would counteract the MP increase. Oh, and naturally, a clone was considered a summon as well. With this, many more strategies are open to me. A veteran in combat, Amelia immediately noticed the worth of her new skill. But about the passive ability, the one called passive skill in your world, I haven't heard anything about it yet. Do you not know about Cyclops? It's not a monster you often see. You're the odd one for knowing the characteristics of all these creatures. Amelia seemed embarrassed by her insufficient knowledge, pushing her feelings of awkwardness onto me. Here, put this on. You'll know what the passive ability is when you do. I smirked and took out the item I could just barely afford before coming here. Amelia looked at it, a little confused. This, an eye patch, the ones known to be worn by pirates. One-eyed activates. Your dynamic visual acuity increased by plus 200. You can now see the unseen. After my duo raid with Amelia ended, I continued to go around into the different rifts while changing up my party members. The tank could do their job in any setting, but that didn't necessarily apply to damage dealers. The core of Dungeon and Stone was compatibility. Some enemies were impossible to defeat if you weren't compatible with them, and on the other hand, some enemies were very easy if you could get a favorable matchup against them. Not using everyone here would also be a waste. As the expedition group was made up of the elites of the palace, I could find all the individuals I needed from among them. When I needed a priest, I could take an archbishop-level priest with me to command as I wished, and if I needed rank 2 fire magic, there was always at least one wizard who could fill that role. Now I get why there wasn't an entry limit. This labyrinth had either solo or two-person rifts, but it also didn't seem like it was constructed in a way where 2 people could clear all of them. It seemed to have been built in a way where it encouraged hundreds of people to come in at once and for the rifts to be cleared by the ones most suited to take them on. But it's still a bit of a shame. Even while defeating the 5th floor guardians like this, I'm wasting so many essences. In the cases where I could take a wizard with me, we could store them in a magic vial, but I needed to abandon them for the rest. Even the cheapest essence here would fetch about a few billion stones. Of course, the thing I was most regretful about was Aner. Although it wasn't her graduation essence, there was an essence here that would be perfect for a spearman to use. Unfortunately, the boss wasn't so easy that I could solo carry the raid, so I had to give up taking her with me. Still, I was satisfied with this expedition since I was able to get Amelia the essence she needed, which would have been tricky to obtain in the real rift. Since it's practically a graduation essence for a clone thief, I won't need to make her eat the alternative one. I once more felt how absurd basement floor 1 was. It operated on a completely different axis compared to everywhere else in the labyrinth. I had seen countless new things after coming here, and the gains I made were difficult to quantify. Just what was this place? After meeting the old vampire, the thoughts constantly filled my mind whenever I wasn't keeping active. A silver ocean, the rainy season, dimensional collapse, the village chief, Hamzik. I repeated the things I remembered in my mind to not forget them and constantly went over them to see if I missed anything. What's the point of thinking so hard about them? But it always ended with frustration. I stood up, leaving my clearing the mind rest session there. Even if you say that, the 4th floor is forbidden to you. It's too dangerous. In front of the 4th floor Rift Guardian Calpian statue, I could see Raven trying to dissuade an adventurer. His name, what was it? Everyone just called him Big Hammer. Anyway, he was a pretty famous rank 3 adventurer in the city. Can you reconsider it one more time? This is an essence I need. I could immediately tell that it wasn't the experience or getting a speedrun record that he wanted. He really just needed the essence like he said. No, even if you say that. This may sound presumptuous, but I say that you don't know my true capabilities, Ms. Golden Wizard. Are you saying that my assessment is wrong? Haha, not at all. I'm just asking for a way to prove myself, to see if I truly have the qualifications or not. Even while Raven sternly tried to stop him, the man's will didn't seem to bend, and she let out a sigh at the predicament she found herself in. After watching the scene as an outsider, I stepped forward. Technically, I was the one who passed off this annoying work to her in the first place. If you want to take a test, I'll give you a hand, I offered. Baron Yandel. The man seemed to be caught off guard for a second by my joining the conversation, but then he nodded, seeming to conclude that this was better. Then I'll be in your care. He looked at me aggressively as he raised his big hammer. You know, I haven't even said what the test would be. It wasn't completely unexpected. However, it was common sense at this point that adventurers were all hot-headed. Plus, this was easier for me to. Mr. Yandel, you don't need to waste your strength just for me. What was she talking about? I'm not wasting my strength, pardon. I'm stopping time from being wasted. I activated giantization and looked down at him. Tiny. With that one word, our duel began. However, the guy nicknamed Big Hammer was sturdier than I expected, and this extended the spar for a while until around the 15-minute mark. It's my loss. He wasn't able to do any damage to me, but after being flung back with every swing of my hammer, he finally accepted defeat. It seems I was being too greedy, he conceded. It's a shame, but I'll give up trying to attempt the 4th floor. Even though he had tried to pressure Raven that much, he was pretty graceful in his defeat. It may be an odd look, but macho men always accepted the results of pure strength. His lordship won. Once our spar came to a close, the spectators that had gathered around us cheered, but I didn't feel flattered. I'm really not doing damage anymore. Such was the sorrow of the tank that I'd been feeling more and more often these days. After eating the essence of Belarius and obtaining the wall of Aegis as well, I had become multiple times stronger than before, but my damage was still Mr. Yandel. Raven called. May I speak with you for a moment? Oh ho ho, you don't need to thank. Thank you for the fact that you wasted 15 minutes on something that could have been sorted after 5 minutes of talking. My mind went blank for a second. Raven smirked to signal she was joking. It's fine, so follow me. I did have something I needed to tell you about. After walking with her for a moment, she used voice control magic. My expression turned serious at that. Is this a secret that needs to be kept? No, it's nothing like that, but I don't know. I think it'll be best if you decide, Mr. Yandel. Continue, I said, leaning down to match her small height so I could listen closely to her. Raven slowly began to talk. As you know, since I acted as something like an examiner, I had a lot of opportunities to hear what happened inside. So I got to learn this. Get to the point. Before I could even say that, Raven summarized. Duke Boromir doesn't say anything anymore. Doesn't say anything. Wasn't that how he usually was? No, I'm saying he really doesn't say anything. She clarified just as I was about to ask that question. Nothing about his bloodthirst or anything. Now, when someone goes in, he just charges them with red eyes. But it's strange no matter how I think about it. At least after you came out from the rift, Mr. Yandel, he at least said something. My hand that had been wandering came in and rested on my chin as my mind wandered deep into thought. Truly, that was a bit suspicious. I also found it a little odd how the old man who seemed normal at first ended up being consumed by madness so suddenly. He had maintained his mind for over 3 hours with me. Raven said something wizard-like as she looked up at me. No change occurs in the world without a cause. Then what is the reason the Duke suddenly changed? It was something a barbarian could never answer, not even after thinking over it for 100 days. For a gamer, however, it was a different story. I could think of a potential reason for it almost immediately after hearing what she said. Honestly, in truth, my mindlessness from before is beginning to return. If the fact that the old vampire was sane of mind was considered an error from the labyrinth's perspective, a hotfix, that error could have been patched in real time by someone who controlled the labyrinth. There were 27 guardians from the 1st to 5th floor rifts along with 14 unconfirmed guardians in the same category as Duke Boromir. That made for a total of 41 guardians. Although it seemed like a tough boss run at the start, after diligently fighting through them, we finally came to the final one. Only one more to go. Only one 5th floor Rift Guardian statue remained. By the way, because the rift this guy appeared in was unique, I wasn't compatible with it. That was why I had pushed it off until the end as well. Dozens of lights had lit up already, but since the stone door still showed no signs of moving, I let out a sigh. Looks like we really do need to clear all of them for something to happen, which means we need to defeat this one as well. Still, since 2 people can go in at once, I think this is doable. I had even thought about the choice of not attempting this one, but there wasn't a suitable substitute. Because it was a boss fight, a tank was crucial, but there wasn't anyone who could fill my spot. Well, I could probably find someone if I looked around, but none of them are reliable compared to me. In that case, it would be better for me to go in, which meant that I now needed to think about who to take with me. Erwin this time as well? It was an easy choice. She was practically a cheat, and truthfully speaking, after Raven, Erwin was the one with whom I had raided the most statues. I took the wizard for the easy rifts to get the essence, and the difficult rifts were mostly with Erwin, not counting a few specific exceptions. No, I shook my head. The boss we were trying to defeat in this rift wouldn't be defeated with pure power alone. Then what about Amelia? She's not a bad choice either. Aner seemed more suitable than Amelia for this one, though. She had lost a bit of presence due to her decreased aggression. Yes, but I couldn't ignore her characteristic luck. Tap. However, if I wanted luck, there was an even better person right here in front of me. Get ready. You're going in the rift. The moment my order was given, he looked at me in shock. Eh, me? Well, why? It was the paladin of the Reactless Church, Sven Parav. Chapter 591, Boss Run, 4. As soon as we crossed the portal, Sven Parav asked, "So, why me?" It was a pretty odd question. Not the content of the question, but the timing of it. Why are you asking me that after you've already crossed the portal? I thought that maybe it would be a difficult question for you to answer in front of everyone else. So that really was the reason. The more I saw him, the more I realized he had a bit of a sensitive side, and he seemed quite loyal as well. Anyway, why me? He repeated. If you needed a paladin, there were other people as well. I gave him my honest answer. I didn't pick you because you're a paladin, pardon. I picked you because you're you. Parav's eyes went wide. I expected as much. It wasn't any ordinary statement. It was a powerful and moving reason, something that resonated with the heart whenever it was said. That should have been the case, at least. But for some reason, Parav went pale and took a few steps back as if he was distancing himself from something. What is it? As I made my confusion known and took a step towards him, he took an equal step back before covering his upper body with his arms. Seeing the look of alertness in his eyes, I couldn't help but let out a dry laugh. I could guess what this fool was thinking. I mean, I had experienced something similar not long ago. Don't misunderstand, I warned. Before I break your head in. Then, are you saying the rumor isn't true? Rumor? That, you like men. Stop, I cut him off. And then, I said the same thing I said before to exonerate myself. I love women. I love women a lot. Is that so? My sincerity seemed to have reached him as the alertness in his eyes faded a little. But he seemed to have one last question. Then what did you mean by what you said just then? Not because he was a paladin, but because he was Sven Parav. The meaning of these words was simple. It was just as it sounded. What I needed to defeat the Guardian wasn't a paladin, but this guy. I think it went well. I could consider my plan half successful already because this guy stepped through the portal without any resistance. Did you sense anything as you walked into this place? Anything that made you uneasy or uncomfortable? He denied it, then seemed to realize what my intentions were. Was it because of that? I just shrugged once and didn't give him any verbal confirmation. With that topic was taken care of. We went on to talk about how to deal with the boss, and although this was practically cheating, since he was someone who had played this game before coming here, he was well informed of the initial states of the boss fight. He was also quick on the uptake of everything I told him as well. So, how do you know all this, Lord Baron? He was curious about my level of knowledge as well, but it wasn't difficult for me to procure a decent excuse. I mean, I wasn't any ordinary barbarian. When you become a noble, you gain access to information most normal people can't access. The other nobles didn't seem like they knew either. They aren't adventurers. They don't even care about the labyrinth unless it can make them money. That is true. Parav willingly accepted my reasoning and left his questioning there. After we finished going over the official plan, I thought about getting to the fight immediately, but I ended up deciding to take some more time talking to him. Thinking about it, I didn't have a lot of opportunities to talk privately with him like this. I began with an easy topic. Sven Parav, how is your life in the temple? It's honestly not that bad. After I put in the request to leave the clergy, I was shunned a little, but honestly, this might be easier for me. Leaving the clergy meant that he would stop his life in the temple and return to being an ordinary citizen. After the ceremony was over, the person no longer had any obligation to obey the words of the temple. So what's the specific process for leaving the clergy? As a person distanced from faith, I was a bit curious about this. I did hear that he wouldn't need to cut off his pinky finger to leave, but I didn't think the Three Gods Church would let go of a paladin they had nurtured too easily. It's nothing much. I just need to let go of the blessing I received from the goddess and everything I received from the temple. Everything you received from the temple. Haha. It means I won't have even a single thing in my pockets. Everything I have right now was obtained while I was a part of the temple. And I'll need to start paying taxes starting from next year. To put it simply, he could leave after giving up everything he had. In a sense, this could seem much worse than just having his pinky cut off. But I'm not afraid, he added. Ms. Garland promised she would support me for the— Wait, Lord Baron, did you not know about this? Parav suddenly looked to go into a panic in the middle of talking. I just smirked and tapped him on his shoulder. Don't worry, I will take responsibility for you until the end. Phew, that nearly surprised me. But you're pretty calm about all this. Doesn't it mean you won't be able to grow after you leave the clergy? Paladins were different from ordinary adventurers. Like priests and wizards, they couldn't eat essences. However, they could obtain new authority by accruing contribution. Oh, and there were many ways to obtain contribution. They could hunt monsters in the labyrinth, pay with cash, or complete missions given by the church. After accruing contributions in those ways, the Grand Archbishop would periodically come by and pray for them, and they would gain a skill after taking a night's sleep. It was why the authority of the Grand Archbishop was so powerful as well. Well, it's not like I can help it, right? If I stay there, I'll end up dead at some point. And it's not like the goddess never gives new authorities after I leave, so I'm hoping you'll need to kill more monsters. I feel that if I continue to stay with you, I'll naturally hunt more monsters. He seemed like a light and easy character usually, but talking with him now, I could tell that he was also doing his best to live a diligent life. Perhaps because of that, I became curious about something new. If this guy could return, would he? He had joined the quiz when Oral Gavis had put the escape ticket as the grand prize, but he had dropped out of it not long into it. Also, after the Ice Rock expedition, he had openly displayed his anger and said that he would seek vengeance with us. But how can I ask him that? After taking a moment to think, I carefully asked him a roundabout question. Sven Parav, I want to ask you something. Please, Lord Baron, are you seeing anyone right now? Pardon. He looked surprised as if he heard the question wrong, but it was a pretty serious question from me. Depending on how he answered this question, I could tell how he viewed this world. I'm asking if you are in a relationship with a woman right now. I don't. Is that so? Then I could only ask a different question, as I thought that N was about to ask him. But he quickly continued. I have a person. No, I have a woman in my heart. For some reason, he stepped a few more paces away from me. Who was the woman who was holding Sven Parav's heart? I peppered him with questions about it, but he only lowered his head and didn't answer. It confirmed to me that he truly did hold someone in his heart. It really isn't Ms. Garland. She's something more of a tea teacher, meaning, you like someone naive and weak. I don't mean that. I know, I'm joking. This guy was really fun to mess with. I gave him a tap on the back before getting up. Maybe it was because we'd just shared a personal conversation, but I felt we'd gotten a level closer and I could understand what kind of person he was a little better. Then since we've talked quite a bit, let's get going. Yes, with that, I walked out of the starting point and through the corridor with him. Creak. Without us having to do anything, the door to the boss room opened as soon as we neared it. After we entered, the door immediately shut behind us with a harsh sound. Whoosh. It was dark inside, but thanks to me going candle barbarian mode, we were able to see without much problem. Left, right, forward, these three paths were revealed to us, but the Guardian of the Rift was nowhere to be seen, as expected. The Guardian we were trying to hunt this time was more special than any other creature. Step. The maze we were walking through, this entire maze was the boss we needed to fight. More specifically, it could be considered the first phase of the boss. Soul Keeper Hashil has cast defense system. The moment we began to move in, the smooth wall that showed no imperfections suddenly opened up as a monocannon appeared. Boom, boom. It didn't hurt me that much, but the damage was enough that it could kill those glass body wizards in one shot. It was another reason I took Sven Parav here with me. Paladins could act as sub-tanks, and they were capable of healing themselves as well. Are you alright? I asked. Yes, I was just a little surprised. I'm fine. Well, that seemed true enough. If he could get hurt from something like that, I wouldn't have brought him here in the first place. Then let's keep moving. After that, mana cannons, monsters from picture frames, and other such attacks continued to appear periodically, and after wandering through the maze for a bit, the space we designated as our destination appeared. A square stone room, and at the center of it, a mana stone the size of a watermelon. Destroying that would end phase 1. Crunch! The moment I swung down on it with my hammer, an odd howling reminiscent of a banshee's echoed throughout the entire space as the world was dyed pitch black. When I opened my eyes, the space around us had changed. We were in a hallway of an old-school mansion. However, the hallway seemed to mirror itself and seemed to stretch out forever, as if we were in a dream. You said that we needed to go through the rooms and look for the second mana stone, Parav mused. To be precise, it's not we. You need to do it. Yes. Afterward, we moved together to search each room one by one. Honestly, it was embarrassing to call this a search, but in any case, well, I don't feel any particular danger. After opening the closed door, we would walk in, and Parav would then walk up to the closed box in the center of the room and open it. Bang! Everything else was left to luck. The activated trap would poison him, summon monsters to fight us for a while, or even give him an annoying curse. That one, I don't think we should open it. If he felt even just a little off, we marked the room before leaving it. If we couldn't find the mana stone in the end, we could come back to those and open them one by one. This is definitely taking a while since I'm making him open them by himself. If I searched the rooms with him, we could cut down the time needed by quite a bit, but it couldn't be helped. Soul Keeper Hashiel's defense system becomes stronger. Even if this guy was a boss who got stronger with time, we could both die, so how can I risk opening one? There was a trap here that should not even exist. The probability of it was 1 in 10,000. No, it was closer to an event that would happen once in 100,000 boxes. I'm not going to even touch one. Luck, when in front of misfortune, talking numbers were meaningless. I knew that better than anyone else. I mean, there is an event that would be positive for us as well. There was only one of either of these events, and the probability for either of them was pretty similar. That was why when I was playing this game, I believed that the creator of the game had sprinkled both of these in on purpose so that players couldn't just recklessly open all the chests, to make them rely only and purely on luck. Anyway, I realistically shouldn't even be expecting the golden box. Lord Baron. When Parav called to me with a slightly stunned voice, I turned to look at him before freezing. The box opened wide like a dead mimic. Shine. And from within it, bright light flowed out from it. Chapter 592, Boss Run, 5. The unique rift of the 5th floor, Fortress of Souls, featured the maze-type boss monster guardian Soul Keeper Hashiel. This guy's phase 2 wasn't all that dangerous, really. It depended on the character's luck stat, but you could usually find the mana stone and proceed to the next phase after opening around 500 boxes. There's no guarantee that would happen for me, though. It was the reason I brought Sven Parav with me. What you needed to clear the rift wasn't the ability to find gold but, instead, the ability to avoid garbage. And from what I could tell, this guy specialized in avoiding disasters. That's why I wasn't expecting anything special. But what was this? Was I being pranked right now? My mind blanked as I stared at the golden light flowing out of the box. Sven Parav, I said warily. Pardon? Yes, Lord Baron. Did you get any odd feeling before you opened this box? No? I felt the same as usual. Then did that mean we just got lucky? Just thinking about it had me reeling in disbelief. A character with both the ability to avoid misfortune and a miraculous level of luck. At this point, they should make a new numbered item for this guy, for its name. Parav's Golden Goblin Mask. No, 7,777. Or in the single digits. Yeah, that would make it balanced. So, what is this? I took a moment to shake myself out of it at his question. Sven had cautiously walked away from the open box and was now looking at me for guidance. I honestly wanted to kiss him on the face, but I passed on it since that would only revive the unfortunate rumor that I had just barely suppressed. While clearing Hashiel, this is a chest you can find with a very low probability, I explained. Is it good? As expected of an adventurer, it's good. It's very good. At my short answer, the look in his eyes changed, then slowly filled with curiosity and greed as he looked back at the chest. He seemed to wonder what could be in there to make me say such a thing to him. But it wouldn't be that enticing for him. The worth of the item inside the box depended on who got it. For some, it could be worth more than a single-digit numbered item, while it would be useless to others. Paladin Parav was in the second group. I reached inside the glowing box and grabbed something round with my hand. What is it? I smirked and explained the use of this item. Since I needed to act like a native, I needed to use words like accomplishment, and the explanation ended up getting longer. But honestly, this could be explained in 2 words. Experience potion. Level 11 was now possible. You have consumed Dreaming Soul. When you reach level 10, 10,000 EXP will be obtained. Dreaming Soul, a super rare item that could only be obtained while fighting the boss Soul Keeper Hashiel. It was an item required to reach level 11, the maximum level of the original mode. Even if you defeated every type of monster, you needed around 14,000 experience points to reach level 11. It meant that after defeating all the monsters, you needed to fill the rest by doing multiple portal runs and rift runs, but that was close to impossible. So, this is how I got it. To be honest, I still couldn't believe it. That was just how rare obtaining this item was. Back when I opened the Gate of the Abyss, that final character was level 10. However, that character had a smooth life from the beginning, and I had maxed out my gear and essences to what I needed at the end. In any case, I glanced to the side after drinking the potion in one go to see Parav's slumped shoulders. It was understandable. What he was currently feeling was something close to thinking he had just won the lottery, but learning that his number was the winning number of the previous lottery. That was why what he said afterwards surprised me. Still, this is great. You'll be able to climb even higher, Lord Baron. I could immediately sense that he wasn't saying this to be polite, but because he truly believed it. There was disappointment in his voice, but there was no jealousy or hatred. Don't look at me like that, he said, laughing. It wasn't even useful for me. And didn't you also say that it'd be impossible to take it out of here, even if we used distortion magic on it? That's true, but because he said it first, it felt like I now owed him something. I decided to take care of him first when something good happened to me later. Then let's keep moving. The longer we spent here, the harder the boss fight would become, so we quickly reorganized our things and began searching again. We continued to talk while Parav opened the boxes. Lord Baron, I'm curious about something. Go on. What happens when we open that box you're so worried about? That? It's simple. The moment the box was opened, you would lose 5,000 experience points. Naturally, it would drop you by at least one level, and an essence slot would be forcibly locked for each level dropped. What an insane curse, Parav mumbled. To erase all the accomplishments. He didn't seem to suspect where I had gotten the information. He only tilted his head with an expression that seemed to say, why did I not know about this? I added, but the curse is secondary. The Guardian is what ends up being the real problem. The Guardian. Yes, the Guardian would gain the experience lost by opening the box and become even stronger. And trying to defeat something like that with one less essence slot? Even I couldn't guarantee I would survive. So that's another reason you brought me here. It's a curse that doesn't do anything against a paladin. Well, it's not as if that wasn't a reason. But don't worry, I reassured him. Comparatively, the Guardian is much weaker after you find the Dreaming Soul in the box. As we continued to diligently open more boxes while conversing, I got a clearer idea of what Sven Parav's intuition was like. Given that it doesn't activate when the box contains a weak curse or monsters, looks like it really only activates when he'll be in real danger. Even if that isn't the case, this is truly a mystical ability. No, maybe it was something that actually transcended human limitations. Didn't he receive that oracle before as well? I think we found it. After opening boxes for a while, we were able to find the box holding the mana stone and proceed to the next phase. Crack. Once we crushed the mana stone, we moved to what looked to be the inside of a huge worm. Ba-dump. The floor was smooth, undulating and wriggling in waves as if it were alive. Soul Keeper Hoshiel's defense system becomes stronger. Sticky substances began to flow out from the ceiling, floor, and walls. Looks like we'll need to get moving before it fills up completely. We moved faster than ever before to clear the boss's phase 3. Even the best tanks needed to breathe. In the game as well, it was immediately game over if that liquid filled the entire area. Of course, after completing the map once, I never drowned again. Straight ahead, then a left turn when the path splits into 3, and then move straight forward for 2 more intersections before taking the next right. Although I hadn't memorized the entire map, I still perfectly remembered the path needed to get to the Mana Stone. Step. We destroyed the constant barrage of monsters that got in our way, running through the stomach acid that had risen to our thighs until we reached our destination. Ba-dump. The Mana Stone was shaped like a heart and pulsing as if it were a living thing. Without thinking much about it, I swung my hammer to destroy the stone. Vroom. With that, we finally reached the last phase. After we closed and opened our eyes, we arrived in a place that seemed to emulate outer space. In the center, there was a pyramid made up of glass-like, transparent stairs, and at the top of the stairs, there was a huge mana stone floating there like an eye. It was the true body of Soul Keeper Hoshiel. No words this time either. As soon as we arrived, its eyes flashed open before monsters began raining from the sky like the rainy season on basement floor 1. Hundreds of monsters reminiscent of an entire army flooded in. Soul Keeper Hoshiel's defense system becomes stronger. Still, because we had arrived pretty early and opened the golden box as well, the ranks of the monsters weren't that high. The highest is rank 4 from what I can see. For reference, if you arrived here after losing your experience, monsters could range all the way up to rank 2. The main body would be much more powerful as well. Move quickly. Before the monsters landed, we quickly ran up the stairs, and when they did land, we fought as hard as we could to continue climbing. As expected of a 5th floor rift, it wasn't easy with just the 2 of us. It would have been much easier if we had a wizard who could use area of effect magic to open up the way. But it couldn't be helped. So what? Baal. We continued our desperate fight up the stairs. Boom. Honestly, the main body was more difficult for us to deal with than the monsters. If that mana cannon that it continued to fire at me was taken into account, Soul Keeper Hoshiel has cast Designate Target. Because it would repeatedly break out of its aggro, the allies that followed after me also needed to be strong enough to withstand the monster waves. Vroom. Also, while all this was happening, it would periodically send out waves of force that could push back even me while I had giantization active. What are you doing? I shouted at Parav. I'll break through and make a path, so follow me. Don't dawdle. Why yes, although I was being harsher than usual, it couldn't be helped. If he got knocked back or pushed by the monsters down there, he would certainly die. Even if I could solo the boss monster, I needed to withstand the wave here until we both got up to the top of the stairs. Bang, bang, bang. I swung my hammer as hard as I could and swiped the monsters off the side. Most of them lost their balance and fell down the stairs, but a few unlucky ones disappeared off into the endless darkness below us. Even with that, more monsters appeared than those that disappeared. Damn it. As I continued to fight and climb the stairs, I noticed that Sven Parav had fallen behind, and during that moment, the monsters filled the gap between us. I think it'll be faster if I go and kill the main body rather than go save him. The first thought my gamer brain had was to kill my emotions and think of the most logical plan. The waves of monsters were only distractions. If I could get to the main body, defeating it would be trivial. However, the question of whether abandoning my ally here was the right call or not stirred my mind. What do I do? I'll hold on. You go ahead. He shouted that as I hesitated in that moment of deep contemplation, and I was able to move up thanks to that. You have cast swing. You have cast swing. You have cast. After arriving at its main body, I swung my hammer in a frenzy. Even though it had a weak body, with a tank barbarian's damage, I felt like I swung at it hundreds of times. Crunch! However, soon enough, the mana stone was shattered into a million pieces and disappeared into light. You have defeated Soul Keeper Hoshio. EXP plus 6. Guardian defeat bonus. EXP plus 3. The monsters numbering easily over 1,000 also disappeared into light, and their light illuminated the area. Afterward, I quickly went to look for Parav. I saw him doubled over on the midsection of the stairs and panting to breathe while looking terrible. I'm alive. I really needed to take good care of him in the future. After the boss fight was over, the portal opened, and the rainbow essence dropped. I'll need to leave this behind. Calling it a waste wasn't enough to describe what I was about to do. This essence was just that expensive, not for anything either, but a single passive skill. Soul Contract. The effect of this passive skill was simple. It would immediately raise you to level 8, but you couldn't gain any more experience points. It was an essence that must never be eaten if you wish to go higher. However, it still sold for an absurd price. Even in reality, it was famous for being sold to a marquis for billions of stones a few years ago. I heard that he gave it to his wife, and his wife filled 7 slots all with beautifying essences. It wasn't even funny, but absurd things like that happen every day in reality. I've earned enough money after coming down to this floor, so let's prioritize getting out of here first. After reining in my greed, I stepped through the portal with Parav to the outside. The people would now run up to us and say they had been waiting and ask us how it went. But it was different this time. In the still silence, everyone around the stone statue was looking in one direction. I also quickly turned to look at what they were looking at. The door already opened. Perhaps because we had taken our time after the portal opened, the stone door had already opened wide and revealed to us what it had been hiding. A portal. An ominous red portal made us feel uneasy even at a glance. Seeing this, a familiar wizard mumbled, "This isn't a normal portal, judging by the frequency it's producing. A rift. It's a rift." The rift of basement floor 1 had opened. Chapter 593, RPG 1. We didn't debate the semantics of calling the boss rooms we entered through the guardian statues rifts, but they weren't truly rifts. I was pretty sure the wizard said something about how they couldn't find any traces native to a rift portal on those portals or something. So I just said sure. Plus, the portals here each led to an odd room that was different from a rift and was connected straight to a single boss room. But this is a real rift. The portal beyond the stone door that opened after we cleared each stone statue was a legitimate rift portal. I mean, basement floor 1 is a floor as well. The fact that a rift existed on the floor wasn't a particularly odd thing. It was just that the village chief told me he hadn't seen one appear after spending a long time here, and told me not to expect to find one. But there's no way it doesn't exist. I didn't doubt the existence of the rift. There were rifts out there that opened only in set coordinates and not randomly out in the field. I believe the first underground floor to be such a case as well. Be careful. If you get sucked in, we can't turn back. Are you not done with the wave analysis? While the wizards gathered around the portal to gather all sorts of data, I stood some distance away and collected my thoughts. I was honestly wondering if rifts from the 6th floor and above would be waiting for us. First, the quiet speculations I had held were proven to be complete misses. Well, I guess it's too early to dismiss them. There was a chance that after going through that portal, we could enter a random rift among the ones from the 6th floor and above. Well, it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. My instinct as a gamer was telling me. It told me that beyond that portal, there was a very high chance that it was just a unique rift of basement floor 1. I sighed. Instead of the sense of curiosity and excitement of looking forward to what the rift could be, my emotions were dominated by my concern. I mean, this was different from the game. There were no retries. We'd have to clear this mysterious rift with no information about its guardian, the monsters we'd face, or the terrain we'd fight in, on the first try. Yandel. Emily. Amelia looked at my tense expression with worry in her eyes, but she didn't do anything except hand me a bottle of water. Sometime later, the leadership meeting commenced and the wizards revealed the information they obtained through their research. Ignoring the finer details, there were two major points of information. We didn't observe any decrease in the emitted monodensity of the rift portal. We say that the possibility of the portal disappearing over time is very low. We had as much time as we needed before we entered the rift, meaning that we didn't need to immediately form a team to enter the portal. I had expected as much, but hearing the wizard say it brought me a bit more comfort. Our research suggests that a maximum of 5 people can enter the rift at once. That part did surprise me a little, however, not the fact that the maximum number of people who could enter was 5, but the fact that these wizards figured it out. Was research able to get something like that as well? I was pretty sure that wasn't possible in the game. My mind gave itself over to the question, and after asking them for their process in detail, I heard a decently meaty response. Well, there is a mural on the interior of the stone door. After our research group investigated and debated amongst ourselves, we concluded that the mural was telling us how many people can enter at once. So the information wasn't learned through magic but just guesswork. Of course, as this was a subjective and arbitrary interpretation, our research group fully acknowledges that we might have given an incorrect interpretation and understand that you might feel displeased about this, and I ask for your grace in that respect in this instance. The hell is this wizard talking about? Pardon. Oops, I ended up saying what I was thinking out loud. The mood immediately became colder, but I didn't try to make excuses like saying I had misspoken. That wouldn't be very barbarian-like of me. Anyway, the gist of what he was saying was that their interpretation could be wrong, and he was trying to put in some insurance just in case things went wrong. Then we'll pause our meeting here for a moment. I need to talk with the Baron alone. Could you leave us? The village chief understood the signal I gave him and sent everyone away, and he asked, what do you want to be done? Just like when we began our investigation into the stone statues, the village chief made it known that he would let me decide on all decisions regarding the exploration. The wizard's theory does make sense, so I'm thinking of creating teams of 5. Of course, just in case, I'm going to create all the additional teams as well. Very wise. Then when the selection is over, come and tell. Speaking of, I want to ask you one thing. When I cut him off and stared at him, the chief looked back at me. His eyes still spooked me because I couldn't tell what was going on inside his head. Go on. With his permission, I asked him directly, have you thought about entering the rift as well? The reason for this? An awkward lie wouldn't get me anywhere, right? After thinking for a moment in my heart, I just gave my honest thought. It doesn't matter if you die or not. The perfect scout. First friend, first love, first breakup. The memory of the first of anything always remained for a long time. It was no different for me either. My first rift. When I played Dungeon and Stone, I treated going into rifts like I would treat eating my daily meals, but the memory of when I challenged my first rift was still clear in my mind. Bloody Citadel, Glacier Cave, White Temple. I entered the rift without doing any prior information gathering. While I cleared it as carefully as I could, 99% of the time, I saw the game over screen and lost my carefully nurtured character. Hammered Dwarf, Sniper Elf, Beast Person Voodoo Shaman. Due to my lack of knowledge, these bits of data disappeared in vain. It wasn't like I didn't feel disappointed for losing them at that point, but through those experiences, one thing became clear to me. It was natural to get wiped when challenging a rift for the first time. That didn't apply when I was clearly overstated for them, of course, but, considering the difficulty of this first underground floor, I don't think we are overstated at all. That was why asking the village chief to join the expedition was a significant request from me. It would allow me to wield the powerful individual Jerome Saintard as I pleased. And more importantly, it'll be a gain for you if you die. I concluded, not particularly a gain. I said it while trying to hide my sheepish smile, but I couldn't refute his reply. Then was he refusing? I was seriously considering whether I needed to just give up on the matter and start thinking about something else when he responded, I'll do it, what? If you can fulfill one request of mine, tell me. Unexpectedly, the village chief's request was nothing special, and it was very obvious what his true intentions were as well. Hold on to a few items and return them to me when you return to the city, so you want me to deliver the heart of Karu to you, since you can't leave with it using Heretic Altar. Correct. It was one of the main traits of the Heretic Altar. You needed to periodically visit the altar to log the equipment you had to revive with those pieces of equipment. Isn't this a win-win deal on your end? Not particularly, I said bluntly. I'm wondering what you're placing trust in that would allow you to request that of me. The village chief let out a laugh that sounded much less awkward than in the past. You're the one who handed the body of the expedition commander sent here by the palace to a random monster just so you could live. How could I not trust you? In other words, he was threatening me to be ready for trouble if I broke my promise. I'll tell you this now, but this will be the last time your threat of mutual destruction will work. Why is this a threat? I didn't push this promise onto you. I only said what could happen if this promise is broken. If you don't like it, you can just refuse. Well, I guess that's true. After losing any reason to refuse, I calmly ended the conversation, then I'll take you into account when I'm forming the teams. Sure, but aren't you going to leave? Why? I'd have to come back here to tell you anyway, so it'd be a waste of time, do as you wish. With that settled, I sat in my chair and contemplated who would be in the Rift team. I've already got 2 people, the village chief and I. If the theory put forward by the wizards were true, I could take 3 more people at most. Then who should I choose? Taking a wizard and a priest is just right for team balance. The utility of a wizard and the stability of a priest. With those 2 secured, we could at least be prepared for half of whatever could come our way, and it wasn't difficult to decide who would be the first. Universalis. Let's take that old man for the wizard slot. The most powerful wizard of the first expedition group, the one I had a bit of trouble with in the past. The village chief hummed. That's a bit unexpected. Why is that? As the pioneer of an entire field of study, Universalis had spent his youth as a military wizard. That was why he had a lot of experience in adventuring, and his skills were very impressive on top of that. I even heard that the rank 1 group magic I saw in the past was initiated with that old man as the caller. Honestly speaking, I thought you would take that lady wizard. Oh, you mean Raven? Yes, in truth, Raven was among the runner-ups. She had a lot of information about the labyrinth, and she was skilled as well. Most importantly, her knowledge about the labyrinth rifts was probably greater than even the old man's. We're not going in there to have fun. There's no reason to not choose the more skilled wizard. The village chief just nodded. So you treasure her a lot, did you even hear what I said? You mean when you said it doesn't matter if I die or not? He was getting more sly and tricky by the day. Then what about the other 2? He prompted when I didn't respond. I'm thinking of taking at least 1 priest. Paladin Sven Perev was on the list of candidates for this one as well, but I quickly wrote him off. The village chief and I would be enough for our front line. Considering healing ability and utility alone, a priest would forever be miles ahead in that than any paladin. Well, to be fair, he had that cheat-like intuition to compensate, but it's useless if there is no other option we can take at that moment. Also, rather than the ability to sense danger, we needed the ability to get through the danger. It was just a fact of life that you were bound to encounter a blocked path from time to time. If you're considering a priest, I know one that will be suitable for the role. Intrigued, I asked, who is it? The Archbishop of the Reactless Church. His reasoning was sound enough when he explained it to me, so I decided on the Archbishop as our priest under the chief's suggestion. That left our final open slot. We needed damage dealer. If the village chief went down during the expedition, only our wizard would be left to deal damage. That was why we needed to reinforce our damage. No matter how I think about it, I can't think of a better alternative. In the end, I decided on the final member, however unfortunate the decision felt. The final member will be my ally, Erwin Fornaxi de Tertia. Nevertheless, among all the members of the expedition group, none came close to Erwin. In preparing for the worst-case scenario, I even divided up the rest of the expedition group into teams of 5. After I did, the 5 members who would first enter the rift gathered together. I mean, we needed to get to know each other before the expedition began, right? We won't be able to switch out our members once we're inside, so I need to assess it here first. Depending on how they interacted with each other, I might need to change the final lineup. I am Eden Hischia. I am a man with his faults, but I have ended up as an archbishop of the Reactless Church. Good to meet you. I think this is our first time talking with each other. However, I have heard a lot about you from Sir Parav, your lordship. I'll be in your care inside. Surprisingly, I wound up having a pretty good first impression of the Archbishop Eden Hischia. I had seen him practically squeeze Parav for everything he had, so I assumed he would be an annoying old man. It is shameful, but I don't know much about the labyrinth. I hope you can teach and lead me, your lordship. I will do that. What are the divine spells you can use? Haha, I am sure I can use all the spells that you know of. Oh, then can you use Stellar Genesis as well? It seems you are quite knowledgeable about divine spells. Stellar Genesis will prove difficult for me. Is that so? That's a shame. Then what about Star Calling? That is possible. With that, I began properly interviewing the members, and I concluded that the priest wouldn't need to be changed. The Archbishop was quite the capable priest. In any case, the wizard was next. Gahun, can you tell me all the spells you can use? Gahun Versilis looked annoyed, clearly wondering why he should need to go to such lengths. If we fail, the hundreds that follow us could all die. I pressed. He let out a deep sigh at that and gave me a proper answer. It'll take too long, so I'll only tell you the spells of rank 3 and above. What about the ones below? I can use all of them, except for unique magic. Oh, that was pretty impressive. Maybe it was because the palace picked only the best among the best for this expedition, but the level of our members here was pretty high. Could this be considered a dream team? I think we might be able to do this. After that, Erwin, the village chief, and I also introduced our own abilities and helped the others understand. We then took some time to formulate our positioning during the expedition and what we needed to look out for. Since the Archbishop and Gahun both said they were inexperienced with small-scale expeditions on 5-member teams, there were a lot of things I needed to teach them. But it's not like we have a time limit. We spent a few more days getting all the information into their heads, and I checked multiple times to see if there would be any problem with teamwork or not. Finally, the day came when we finished our preparations. Go in first, Yandel. If the portal doesn't disappear, we'll follow right afterward. And Terja, at Amelia's beckoning, Erwin asked, what is it? If we can't follow after you, I know. I'll take good care of Mr. Sure. Hey now, who is going to take care of who? As I smirked and wrapped up my farewells to my allies, the village chief approached me. Vwoon. We didn't know what sort of danger was beyond that mysterious portal. Are you done here? But it was time to enter. You have entered the third records archive. Field effect. Roll is in effect. Chapter 594. RPG. 2. The sound of metal clashing with metal. The screams of pain and roars of anger. And a fountain of blood that covered my vision. Shwoo. Eck. My eye. I quickly wiped the blood away from my eye to regain my vision first. Once I did, I took a look at my surroundings. Just like in the coming of age ceremony, I didn't have time to close my eyes and collect my thoughts. This was because I was in the middle of a battlefield. Stop them. Push them back. Everyone will die if you let them through. The monsters fell on us like waves, and the hundreds of humans held back the monsters. What the hell is this? I rushed to analyze the situation. I had entered what we assumed was the rift of basement floor 1, and when I opened my eyes, I was there. The village chief, the archbishop, Gahun, Erwin, the allies I had entered together with were nowhere to be seen, and only the sight of dying humans filled my vision. I needed more information. It happened when I came to that conclusion and was taking in more of my surroundings. Bjorn Yandel, wake up. Is this how you're going to die? The man whose eyes I met shouted at me while taking a sword out of a monster he had stabbed. I could communicate with him. That part was surprising, but something else surprised me even more. Bjorn Yandel. This guy knew my name. What was that about? I could at least tell that he wasn't my enemy, so was he an allied NPC? But I had never seen a rift like this before. Damn it, you don't even know your name anymore. The man frowned as the monsters got through the gaps and charged toward me. Get a hold of yourself. Do you want to die here? He shouted before stepping between me and the monsters. Thanks to that, my mind began to clear. Looks like he is a friendly NPC. The humans weren't my enemies. Soon after, I realized what I needed to do. What are you doing with that big body of yours? Swing your hammer already. Kill those monsters and save our allies. I needed to kill these monsters first. I could try to learn something else after that, such as, for instance, what I needed to do going forward. Bail. Maybe I shouldn't do that? Just in case? Rather than the barbarian battlecry, I just shouted as loud as I could and ran forward. Since the monsters didn't look to be of high rank, I didn't use giantization on purpose. Crunch. Even then, the head of the troll was smashed with just one swing of my hammer. What the hell? The man, who was holding back his own troll, looked at me with eyes wide in shock. Were you hiding your true strength? His words conveyed his fear and respect. Honestly, I was feeling something similar. I killed it in one shot. Sensing something was off, I swung my hammer at another troll that was next to me. Crunch. This time as well, the troll exploded in one hit as if it were jelly. To be honest, it was very surprising for me. What the hell? Why was I so strong? No, are these guys just weak? Trolls usually didn't die so easily. Even if their heads were crushed, they were monsters who could regenerate with super regeneration. Of course, it was possible to get past their super regeneration with overwhelming instantaneous damage. I don't think that's possible with my stats. Then what was happening? As I continued to swing my hammer at the waves of monsters, the answer naturally came back to me. It wasn't that the trolls had become weaker. They still had enough strength to throw a regular-sized man, and they could still use super regeneration when their head was damaged. Crunch. It was just that I had become absurdly strong. Crunch. Crunch, crunch. The monsters fell away like autumn leaves with every swing of my hammer. However, that power didn't come without a cost. Blood. Blood was flowing out of my barbarian warrior's body, which had been reinforced with multiple different layers of defense. Of course, as long as I was alive, it couldn't be helped that I could also bleed. Also, the blood I was spilling wasn't major and all I could feel from them were slight pricks. I'm bleeding because a troll bit me, but a serious problem had occurred with my body. Your assigned role is mercenary. All attack stats are increased threefold, but defense stats are decreased by 70%. Regeneration will increase relative to lost HP. I was screwed. Not just screwed, but mega screwed. That was the first thing I realized after checking the changes that had occurred in my body. Crunch. In return for my damage increasing significantly, my body's resistance is decreased significantly as well. Kayak. I couldn't tell what the exact numbers were, but the second stage of Evolving Shell, which should activate from having 350 physical resistance, wasn't activating. Your physical defense stat is above 70. You gain 50% resistance to bladed weapons. It wasn't just physical resistance either. Even when I used Scales of Greed, I didn't go into barbarian dragon mode. To put it simply, my mana resistance had also dropped by quite a bit. Damn it. The skills that used my defense stats to boost themselves were operating at less than half capacity. Still, I figured I should be thankful they weren't completely useless. Dash, my warrior body, which had been much slower compared to my allies, was moving much more lightly and nimbly. You have cast Swing. Your strength stat is above 1200. You deal double damage to enemies with HP over 90%. A grand shockwave was created with each cast of Swing. I could tell that its effect had been unlocked. I'll think about this later. After finishing my cursory investigation of the changes to my body, I focused my attention on the battle against the monsters. Well, at this rate, I didn't think it'd be too difficult to cleanly sweep away the monster here. But I don't know what might happen, so let's try and keep as many humans alive as possible. I fought more actively to protect more of the NPCs, and my unbelievable strength was carried out from my hammer onto these monsters. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The refreshing texture of clean and powerful hits that I hadn't been able to feel while nurturing my shield barbarian coursed through my hand. Maybe I'm not that screwed. I didn't turn into a useless character like I thought. Still, having to worry about attacks I would usually ignore was starting to pile on the stress. Man, it's a pain, but also somehow comfortable as well. It's done. We're alive. We're alive. Yeah. Just as I was starting to get used to the body and battle here, I came to my senses and saw that all the monsters had died and the humans were letting out victorious shouts and cheers from around me. Now what? It looked like I killed everything I needed to, but I couldn't get a sense as to how this quest would proceed. As a result, I didn't gather around everyone else and instead chose to watch them from a bit of distance. Yandel, are you alright? One man stepped over the corpses of the monsters and approached me. It was the man who had been concerned about me and tried to protect me when I first opened my eyes here. Slowly, I answered, I'm not hurt too badly. Good, that's good. The man checked my body before letting out a sigh of relief. However, it seemed that he belatedly had a question for me. By the way, what was that strength you showcased before? You're a pretty big guy, so I thought you would fight well, but I never expected it'd be like this. How should I respond to him? Should I just give him a random excuse? The man seemed to catch himself when he saw my hesitation before lowering his head. Excuse me. There must be a reason for someone like you to be working as a mercenary. Thank you for your understanding. Let's go. Although I want to rest now, we'll need to help clean up if we don't want to look bad in front of those Imperials. Although our conversation was short, I obtained 2 more pieces of information. Mercenary, and an empire. What storyline was this rift trying to tell? Since I didn't know anything, I followed after the man and moved with him. The place we were in looked to be the middle of a ruined city. Priest. This way, Sir Priest. Roads were filled with the corpses of humans and monsters. Soldiers carried the injured to different places, and someone walked through the streets, shouting desperately for an alley. That man, he was amazing back then. Not even those knights were as good as him. Although the street was chaotic, just walking through it got eyes on me. I mean, I suppose it was to be expected considering my performance during the battle. I still didn't know what my decision to keep as many people as possible alive would lead to. What are you doing? Start lifting. We need to get the debris out of the way so the horse carts can come and go. I guess with your skill, you don't really need to care about what the Imperials think. No, it's fine. Let's work together. A young man with a deep heart. You'll become big in the future. I still didn't know this man's name, but I kept my wits about me and followed his advice to help the recovery. During that process, I learned a few more things. 1. Both of us were mercenaries hired by the Empire. 2. Today was the first time we met each other, and we shared our names before the battle began. 3. Fortunately, this man talked a lot. In a nutshell, it became much easier for me to obtain information. I haven't worked as a mercenary for a long time, but it's my first time seeing such an odd event. Monsters, forming groups to attack the city like this. I don't know what this world is coming to. Hey, do you know what year it is? Let's see. Since last year was the year of the moon, this year is probably the year of the sun. However, while he spoke a lot, he unfortunately didn't know much. Do you know any more details? I coaxed. Like how many years of the year of the sun it has been, what kind of mercenary goes around remembering something like that? It's not like we're those nobles who take lessons in history. Unlike the old vampire, this mercenary didn't even know what year today was. Then what about the name of the emperor? Do you know that? His alarm rendered him silent for a second. Shush, be quiet. Do you want to die? No. So do you know? Of course, there's no way I wouldn't know something like that. Alright, so he didn't know. I got the feeling that the other soldiers here would answer the same way, so I decided to focus on something else. It would be weird if I kept trying to probe him on that. After silently working on clearing out the debris for a bit longer, I tried to naturally bring up another topic. Do you know how the war against the witch is going? At my investigation masked as small talk, the man tilted his head in confusion. Which? What do you mean? Are you saying there are female wizards waging war in some other territory? No, I thought I heard something like that. It's fine if you don't know. It seemed that this period was before the witch appeared. If that wasn't the case, there was no way he would mistake a witch for a regular female wizard. I continued to help with the cleanup and obtained more information. Everyone, stop for a moment. A knight wearing the mark of the Imperial Army on his chest suddenly grabbed the attention of the mercenaries. One mercenary in the crowd murmured, "It's not the guy we saw in the morning. Didn't you know? That guy's already dead." Ah, so that's why a new commander. Oops, I'll stay quiet. I don't want to get randomly picked on. The hundreds of mercenaries closed their mouths and looked on in nervous silence as they felt the pressure of the Empire. And then, the knight continued, saying, "I'm looking for a mercenary by the name of barbarian.To. From what I heard, he defeated hundreds of monsters by himself. Has anyone seen him? Why is he looking for me?" I instinctively took a step back, but I didn't have time to run away or anything like that. As soon as the announcement was made, everyone's eyes landed on me. "Ah, so it's you. Could I talk with you for a moment?" Sure. I was a little uneasy at the sudden summons, but thinking about it, it wasn't something I needed to avoid. Since this was a knight, he would probably know more than the mercenaries. I planned on conversing with him to obtain more information. "You're a mercenary, correct? I'll say this to you directly. I have a request I wish to impart to you." I wasn't able to proceed with my plan of using small talk to naturally obtain information. "Escort a girl. Help her reach her destination." The moment I heard the knight say those words, the world suddenly turned black. Hey, what's the point of even asking that question? I didn't even say I would accept the request. Plip, plop, plop. I was in a dark cave where the sound of dripping water echoed out. Before I could even open my eyes, I felt a frightening presence next to me. Not just presence, but with a killing intent. Whip. Something swung in the darkness. The estimated target was near my thighs. A vent in the darkness. My barbarian body instinctively grasped whatever had been swung at me. My heavy hands grabbed a thin wrist. Yoop. It seemed that whatever I grabbed had caused pain for the other being. I could tell that the sound was made by something very young. My location changed after taking on the escort request. Then I guess this is the escort target. After quickly coming to that conclusion, instead of retaliating, I tried to speak as calmly as possible. "Calm down. I won't hurt you." I felt a wrist flinch in my hands. And then, after a long moment of silence, a voice was heard again. Did its arm hurt or something? Once I let go of the wrist, a very young voice echoed out from the darkness. Are you mister?" It was a young voice that sounded multiple years off from puberty. However, that voice and the words she spoke both sounded very familiar to me. "Are you Erwin?" "Why yes, it's me. I don't know what happened, but it's great that we've grouped up like this. It's dark now, so let's check the surroundings." Wait, I'll do it. "But, mister, you can't get surprised." "Okay, get surprised." With those words, a flame far too small to light up our surroundings appeared from the darkness. Whoosh, I lowered my chin quite a bit to look down and see, then stiffened like a stone when I saw her. Under the flickering light, Erwin was looking up at me. Erwin, in the form of a little kid who looked to be around the age of 8. What's with?" I sputtered. "Why do you look like that?" I don't know. Well, when I opened my eyes, I was like this. It was pretty interesting. So this was what she looked like when she was a kid. But her nose was pretty high even when she was. "Mister, maybe I was staring too much at her?" "Erwin, no. To be precise, Erwin returned to her childhood." That was too long, so we should shorten that too. Don't stare at me so much." Baby Erwin covered her face with her two small hands. Field effect. Role is in effect. Erwin for Naxidi Tertia's assigned role is young girl. All stats are set to 10%. All healing and regeneration effects are decreased by 90%. Monsters will not attack this role. Chapter 595, RPG, 3. Usually, rifts were divided into chapters. Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 4. Most of them ended at Chapter 4 or 5, but a few rifts extended to Chapter 7 and beyond. Anyway, that wasn't what was important. That means the city defense just now was Chapter 1. I could take the moment of me waking up as mercenary Bjorn and fighting the monsters as Chapter 1. However, the important part here, maybe this is similar to Doppelganger's Forest. The 4th floor rift, Doppelganger's Forest. As soon as you entered that area, you were stuck in a prison and only able to progress through Chapter 1 after 2 more teams entered the rift. The 3 different teams, all from their own unique start points, needed to clear Chapter 1 to proceed to Chapter 2. The labyrinth we had just entered was probably of the same type. I started in some countryside village. An army was moving through the place. The Chapter 1 Erwin experienced was different from mine. It seemed that she was also on a battlefield as soon as she woke up, but it wasn't a chapter like mine where she needed to fight a bunch of monsters. 10% of my usual strength? No, I might have gotten even weaker than that. Having been affected by an absurd level of debit from the very beginning, Erwin was barely able to escape the village with the help of a few NPCs. We were running up the small mountain, and the monsters kept appearing. But for some reason, even though they attacked the soldiers that were following me, they didn't attack me. Thankfully, it seemed that she received something other than the debuff as well. In any case, after running while being chased like that, I arrived in this cave. I got in and hid myself, but in the end, one knight found me. Wait, did the knight or soldiers have this insignia on their chest? Before we continued with the conversation, I drew the mark of the Empire, and Erwin nodded. Yes, that was it. I sighed. These Imperials always got themselves into trouble. Got it. Continue. What happened after the knight found you? I thought I was going to die, but he said he wasn't here to harm me and that I could relax. The knight personally introduced himself as her older brother's friend. He then handed her a compass and told her if she followed it through the cave, she would be able to reunite with her older brother. He said that he wanted to go with me, but he couldn't, and that if I waited for a few days, someone would come to save me. That was all Erwin experienced in her first chapter. Right after the knight finished speaking, her vision turned to black before she could respond. After that, I suddenly felt a presence next to me. Sorry. No, it's right that you tried to stab it since you didn't know what was there. Is that so? Good job. I gave her a pat on the head as I said it, and Erwin gave a bright smile in return. It was an unconscious action I had taken, but for some reason, I felt a little guilty inside as I looked at her young face. It felt like I had become a big, bad barbarian who had taught something naughty to a young child. In any case, I continued, can you show me the compass you got from the knight? Here. Erwin handed the compass over to me. So we just need to keep going in this direction. There was a high likelihood that was the case, but before we began moving, I checked Erwin's condition first. Looks like she's lost all her equipment, while I still had my demon grinder, wall of Aegis, and all the other items I already had on me. Erwin had nothing. I can use my essences and my spirits, but it's difficult for me to use them at the same level as before. She was completely lacking in MP, only about 10% of her original amount if our rudimentary experimentation was anything to go by. Chaos Circuit was the one thing I still held out some hope for, but Erwin hadn't been able to confirm it yet. I thought I would be in big trouble if I got hit by its recoil in that situation, so I controlled it as much as I could while I ran away. Chaos Circuit would activate when she used all her resources. While it was active, she would practically have infinite MP for 1 minute, and if she used both concentrated fire and summoned the elemental ruler to attack in that state, she could dish out an impressive amount of damage. Still, even if she fully charged the attack, it would only be 10% of her usual damage. Ignoring the MP, with her lowered stats, her damage would also be lower even if she charged for the same amount of time. Even then, though, she would be stronger than most ranged damage dealers. I think we should save this for a potential worst-case scenario. Through more research and investigation, we found another characteristic of her form other than not being attacked first by monsters. Yug. Her wounds didn't recover. It wasn't simply because her natural regeneration rate decreased due to a decrease in stats, not when potions worked regardless of stats. PSHH. Her skin recovered so slowly that it was hard to believe a potion had been poured on her. This is a bit of a problem. What would happen if she got stabbed in a vital spot on this state? Just imagining it was terrifying. Erwin, you are now forbidden from fighting. Got it, what? I'll protect you no matter what happens, so just trust me and follow me without question. Okay, alright, let's begin chapter 2. Step. After leaving the cave entrance that was blocked by a barrier, we continued to follow the way the compass was pointing us deeper into the cave. While walking, I did notice something that I had honestly thought about from the cave entrance. Mister, I think this place looks like the first floor crystal cave, right? Yes, there were still a few points of difference, one being that there were no monsters in the cave. Thanks to that, we were moving much more comfortably than I anticipated. Of course, that was just my body. My heart was in a constant state of unease. I'm gonna lose my mind because nothing is happening. Time continued to pass without anything happening, and eventually, my focus and vigilance began to crumble away every time I tried to bolster them. I started to just let my thoughts wander as we walked straight ahead. It's odd. I had received adventuring lessons from Rockmiller. It may sound obvious, but that guy was serious about speedrunning and had researched the first floor crystal cave the most out of all of us, and it was thanks to his knowledge that my information about the crystal cave was pretty robust as well. To show off a bit, I could touch the wall here, and depending on the small differences in sensation there, I could tell almost exactly where I was in the cave. That was why a question arose in my mind. Isn't the structure a little different from the labyrinth? I estimated that the place we were currently in was near the land of the dead. However, Erwin had said something, that the place she started in wasn't the land of the dead but just an ordinary village. Then where did that change start? Does that mean after some time passes, that village will turn into the land of the dead? It didn't sound like a nonsensical theory. One of the characteristics of the land of the dead was that there were many remnants of stone buildings half buried in the black ground. This is interesting, I mused aloud. Pardon, the place the compass is pointing to is west in relation to the crystal cave, in the direction of the rock desert. So, Erwin seemed confused about what the problem was. That was the normal reaction. Yet still, I said, I'm just a little curious about what the other places are like. For some reason, just like in Chapter 1, I had a feeling that the moment we found the exit here, we would be transported to the next chapter. When that happened, we would never be able to confirm the structure of Chapter 2. What do you mean, other places? I've got a feeling that something is hidden in the central area. I'm also curious what the other exits are like. I guess, your desire for exploration has always been pretty strong, right? Rather than a desire for exploration, I was just greedy. A reward could be hidden there, right? If I hadn't tried to gather information during Chapter 1, I would have gone around all over the place to take a look. Can't we go check them, then? But if there's nothing there, we would have only wasted time, Erwin protested. But isn't that what exploration is like in the first place? That's true. Honestly, I had already decided on it anyway, so I immediately turned our trajectory toward the center of the cave. So this is the place, where that monument is supposed to be. The center of the cave, also known as where the monument of Gabrielius was supposed to be, and where the witch's altar was supposed to be in the pilgrim's cave. Just looking at its structure, I think we're in the right place, but there's nothing here. Tisk, was this just a waste of time? I thought, then continued to say, still, I'm a little disappointed coming all the way here, so let's take a look around. At that moment, Erwin flinched. Mister, I can feel something weird. You can feel something. It's approaching us. From there, Erwin pointed at a wall. I didn't doubt her information. Get behind me, quickly. After putting Erwin behind me, I took on a battle stance and kept watch of the wall. Pyong. Instead of a raging storm to assault us, a translucent figure peeked through the wall before slowly turning left and right. When our eyes met, I was struck speechless. Hamzik, what the hell are you doing here? Black eyes, twitching ears, an elongated mouth and a protruding front tooth. Beige colored fur that looked smooth to the touch, and a round and pink belly. Even those cute, short arms. It looked like Hamzik no matter how I looked at it. However, sick, the pressure I could feel from it and the way it spoke confused me. Sure, it seems those mortals have given me such an unflattering name. The level of killing intent made a chill go down my spine. Sensing that, I had to accept it. This creature in front of me was completely different from Hamzik. Who are you? I asked warily. I didn't allow one such as yourself to ask me questions. Hamzik coldly batted away my question before it locked eyes with Erwin. Human girl, do you know the fate you possess? Who are you? When Erwin asked the question, it answered a bit more kindly than it did to mine. I am a being that could help you or harm you. Pitiful creature. After staring down at Erwin, Hamzik fully left the wall and walked toward us. It was looking at us with cold, dangerous eyes while emitting a similar aura, but the way it walked up was just like how Hamzik would walk. Maybe there was a limit to how the body could move? As I seriously contemplated that question, Hamzik spoke with an imposing voice and relayed some important information. Human girl, the moment you are captured by your pursuers, a terrible disaster will befall the world. However, if you die here by my hands, the world will be maintained. It spoke as if there was a choice to be made here, but anyone could guess from looking at the eyes of Hamzik. This guy had already made the choice. Damn it. I came here expecting something to pop up, but I never expected it to be a hidden boss. You are sinless. You may resent me. I cut off Hamzik's words in the middle of its mumbling. There was no point listening to it anymore. It also didn't matter if this was Hamzik before it lost its memories, or if it was one of Hamzik's parents. Whoosh, I swung my hammer around and blocked the way. Hey, how about you stop trying to look so menacing in that cute body of yours? See cute, me. Hamzik started to shake as if it had been insulted. Squeak, a mere mortal. You are impudent. And with that, the hidden boss battle began. In summary, Hamzik was strong, around the level of a rank 3 monster. It was at least around the mid-level among the rank 3 monsters. Squeak, let go of me. However, Hamzik had a fatal weakness. Although its resistances and regeneration were both high, it had a long casting time and each skill it used dealt low damage even though they could hide a wide area. In short, its skill set was specialized for farming. I might have lacked damage if I tried to fight with a shield barbarian. Thanks to becoming a hammer barbarian after being promoted to a mercenary, I was able to get past all of Hamzik's defenses to overpower it. Of course, the reason this result was even possible was thanks to Erwin. Even while under that absurd debuff of hers, she was able to carry her own weight while using Chaos Circuit. How does she do more damage than me in that state? Mister, are you alright? After we successfully suppressed Hamzik, Erwin ran up to me while panting. Due to my low defense stats, my body was in a total mess. However, through the intense battle, I realized something. I'm fine. I don't have any serious injuries. Precisely speaking, my serious injuries had already healed up, but for some reason, my regeneration rate decreased after a few injuries healed. Looks like there's a mechanic here where I regenerate more the more hurt I am. It seemed that the status condition I was under didn't simply increase my attack power and decrease my defense. I guess this mechanic will match nicely with heroic path. In any case, that feedback loop wasn't what I needed to focus on in the instant. Hamzik. My name isn't Hamzik. Hamzik, what do you want, mortal? What's this? As I took out a small marble, Hamzik's eyes went round. How did you? What do you mean, how did I? After it was knocked unconscious just then, I went through its belly pouch and found this inside it. Don't think about that, just answer my question, I advised. What is this? Hamzik went silent. You know, I haven't said anything about your Miranda rights or anything like that. If you're not going to talk, I'm just going to take it. I had tried to gently pry some information from it, but Hamzik didn't say anything this time either. Maybe it was something it treasured a lot? Answer me. When it still didn't respond, I demanded, you're not going to. It then quietly mumbled with a sorrowful tone, I was going to give it to you originally. Hearing how dejected it sounded, I was lost for words. After testing you, if I came to the conclusion that you wouldn't die easily, I was going to give this to you then. What the hell? As a gamer who had encountered all sorts of nonsense in my life, I got quite bewildered. Why do I have to endure such humiliation like this? Was just beating it up not the answer? Chapter 596, RPG, 4. While playing games, you sometimes had moments like this, an event where rather than fighting, you needed to fulfill some other alternate condition to solve the puzzle. Thinking about it now, if the goal was for us to endure Hamzik's attacks, it wouldn't have been that difficult. Hamzik didn't have any powerful single-target attacks. Even if it did, the casting time would have taken long enough for us to be able to defend against them. A buff where my regeneration increases the more damage I take. However, even with all that in mind, this mercenary body had been specialized for endurance, and Erwin, who was practically out of commission due to her debuff, was able to provide damage of her own while using her chaos circuit. It all feels meaningless now. We tried our best to defeat it, but all we had to do was endure. It felt like we had wasted our energy for nothing, but I decided to stay positive about it. Nah, if you can defeat your enemy, you should defeat it. Yet, my judgment wasn't wrong. So what if I could progress through this just by enduring? What I did was better because I could have progressed by not doing anything. The reward gained from actively utilizing your own methods would be greater than if you had not. Like so. Really, I just wanted to help. Hamzik, speak, mortal. Hamzik, who had said I didn't even have the right to ask questions and treated me like I wasn't human, suddenly became polite. It was a change that would have never occurred if the scenario played out as us holding on for our dear life and Hamzik showing us mercy in the end. In that case, it may have just given us this random item and left without giving us a proper explanation. Well, that wasn't going to happen anymore. I understand that you didn't do it with bad intentions, so tell me, what is this? I prompted. If you feed it to that human girl there, it'll be of great help to her in the future. Don't talk about some great help or whatever vague things. Just tell me what it does, and make it exact. I could tell that it was a type of elixir, but since I couldn't feed her with some unknown orb, I pressed Hamzik for an answer. The effect of the elixir that Hamzik told me was simple. If she ate it, then these abandoned ones. So the monsters would not just not attack her, but she would gain a sort of authority of command over them. But be warned, it won't work on those with high soul equality like me. With that serious word of warning, Hamzik slowly got up and headed toward the wall. Wait, where are you going? You've received the answer you wanted, so our business here is. Not yet. It looked back at me in question. How, where did you think you were going without giving me my hidden reward? It would be too much of a waste to let Hamzik go after going out of my way to overpower it like this. Not that I was expecting Hamzik to be hiding any more items or any physical devices like that, but nothing said rewards needed to be physical. In this place, every piece of information was valuable. Who are you? Are you also a monster? So one of the abandoned ones. And thus, I began my questioning. I may look like that to the eyes of a mortal. Don't give me vague answers. Answer me properly. I am. To be precise, I am one of the ones who abandoned. We were the first to abandon our faith, and from that, we were able to escape the bindings and exist as independent beings. The abandoned ones and the ones who abandoned. After hearing the explanation, it was easy enough to figure out the difference between the two, whether they had intelligence or not. Goblins, kobolds, and orcs were part of the ones who abandoned. Unlike most monsters, they had civilizations, and they lived in tribes in the forests or the mountains. They even interacted with humans on rare occasions as well. However, today has made me realize this. There are some things you can never abandon, no matter how desperately you may want to. What do you mean by that? I told you that the authority won't work on those with a high soul equality, but don't worry, they will never harm that human girl, just as I didn't today. Something that you could never abandon, even if you wanted to. Although it wasn't the answer to my question, I didn't tackle it any further and moved on to the next topic. I had one thing I needed to check above all else. Hamzik, speak, mortal. At this point, Hamzik didn't even flinch at the name I had given it, and I carefully asked my question. I'm asking just in case, but is she the Earth Witch? Which? Hamzik shook its head as if it had just heard some nonsense. However, the answer it gave didn't deny anything. That human girl isn't anything like a witch. What Hamzik said next gave me certainty. It is just, she is a pitiful child born with a brutal fate. This rift, it was really based on the Earth Witch. Each rift had its own story. Even when playing the game, I could figure out that there was some lore in the background through all sorts of events and conversations I could overhear, but I became certain of it after I had that conversation with the old vampire. The bloody citadel where the corpse golem and the vampire appeared. That place, which I had visited countless times during my playthrough, was molded after someone's life story. The White Temple and Doppelganger's Forest were probably the same in that respect. A rift molded after the witch's story. Instantly, there was no doubt in my mind that this was the most important point in time in my countless adventures. The story of the golden book that I read in Hamzik's room also sprung to mind. Long ago, in a countryside village, a brother and sister were living happily. However, the older brother said he would go and become a wizard, and then he left the village. The younger sister became very sad because of this. The simple story in the form of a diary entry could be summarized in just those 3 lines. It's probably the story about the witch. Maybe during this adventure, I would be able to learn more about the witch and could untangle more secrets of the labyrinth. Despite the flurry of thoughts going on in the background, I continued to shower Hamzik with all my questions. However, the look in Hamzik's eyes suddenly sharpened, and it gave a small growl. Stop, stop. Did it think I was its friend because I was smiling while talking to it? While I seriously considered how I should interact with Hamzik going forward, Hamzik seemed to notice what I was thinking and quickly tried to give an excuse. It's not that. The Imperial Army is coming here. The Imperial Army. Don't even think about fighting them. Not even you will be able to survive fighting so many of them. Was that so? I still didn't believe that was true, but Hamzik tried its best to persuade me. You might be fine, but what about that human girl? Do you think you'll be able to protect her while facing so many of them? I couldn't refute that logic. Not to mention, Erwin hadn't recovered from the after effects of using Chaos Circuit yet. We'll need to get out of the cave and quickly, I said. It'll probably be difficult. You're already surrounded. Is that true, Erwin? I can't tell, she admitted. I'm not back to full strength yet. If I didn't use up all my power just to fight you, I would have noticed it earlier. Hamzik's emotions were carried in that mumble. I understood that it was angry, but it said something I couldn't overlook. Are you saying this is my fault? I didn't say that to try and push blame. Whatever, come here quickly. This is the only way you can safely leave this cave. After pulling me to the center of the open area, Hamzik waved its hand, and a portal was created. Vroom. I could immediately tell that this portal was unstable. Where will we come out if we go through this? I cannot tell you. However, it won't be where you were trying to go. Was there a different route to take other than using the compass to get through the cave? I couldn't get a sense of whether it was a positive or negative change. Mister, what will you do? Let's go in. I don't think Hamzik is trying to harm us. We didn't have a choice. If Erwin was injured during her recovery state, I wouldn't be able to do anything to help her. After making up my mind and walking to the portal, Hamzik suddenly called out to me. Mercenary, I'll leave that child in your care. Hell, I was wondering what it was going to say. I will, I responded with a smirk. I would even if you didn't tell me to. With that, I held tightly to Erwin's hand and walked into the portal. I guess this is chapter 3. I opened my eyes, looking forward to what would greet me. Special condition, misstep path has been met. You are moved to the great city square. It was a huge city square brimming with thousands of people. Kill them. May the wicked witch receive divine punishment. We were kneeling on top of a gallows. To summarize the situation we found ourselves in, our 4 limbs were bound as we kneeled. Did all my gear get taken? Shit. I'll be able to get it back later, right? My precious gear had all disappeared, and in its place was a ragged cloth that flapped around in the wind. Erwin was in a similar state next to me. For some reason, though, she looked a little older than before. Mister. She now looked to be around 10 or 12 in age. Standing between the Bounderwin and I was some nobleman, who began reading out our sins, from starting a rebellion to the murder of a noble, massacre, arson, and so on. Through these countless crimes stated against us, there was only one thing I focused on. This wicked witch and her follower Bjorn Yandel, who has thrown the world into chaos for over 10 years, will now be executed for their crimes. For over 10 years. Did that much time pass, after we left the cave? Maybe all those crimes the noble stated really did happen during that time, but Erwin is too young for that to be the case. No? I still had a few questions, but I passed on that for now. Mr. W.H. What do we do? Calm down, I'm thinking. After consoling Erwin, I continued turning our situation over in my mind. Thankfully, we still had some time. I thought that as soon as the noble finished reading our sins and left the platform, our execution would immediately commence, but that wasn't the case. With that, The Imperial Majesty's message will be given. A knight in full plate armor that sparkled in the light stepped up with a decently sized roll of parchment. He then opened it up like he was going to make a royal decree. As he began to read its contents, citizens of the Empire, we have endured and suffered at length, for these many long and arduous years, with the appearance of the Wicked Witch, the world turned into hell. His voice was amplified by magic as he continued to read the congratulatory and self-praising message of the Emperor. While keeping one ear open to listen to what he was saying, I continued to think about a method of escape. Tap, tap. But then, someone carefully tapped me on my shoulder. Due to my neck being bound as well, I turned only my eyes to see who it was, and a familiar face was standing there. It's been a while, Yandel. You are. Looks like you remember me, even though we've only met that one time a decade ago. Even if he said a decade or whatever, it had only been a few hours for me. It was the mercenary who had moved with me during Chapter 1. Unlike before, when he had traces of his youth left, he now had wrinkles on his face with streaks of white in his hair. You haven't changed since that day. You are too young, he marveled. Is this also a power you obtained after becoming a follower of the witch? Well, you could say that. When I first heard your name, I was very surprised. For you to be the follower of the witch who threw the world into chaos. To be honest, I didn't believe it until I saw you here like this. When I was silent, he continued, saying, did you know, just to stand here this one day, I gave my everything, why did you do that? He didn't answer my question. After you left, I entered the Imperial Army. It was still a rough life, being a soldier or a mercenary, but I was able to find stability. I met a woman I didn't deserve, married her, and even had a child. It was quite a happy time. A decade was long enough to turn my entire life around, but the time was also somehow still quite short. His voice, calm at the beginning, grew rougher as he continued his story. Did you know? I don't have anything anymore. When Fort Nelbus fell to the army of monsters, I lost everything. Damn it. Does that answer your question? The reason I had to be here, although I knew I didn't do it, receiving such a direct show of aggression was enough to send my heart racing from stress. I hear that some sinners survive because the rope breaks, but don't worry, I've checked it countless times. With that, he stepped back as if he said everything he needed to and didn't talk to me anymore. Mister, I think our ending is coming soon. I could tell that our end was right in front of our faces even without her telling me that. The riled crowd was roaring as they burned with fury. No, what am I supposed to even do here? Recognizing that I would die if I stayed still, I tried to put as much power into my body, maybe enough to pop some veins, but the ropes didn't show any signs of budging. Isn't this too unfair? At first, when he spoke to me from behind me, I thought he would be a helpful NPC, but that wasn't the case. Was I really going to die here? No, maybe I would be transferred to the next chapter after I died? There was no telling. The one truth I did know was that whether or not I knew, that didn't mean I could concede my life here. Arg. I put all my strength into my body to resist. Even so, the rope refused to break. Rip. However, it did become a little looser. Drawing on that small bit of hope, I used the loosened space to struggle even more. Stop. A soldier approached me to stop me from struggling so much. It's the same guy from before. Crack. Using the small bit of movement I gained, I headbutted him. Ack. He fell from the elevated platform. Kill them. Kill them. Kill them now. Yeah. The crowd became even more riled up as they saw what was happening on top of the gallows. I ignored them and struggled even harder to escape. The knight who had read the message of the Emperor let out a loud sigh. Due to the voice amplification, the sigh echoed throughout the city square. Still, I suppose the preparations finished on time. Only then did I notice. That voice was very familiar to me. Sir Irvin was found dead. What? Then who is that person up there? Stop him. With that, the knights shouted and hurriedly ran up the stairs. Begin. At that moment, the ground of the square, which had thousands of people standing on it, began to glow, shine. A mega-sized magic, the likes of which I had never before seen in my life, was created. The knight roughly threw off his helmet and faced us, the light from the square illuminating his form. Now go. Do you know how much we suffered because of you? It was the village chief. Chapter 597, RPG, 5. To be honest, I never expected this. I had no idea that the knight proclaiming the Emperor's message in front of this crowd of people was the village chief. I was wondering why it seemed impossible for me to escape. Thinking about it now, it wasn't a difficult chapter, but a chapter in which I needed to wait for an ally to rescue me. After taking off his helmet, the village chief swung his sword to cut the rope, and as he did, I heard cries of anger from below. Sir Saintard, why are you betraying us? I shot the village chief a look. Sir, when I awoke, I was already the knight of a noble house. I'll tell you the details later. He then looked away from me and back at the city square. Shine. The magic circle encompassing the square grew brighter and brighter as time passed, and the chaos among the thousands of people here grew in kind. Ack, get out of my way. Don't push. Ack. Hell was unleashed as thousands of people all tried to escape the confined city square at the same time. The village chief spoke as he watched the scene unfold. Isn't it quite entertaining to see them struggle to survive? If you looked up a textbook on psychopaths, what he just said would be in there. However, what he said next confused me a little. It's not even a spell to kill them. Slowly, I asked, it's not attack magic. From what I heard from Zerversilis, if a massacre were to happen here, the aftermath would be difficult for us to handle. However, that didn't mean I would be able to take the two of you by myself and break through the crowd to escape. So this is the spell that will solve that. It took quite a bit of effort to set everything up. So, what is this spell? The village chief gave me a natural smile. You'll see soon enough. I sighed. This guy never told me anything straight. By the way, he asked, how is that body of yours? Don't worry, I won't drag you down if a fight happens. That is a relief to hear, but we won't be fighting anything here. We won't. Oh, looks like it's complete. The village chief didn't say any more and looked away from me again. A bright light flashed, covering the entire city in rays so bright that my eyes hurt even though they were closed. As the light slowly faded and my vision returned, I came to realize the true nature of the spell. What are you doing? Let's move. Everyone is waiting for you. The city square of struggling citizens was completely emptied. It was teleport. Well, I suppose it was more accurate to call it mass teleport? But that wasn't enough to explain it. Even mass teleport could only teleport 20 people at a time. It was impossible to teleport thousands of people like that at once. Something similar did happen before, though. It had happened in the underground city of Nork. An unknown man who was suspected to be Oral Gavis took over 10,000 people and escaped the palace's encirclement. I had only heard about it and never seen it myself, but it had occurred in front of me. Wouldn't it look something like this? Go in. And so, after following the village chief, we arrived at a residence on the outskirts of the city. Boom. Once inside the empty house, we took a hidden staircase down into the underground, and only then could we remove the robes that hid our faces. Didn't you say everyone was waiting for us? Seems they haven't gotten here yet, the village chief noted. They'll be here soon, so just sit and wait. Turning to Erwin, I ushered her over to a chair and asked, Erwin, are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine. After confirming that she was alright, I refocused my attention back on speaking with the village chief. I was going to lose it with some of the questions that sprang to my mind earlier. Why did you use teleport on our enemies? Wouldn't it be more effective to use it on us? To be honest, I was more curious about how he was able to even cast a mass teleport of that scale, but the village chief answered me as if it wasn't a big deal. It seems that you still don't know? Magic doesn't work on the witch. Just taking you alone would have been possible, but this was the only way for the two of you to escape together. So that was how it was. I hadn't known that magic didn't work on her. He continued on to say, is there information you need to relay to only me before the other two arrive? Not particularly. Then wait for a moment. We can continue this conversation after they arrive. Since I also didn't like repeating myself, I agreed with the village chief and waited for the others. My apologies. It felt as if someone was following me, so I circled the area a few times before coming here. Sometime later, one of the members of our Rift adventuring group, Gahun Versilis, finally arrived. He glanced at me and Erwan a little before carefully saying, but more importantly, would you happen to be his lordship, the Lord Baron? What an odd question. Haha, so you are the real Baron. I'm quite relieved to hear it. That ticked me off a little. The real Baron. Until not long ago, you were acting like a completely different person. You didn't even know that we were inside a rift. Someone interrupted with a laugh. It seems everyone is already here. The final member of the rift had arrived, the Archbishop of the Reatlas Church, Eden Hischaya. Apologies for being late, the Archbishop said. The place wasn't hard to infiltrate, but due to how heavy the equipment was, packing it all posed more of a challenge than I expected. He then took the subspace bag from his back and held it upside down with a shake. Items clattered onto the ground like a waterfall. I noticed that they were pieces of my equipment. Wow, I was honestly worried about how I would go and take back all my gear, but I never thought these guys would be on that already. I checked countless times, so there shouldn't be anything missing, but do check it once more just in case. Lord Baron. I quickly ran over and put on all the necessary gear, then stored all the items left for later. Fortunately, everything was here. Although I was a barbarian who followed the ancestral gods, I couldn't not say this at least this one time. May the blessing of the Twilight Star be with us. Haha, it brings a smile to my face to see you so happy, Lord Baron. Then since everyone is here, let's get to the main topic. The village chief quickly reined in the atmosphere and began to talk. So, what happened with you? Tell me everything from start to finish. The things that happened to me and Erwan in Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. I gave a summary up to the point of me opening my eyes and noticing I was on the gallows, and after me, the other three also told me everything they experienced. The start point of Chapter 1 was different for everyone. First off, for the old wizard Gahun Versilis, when I awoke, I was in a magic education facility. I had a few encounters, but the conclusion was that I defeated the monsters on the day of the practical exam, and received a medal from the Imperial Palace. On the afternoon of that day, I received a letter from my hometown that the Imperials had attacked the village, and that my sister had gone missing because of it. The one who sent the message was someone who said they were my friend, but I didn't know them. In any case, reading that letter ended Gadhun's first chapter. After that, I was in an expansive desert with sand blowing every which way. There, us three met each other. After going over to chapter 2, Gadhun met up with the village chief and the archbishop. To explain this part, I guess I should explain our situation first. The story of the village chief and the archbishop were both simple. The village chief was the knight of a noble house, the archbishop was a priest of a temple, and each experienced their own scenarios. Finally, we received a letter in the name of Resourcefulness. It was a letter requesting that we help him because his sister was in dire straits. This story seemed to suggest that the three of us were all close friends. When they read that letter, their first chapter ended, and the three of them getting together marked the beginning of their second chapter. The main event of chapter 2 was to deal with a group of people tracking them down. It wasn't too difficult to defeat them, but no matter how long we waited at the destination written in the letter delivered to Resourcefulness, you two never appeared. And so, after they waited in the desert city, which should have been our rendezvous point, the Imperials eventually came to find them. They told Resourcefulness that his sister was a being who would end the world, and that we should help them if we wanted to stop her. Naturally, they didn't get a chance to refuse, and with that, chapter 4 began for them. After that, the mission of the chapters became clear. All they needed to do was carry out the orders given to them by the Empire. Chapter 5, Chapter 6, Chapter 7. They participated in the war against the monsters and gained achievements. However, they weren't able to capture and reunite with us until the very end. Every time we thought that we were nearly there and that we could finally be able to talk with you two, something odd always happened to twist the story in a way that made it impossible for us to contact you. With that, the chapters continued on to the next ones, and time continued to pass as they updated their information. The younger sister was being called a witch, and I had become a follower of the witch. It happened when they arrived at chapter 11. We awoke in the city. Countless soldiers surrounded us. We only learned what had happened after we escaped their encirclement. The witch and her followers had been captured. That was why the Empire tried to kill the three of them, since they no longer had any use. It became clear to us what the challenge this time would be. The three of them infiltrated the prison to meet with us. Rescuing us didn't seem to be their original plan, and they just wanted to relay the situation to us. But as I said before, the people we met there weren't you two. We ended up only telling you that we planned on saving you on the day of your execution and left the prison. And the situation that followed was what I experienced not long ago. The long-awaited day of our execution had come, and we, having only experienced 2 chapters, woke up again after 11 chapters had passed and were able to reunite with these three. That was the story of everything that had happened up until this point. Thankfully, though, it sounds like you weren't stuck here for over 10 years. I mused under my breath. Barun. Gadhun Versilis snapped in rage. I flinched. Hut, how dare you say that? Even if it wasn't 10 years, we've been here for at least half a year. What, half a year? If his ensuing rant was anything to go by, it seemed that chapter 11 had taken them over a month by itself. I couldn't fight the chill that raced down my spine. Even the allocation of time is all over the place in this rift. Years wouldn't have passed in the present time when we exited this rift, right? Damn it, I hope this wasn't another one of those cases. Falling out of time once was more than enough. Resourcefulness, calm down, the village chief coaxed, easing the tension in the room. There are still more things that need to be discussed. I overreacted. My apologies. The village chief led the conversation forward. Your lordship, this rift is different from any ordinary rift. We each have our own special abilities. Before I ask yours, we will explain ours first. I'll say my ability first. Archbishop Ischia went first. Although the strength of my divine spells is the same, my divine power reserves are near infinite. I am blessed with an ever-flowing fountain of grace no matter what sort of miracle I enact. Put simply, infinite divine power. Well, there was a drawback as well. However, I cannot target myself with any miracles. A priest who could only use divine power for others. Then what about the count? I prompted. Mine is much simpler than the other two. I have become around twice as strong in all aspects, and I haven't found any weaknesses yet. A 200% increase in stats with no penalties associated with it. It was a cheat level buff, sure, but it only served to worry me a little. Won't something happen in the future if he's being buffed this much right now? I was already worried about the difficulty of the final boss. As long as this place was a rift, it would also have its own guardian. Anyway, then what about you, Gadhun? With every trial I overcome, I can use new magic. It's not something like me obtaining new knowledge and understanding, but something closer to a commoner who can use spells by ripping spell scrolls. New magic. Magic so ancient that even I cannot see into the functionality and foundation of that which perished so long ago. Now I could understand. I was wondering who could use a mass teleport that could teleport thousands of people like that. It was an ability he had obtained after coming into the rift. The village chief added, and there is one more ability on top of that. What is it? Every time we are transported to a new trial, I can instinctively understand what we need to do. That's, how do I put it? That's quite a good ability. I gave him words of congratulations while sighing on the inside. I wasn't lying when I said it was a good ability. In fact, it was anything but a lie. This unfriendly game was giving something useful like a navigation ability for free. Just what was going to be ahead of us. Then it's our turn now. After that, I also explained the abilities we obtained, and that concluded our long session of information sharing. By the way, why has Ms. Tertia stayed silent the entire time? The Archbishop asked politely. That's none of your business, It seems I overstepped. My apologies. I wondered whether she needed to shut down the kindly Archbishop, but I didn't dwell on it. Now that I think about it, it's a little odd. During the bus run before and when she entered the rift as well, Erwin was a little different from usual. She did kindly answer all the questions that were asked of her, but I suppose the number of words she spoke decreased significantly from the norm? There's still time before nightfall, so go and rest. She wasn't usually this quiet. Gahun Versilis' assigned role is Wizard. Ancient Magic is now available for use. Jerome Saintard's assigned role is Knight. All stats increased to 200%. Eden Hischetia's assigned role is Priest. Divine power is no longer consumed. Divine spells can no longer be self-directed. All mental resistances are set to 0. Chapter 598, Third Record, 1. Chapter 11 of the Rift of Basement Floor 1. Well, I guess it was Chapter 3 from my perspective, but whatever. The clear condition of this chapter was simple. After saving Erwan and I, we just needed to survive in the city for the night. By the way, this information was revealed to us by the wizard Gahun's hint ability. Being able to know that just on instinct, I asked carefully, could you explain that in more detail? I also wish to be able to, but I lack the words to describe it any deeper than that. Then don't try to describe it and just answer my questions with either yes or no. Can you do that? Well, we'll have to wait here until nightfall either way. Let's try it. Is it something like a voice you hear inside your head? Not at all. Then does the information come to you when you see something? Not that either. Every time the location changes, I immediately feel as if I need to be doing something. Of course, I have those feelings again whenever I obtain a clue or new pieces of information. I see. I asked about 20 more questions to the old man and came to the ultimate conclusion that this ability of his relay was just an instinct the wizard now possessed. It's as if his sixth sense stat increased specifically for clearing the rift. That was as far as I could explain this ability to the best of my knowledge. There was no denying that it was, of course, a useful ability, but I still came to the conclusion that relying solely on it could lead us to devastating loss. I must say, you have quite an inquiring mind. I was quite surprised, Gahun Versilis said as he let out a hearty laugh. But I knew what he actually meant. Can you stop bothering me now? I didn't know why all these nobles talked in such a roundabout way like this. One last question, I stated, what is it? Do you know what will happen if we leave the city before nightfall? There's no point giving a yes or no answer to this one. We cannot leave the city before that time anyway. We can't leave. There is a high-ranking dimensional magic that can't be taken as any ordinary barrier magic that's surrounding the entire city. Other people can come and go as they wish, but we cannot cross that boundary. I see. As promised, that was my last question. Thank you. Have a good rest. Oh ho. Gahun seemed to have been waiting for me to say that, as he didn't say anything else and went to rest by himself in a corner. I watched as he grabbed his hip while slowly crouching, then found myself mildly amused even as a different question came to mind. Why does the old man look like that? This was why I couldn't immerse myself into the story. Erwan was taking the role of the younger sister and looked like a young child, yet the old man, who should be her older brother in the story, still looked like an old man. Wait, how did he go to the academy looking like that in the first place? It would have been like seeing a grandpa wearing a school